It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, March 15th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. The final stop on the road to UFC 286 London this Saturday. Oh boy, I can't wait. It's great to be here with all of you on this lovely, lovely Wednesday, my favorite day of the week. It's when we get to shoot from the hip and have great guests and take you into the weekend. Yes, this is our Friday. Wednesday is our Friday here. Now, there's a lot of buzz surrounding the show today. A lot of people talking, will he or won't he? I believe DraftKings has put up the odds. We're currently at a minus 110, plus 110 split. There's buzz in the streets. People are hitting me up. Is it happening? Is it really happening? Will he or won't he? Minus 110, plus 110. I believe those are even odds at the moment, right, Mr. GC?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. So stay tuned for all of that. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only this program, but of course the Ultimate Fighting Championship as well. We got a lot to talk about on this show. And back into the show, we'll get the official picks from not only the Parlay Pals, but of course GC himself regarding 286 this weekend. Prior to that, we're going to have Joe Markowski, the CEO of the DAZN Group, North America, in studio, talk about their re-entry into the world of MMA. Some massive news yesterday regarding Canelo, the business of combat sports. We had him in studio once last year. I enjoyed it very much. Looking forward to having him back in studio, back into the show. Prior to that, we'll be joined by Francis Ngannou, the king without a crown, the undisputed UFC heavyweight champ. I guess now it's disputed. Anyway, he'll join us at around 2:45 to talk about what's the latest with him. Can't wait for that. Le Prédateur. And that should be a lot of fun. Now, prior to that, we'll answer your questions on the nose like we usually like to do on Wednesdays. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Veronica Hardy, formerly known as Veronica Macedo, who is returning to action on Saturday at UFC 286. Her first fight in about 3 years. This is great. A lot of excitement regarding her return. I know she's a very loyal and devoted and passionate fan base. We'll talk to her about that in about 25 minutes from now. But first, we wanted to start with some breaking news, Frank. Yes, that is right. We've got some breaking news right off the bat as we take you on the final stop to UFC 286. Our old pal, The Outlaw, is going to join us in a matter of seconds here. Dan Hardy, he is in London as we speak. He's got some information to share, not only regarding 286, but regarding himself. So let's not waste any time and say hello to the man himself, Dan Hardy. Hello, Dan. How are you?
I'm good, man. Always good talking to you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for doing this. We were supposed to talk on Monday, but we're talking on Wednesday, and I'm very excited about all of this. Appreciate you joining me on a very busy week for the Hardy family. First time that you get to corner your wife in a fight, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a weird experience being here for fight week, but being here as a corner man instead. Yeah, it's been a long while since I've cornered at a UFC event. I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, she's on track. She'll tell you all about it in a little while when you speak to her, but she's more than ready.
Can't wait. And by the way, when was the last time you cornered anyone at a UFC event? Do you even remember?
You know, I think it might have been Mac Danzig.
Holy smokes.
Matt Wyman? Yeah, Matt Wyman in maybe Vancouver? No. Yeah, something like that. I think, yeah, must have been Mac Danzig. Yeah, must have been. Long time ago.
Yes. I don't know how many people watching this show remember that name. Of course, the OG fans do. Well, like you said, we're going to talk to your wife in a matter of moments as well about her big return fight, and I look forward to having her on the show for the first time. But let's talk about you. You've got some very exciting news because obviously you're still in the MMA space. You're still doing your stuff for BT. You've got your YouTube channel as well, but you're getting even more involved in the MMA space in a really interesting way. Frank, do we have the music? Yes. Breaking news. The floor is yours. What do you want to share with the world, Dan?
I love it. Well, a lot of people know that I've joined forces with the PFL. I'll be working alongside their broadcasting team. Started working with them in November. But recently, as of Monday, basically this week, I've joined the company as director of fighter operations for PFL Europe. So I've got a great opportunity to really have good influence in Europe and try and help some of these fighters with opportunities that are not being presented to them at the moment.
Okay, so this is fascinating to me because I figured eventually you were going to do more broadcast work for them. As I said last year, I thought that you were a great addition to the broadcast team. I wanted to see you in New York, but then I found out that you weren't feeling well, so there was a good reason for it. Obviously, you're feeling better now, so all good. But director of fighter operations for an organization that really seems to be investing heavily in the European market, which I think has never been stronger, never been healthier, never been more interesting. They're launching PFL Europe. First event, I do believe, is March 25th in Newcastle. So what exactly does that mean for someone on the outside looking in, like director of fight? What does that mean? Are you signing all the fighters? What exactly is the role?
Well, fortunately, the PFL global team have done a great job of building the roster this year. I'll have some influence on the fighters and the events later in the year, but really, I'll take up the reins of the matchmaker and the talent scout for 2024. I've already started working at it now. I've started building a database of fighters that, kind of a wish list, the people around Europe that I feel are going to be a good fit for PFL and that have got a lot of potential. But I mean, it's every day watching fights, researching fights, trying to find, the new stars of Europe. And of course, I'm paying a close attention to the amateur scene as well. We have so many fighters in Europe that are just undiscovered, and they're trying to float around, maybe get 1 or 2 fights a year because opponents keep pulling out. You know how it is, Ario. You've heard these fighters' frustrations over the years. The consistency of competition has been the struggle. So March 25th in Newcastle is the first PFL Europe event, PFL Europe 1. And that'll be the first of 4 in Europe this year. We'll do Berlin, Paris, and then Dublin. And then next year, we're looking at doing hopefully another 4 events, but probably more. There's too many fighters in Europe to just do 4 events a year. So that's going to grow very quickly. And as you know, PFL have got big plans, like worldwide big plans. Bringing the league to combat sports, I think is very, very cool and very interesting. It brings consistency. It's good for people that follow, hockey and football like us that are used to leagues. And it's very much a European thing, to be able to follow someone's story through a league or, to championships, potentially winning a lot of money at the end of it. It's going to be great for the fans. And I'm excited to be a part of it and to, create opportunities that are not there right now for European fighters. There's good shows, but there's no consistency. And that's the plan for me. It's to bring that consistency to Europe.
Dare I say, correct me if you feel otherwise, the fighters in PFL Europe right now are sort of like the athletes, the footballers in the championship. And dare I say, we're looking for the next Nottingham Forest to get promoted into the Premier League of 2024. Do you get what I'm saying, Dan, from one Nottingham supporter to another? Do you understand the language that I'm speaking here?
I love that link, Ariel.
Okay.
I love that link. It's absolutely that. There's so many stars around, and you see the good thing that the thing that Forest have done well, the thing that football teams have done well across Europe is to create academies. So they're bringing in young players that are going to become superstars in the future. But they get them in early enough so they can build them and protect them and look after them. And nobody's doing that for MMA right now. And PFL is the way to go. Professional Fighters League. It's on the tin, as you say. I think it's going to be a really, really big move for PFL, and I think it's going to be a really big, investment into Europe, it's going to be amazing for the scene over here.
I love it. Now, I'm curious. It's one thing to be a broadcaster, and you've been doing this for a while now. Did you reach out to them about this expanded role, or did they reach out to you, obviously needing someone on the ground who knows the scene so well? Like, who initiated this particular conversation?
This was the PFL that came to me.
Wow.
I signed a talent contract with them at the end of last year. And I worked the London and the Cardiff shows over here. I was due to be at the championship, but I was a bit under the weather, so I didn't want to travel and get anybody else sick. But it was an amazing event. I'm looking forward to being at the events this year in the US and seeing how PFL global shows are ran. But I'll be a part of the broadcast team for Europe as well as global. I'll be alongside. I'm not even sure it's been announced yet who's commentating alongside myself and Sean O'Connell. But I won't break that news. John.
I was just about to ask who's the booth. Who's the booth? I
can't tell you. But what I will say is that I shared a card with him, and he's got a win over a UFC heavyweight champion. So that's the clue I'll give you right now.
Wow.
He's going to be a great broadcasting partner for us, and I'm looking forward to working with him. And I'll be working, I'll be working as an analyst on the European shows. But then when it goes to the global events, it will obviously be the commentary team as it is, Sean and, the greats, Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Kenny Florian. And then I'll be alongside doing a more specific job of analysis, using the video telestrator and, really, drawing a picture for the new fans of PFL about what's going on, kind of transitioning from what I was doing with Inside the Octagon and what I currently do with BT Sport, but, putting that on a live broadcast, which will be a really fun challenge for me.
I love it. By the way, that clue was all I needed. I feel like I know who it is, but I'll leave it to myself. I love that idea. If it is who I think it is, I love that. I think that's going to be a great team. By the way, speaking of BT, are you still going to be doing the stuff for them, even though you're doing this as well?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
I'll absolutely be doing that show. It's a passion of mine, the breakdown show, and I always get great feedback. And I couldn't let that go. I love doing it.
Okay. Now, is this all on you? Like, are you the only one that's going to be tasked with finding all these people, or do you have like a little mini team with you as well?
Yeah, there will be a team growing in Europe. Of course, we've got the PFL global team that will be supporting me at the moment. Greg Savage and the other great guys over there that are the scouts and the matchmakers. But because I'm on the ground in Europe, I'm tuned into the amateur scene as well as the young pros that are making their debuts and stuff. I'm just in a good place to kind of start gathering this talent together and put them on a European roster where we can really celebrate them locally. Hopefully they work their way through the championships in Europe and win the six-figure prize at the end, and then move on to the global where they can win the $1 million. Like it's almost like a fighter development event that we're going to be having in Europe. And the plan for PFL is to keep expanding that. They'll be doing, Middle East and South America and a bunch of other regions. But we're going to be developing talent across the globe and feeding into PFL Global. So that championship that Brendan Loughnane won is going to be even more in demand in the coming years.
So as you know, I don't have to tell you, there's a massive appetite for MMA all over Europe. I feel it. I feel like the UFC doesn't go there enough. Obviously, they're going to the UK a few times a year now, but there's this huge appetite. And I feel like other promotions have tried to tap into it. I remember Bama back in the day, no longer with us. Cage Warriors has a good product, but they're kind of viewed as a feeder league. Bellator seemed to have made a like an investment, and then they kind of pulled it back a little bit. Maybe the pandemic had something to do with it. What does the PFL have to do right that maybe others in the past did not do? What lessons can we learn? Because it seems like everyone always says like conquer Europe, but no one has really what is the dominant organization in Europe? There really isn't one. I feel like it could be PFL. What do you guys need to do that others haven't done?
Like you said, Ariel, it's the consistency of the shows. Like we have really good shows in Europe. Cage Warriors have always been a good platform for fighters to step into the UFC. Aries in France is doing amazing things as well. And, but they're very specific to their region. What PFL Europe will be able to do is to travel around Europe and go to different markets and spread the PFL brand across Europe as opposed to being, more nationally based like Cage Warriors or Aries are. Lots of good shows. Octagon, Hexagon. We are developing good shows over here, but what PFL will be is the kind of the powerhouse that all these young fighters can aim for, that will kind of, curate their career, if you like. They'll get good opportunities. They'll be fighting consistently. They'll be on cards where they'll be, fighting alongside people that will be in the same championships as them. So once the fight's over, they'll know who they've got next and what date it is they're working towards. Like, as a young fighter, I would have loved that opportunity. And I think with the IMAFs, with the amateurs, that's what we're getting for them. We've just had the World Championships where, 17 fighters from the English team went out there and, we picked up a couple of medals, but it's very, very competitive around the world. And I want to bring some of those amateur champions into the PFL because they're going to be stars in the future. And, at the moment, we've got, Simeon Powell and Dakota Ditchever, who's on the March 25th card. They're both undefeated, 7-0, massive potential with them. But then, are they ready for the globals team? We're not exactly sure. Is Simeon Powell ready to fight someone like a Rob Wilkinson or a Thiago Santos? Maybe not. But after this year, he may well prove himself to be. So it's a good local platform for people to grow, and I'll be trying to help them as much as I can.
Love it. And for those that don't know, I do believe those PFL Europe events, the 4 that you spoke of for this year, those will air on DAZN here in North America, but also in Europe as well, right? Because ESPN Plus is the home, or ESPN is the home of PFL in North America or in the United States, but you get it on DAZN here. And over in Europe, it's on DAZN as well, correct?
It is absolutely, yeah. DAZN, and Sean O'Connell and I have started the DAZN MMA show as well, which we record every Monday. So there's snippets that you'll get of that throughout the week as well that will be on DAZN platforms. I'm just so happy that DAZN are investing in MMA.
Yeah.
You know, they're an absolute powerhouse in the combat sports world. And I feel like they're doing big things. They're bringing the combat sports community together. And for PFL to have a home there and for DAZN to be as supportive as they are, it's perfect for us. I think it's going to be a really strong partnership going forward.
So we have the CEO of the North American branch of DAZN, Joe Markowski, in studio today, and I was thinking of things to talk to him about. And I was like, I know they have the DAZN boxing show. They should do the DAZN MMA show now that they're getting into it so much. I didn't even know that this was. When did this start? I totally missed this.
Yeah, we only started it last week.
Okay, all right.
It's a new thing.
All right.
But it's Sean O'Connell and I. It's just coming together. It's a lot of fun. We chat about everything, all things combat sports, from boxing to MMA to anything else. But it's a building show, but we've just started.
I love it. I love it. By the way, I feel like I have to ask you this because I think it was the last time we spoke. Does this mean you're officially done? Like, we're not going to do the fighting? We're done with it?
Well, I mean, you know, we've got this pay-per-view shows on PFL, and who knows? Look, the reality is, Ariel, we've spoke about this. I tried to fight a couple of times last year. You know, I had the boxing matches with Diego lined up, and 2 weeks out, it was cancelled and postponed to later in the year. And then it was picked up. And then 2 weeks out again, they decided that it was going to go on Sky Sports, and they took all of the non-boxing people off the card. It was very frustrating. I felt it evaded me twice last year. And I did 2 training camps. I was ready. Now, of course, you know, Veronica's back in competition. She has to be the priority because she's world championship material. There's no doubt about it. And if I can do anything to help her get there, then that has to take priority over my competition. I mean, I'm 40 now. I've got a beard that's turned into Gandalf's, and you know, I've got other jobs to be doing within MMA as well. So if I do fight, it would be a very selfish thing for me to do. I'm not counting it out because I can be selfish at times, but I have bigger priorities now, and they are not me fighting. So I'm not retiring officially, but I'm certainly sticking a pin in it to prioritize more important things.
I love this. It warms my heart, if I can say, because, you know, I sympathize with your story. You are a fighter, much tougher than I am, and here you are, you know, not letting anyone write your story. You are fighting, and you're doing great things, and you're growing a market that is near and dear to your heart. And I think it's amazing that they picked you up to do this. Not just, the broadcast stuff would have been great in its own right, but this to me is a brilliant move. So I love everything about it. So congratulations on it. Could I just ask, you know, going back to what we were saying and talking about at the beginning of this chat, do you have any idea what the nerves are going to feel like on Saturday as you're walking out with your wife to fight? I mean, that is different than a friend or a teammate, right? Like, I can't even imagine what it's like to corner a loved one. This is the first time for you guys. What do you think that's going to feel like?
Yeah, it's going to feel odd. I must admit, I've been meditating on it myself, as well as doing visualizations with Veronica to work through the fight in her head. I've been doing the same thing with myself. And I'll be walking out following her with Hardy on the back of her shirt, and
wow,
that's going to be very, very surreal for me as well. You know, it's exciting. I think the UK fans are going to really embrace her. I mean, she's a UK native now; she lives here full time, and we drove to London, which is always nice to be able to drive to the venue. I'm of course nervous, I'm anxious, but I'm excited for her. Like, we've had a hell of a training camp. You know, we've had 3 years out. We've been learning and focused on MMA every day of the week. She has to, because she's stuck with me. So, you know, I know that she's the level of fighter that she is now compared to what people expect of her is an entirely different thing. I'm anxious and excited at the same time. Not nervous at all, because I know what she's capable of.
Are you her head coach?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. We have great people around us. You know, we've got Jimmy Warled in the corner. You know, Bellator, UFC veteran, Cage Warriors champion, currently preparing to unify the belts in April. And we've got Jack Young in the corner as well, who's an excellent judoka and a great training partner for Veronica. So we've got good people around us. We went to GB Top Team. We've been spending some time with Brad Pickett and Ash Grimshaw. Training with great partners as well. Chanel Dyer, you've got to check out her knockout from the weekend. Beautiful spinning elbow on hexagon. We've had a really, really good team around us. I'm just kind of overseeing everything and facilitating and pad holding and getting punched in the face and, all the good stuff that a good husband / coach can do. But she's more than capable. She doesn't really need me guiding her. She knows her own mind and what she needs to do.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I saw, I think she posted maybe it was a few months ago or maybe last year, like a happy birthday thing to you on Instagram. And it was a picture of you guys, and it was the first time you met, and you're clearly in the locker room because you have the lanyard. So you met for the first time at a UFC event in the locker room?
Well, first and second time we met. She's laughing now because she knows I'm going to tell you the story. So the first time was UFC Hamburg, and she stepped in the elevator and she like smiling, and then her floor came and she forgot to get out. That was very cute. And then the next time I saw her was in Prague, and she came running down the corridor and gave me a hug. I mean, it was kind of a hug, kind of a body lock. I was expecting to get taken down. And that was like the second time I'd seen her, and we just got on straight away. Although she's of a different generation to me, we've had a similar kind of journey through martial arts, through Taekwondo and kind of piecing all the traditional martial arts together to make something of MMA. But yeah, it's been an awesome 3 years. And then we got married in December, 22nd of December on my mum's birthday. That was awesome as well. And then straight into training camp, in.
Love it. That is
We've
amazing.
not yet had a honeymoon or anything like that.
And like I said, we're going to talk to her in a moment. But before I let you go, I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about the main event on Saturday. This I would imagine is a near and dear one to everyone who built this market's heart, right? I mean, to see a UK champion bring an event, a pay-per-view, and not in the middle of the night like it was for Bisping back in the day. Like, this is prime time in the UK, and it's Leon of all people. Like, who doesn't like Leon, right? Soft-spoken, respectful Leon. He's the champ. He's the star of the show. How do you see it going down? Can you give us some insight?
I think Leon's going to be really, really sharp. I think he's realized what he's capable of now from that first fight. He won the first round. He was able to take Usman down, mount him, take his back. A lot of confidence can be taken from that. But then he lost the second, third, and fourth round quite convincingly. But I also felt like he looked very flat. I've trained in Salt Lake. I can imagine that his lungs felt like they were burning and his body felt very heavy. And I don't really feel like it was a good Leon performance, even though obviously he won the belt. I thought the second to the fourth round, he looked very, very flat and not at all himself. And then, the corner team rallying him at the end of the fourth round was just something special. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, Rocky. Perfect. It pulled him out of that psychological hole that he was in, and he went and took the belt off Usman conclusively and concussively. It was a beautiful performance. And I feel like he's most likely going to do the same thing this weekend as well. Of course, Usman can slow him down and drown him and control him up against the fence, but there are gears to Leon's game. And as long as he's got his lungs underneath him, I feel like he's going to have that striker's chance. Elbows and knees are my prediction for him this weekend, because I expect Usman to fight him at a much closer range. But I also think that Leon's going to have the conditioning, the gas tank, and the weapons to do the business. As you said, main event, O2 Arena, pay-per-view, defending his belt for the first time on home soil. The crowd are going to be absolutely wild for him, and he deserves this. He's been neglected by the organization for a long time. I remember him sitting on stage with Masvidal and Till feeling like he should have been the main event, and arguably he should have been. But it is what it is. His timing was perfect. He's arrived now. UFC 286 has got his name all over it, and all he needs to do is go out there and beat Usman again, which is far easier said than done. But I have confidence. I picked against him last time, and that was a mistake. I won't do it again.
I love it. I love everything about it. I love everything about what you're doing. We're still getting the breakdowns for BT, which are fantastic. Now the DAZN MMA show, breaking news there for me at least. Head of fighter operations for PFL Europe, part of the broadcast team for not just the European events, but all the events. I mean, if you felt like there wasn't enough Dan Hardy in your life, you're about to get a lot more Dan Hardy, which is tremendous stuff. So good luck to you, Dan. Thank you for coming on and sharing this news with all of us. Good luck to you and your wife, of course, on Saturday. And we're going to like reset here. And then in a second, we're going to be back with your wife in, I think, that same spot. So thank you so much. And I can't wait to talk to her as well. Good luck.
Thanks, Ariel. Always good talking to you.
All right, there he is, Dan the Outlaw Hardy. How exciting is that? Head of fighter operations for PFL Europe. And I think what they're doing in Europe right now is very, very smart. They've got this new like kind of mini tournament. The winner gets $100,000. That is huge. That is very, very good for the market. Very good for the market. Very important for the market. There's so much talent. There's so many fighters out there starving, and I think a lot of them thought that they were going to get that opportunity with Bellator investing more. And Bellator has, they do their events in London and France. They have coming up, Dublin, of course. So they are still, a huge part of the European scene. But I think this is really smart, and the way they do it with sort of the Championship Premier League type of model, if you will. If you get what I'm saying, from one soccer fan to another, football fan to another, then you get what I'm saying. Now, we were just talking about Dan Hardy's wife. As he said, they got married back in late December 22nd of 2022 to be exact. We know her from the UFC. She's had a fine career in the UFC, although we haven't seen her in the octagon since March of 2020, like the last show before the world shut down. And so now she's back almost exactly 3 years to the day. Today is March 15th. She's fighting on March 18th, but she is not fighting as Veronica Macedo. She is fighting as Veronica Hardy. Big fight for her, big return fight. I think he set it up very well. We've never had her on the program before, so let's change that right now. Let us say hello to the one and only Veronica Hardy. There she is. Hello, Veronica. How are you?
Hello, I'm all good. And you? It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yes, it's a pleasure to have you. It's a very familiar background that you have right there. I feel like we just saw it. That is tremendous stuff. Very, very excited for you to come back. I know you have a very loyal fan base, as I said. What does it feel like for you? 3 years away, that's a long time. What are the emotions as we're approaching March 18th, as you're getting closer to making that walk again for the first time in 3 years, and a lot has changed in your life? How are you feeling before it?
I'm feeling so excited. Honestly, it's 3 years out is a really long time, but I felt like I needed that time to just kind of know what my style was, to adapt, to learn, to get a better grasp on what MMA was and what I was supposed to be doing in there. I kind of before would just go in there with the mentality of I'm in here for a fight, and I've learned things around, around the world where I've been living, and it hasn't worked out for me because I haven't had a plan, and it's been very frustrating because I feel like I've trained so hard, and I'm like, what do I have to do? I don't understand. And to be able to just have this 3 years with Dan that is an encyclopedia of martial arts, and for him to be like, oh, I understand what you're feeling in this situation. Look at this fight, or look at this fight. Look at what he did here and how you can apply that. And just things started to make a lot more sense. So even though it's been 3 years, I feel like for the first time, I understand what my role is in there. And it's amazing that it's in the O2 because we've been in the same hotel for seeing different shows, like seeing Cage Warriors, and we've been here several times. So seeing that arena, I mean, as far as visualization goes, that's as best as you're gonna get.
Yeah, I wonder, during the pandemic and the lockdowns and all that, like you had a guru living with you, right? I mean, it must have felt like you had like this whole like reintroduction into the sport and learned so much. Like for a lot of people, probably a lonely, depressing time, but for you, I could just see you guys staying up super late, watching all kinds of things. You got your gym there, right? Like in a way, kind of a blessing, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I did initially come to England to really learn MMA 10 years ago, but Dan was not in the country.
Huh.
So it was technically his fault that I had to travel all over, and then came down and I came back to find him, and first instinct was correct because I always felt like he was someone who kind of understood, like I felt a lot of like connection to it because it was traditional martial arts and going to different places and having to sort of piece it together and not really understanding, and he's such a smart fighter and a smart person, and I'm like, if somebody can be my like Mr. Miyagi, it's gonna be Dan Hardy.
I love it. Now, why 3 years away? Like, why didn't you return sooner?
Well, I had concussion issues before my last fight. I had several in a month, and I wasn't feeling that great. Yeah, wasn't feeling that great, and I kept trying to push past it, and it just made it worse. So it took about the first 6 months of me to stop training, which was pretty difficult because I kept wanting to be like, well, maybe if a fight comes up, I can take it on short notice and I can do it. And, I had to have a Dan go like, listen, stop. You need to slow down. You need to stop. And this is not a bad thing. This is a great thing. Now you get to learn and not go back in there with doing the same mistakes and just doing the same mistakes. Like, learn from it, take this time that it will eventually make you better. And I've always felt like I've been running out of time. I'm like, yeah, athletes should be at their peak at 21. And if I'm not doing that, then I'm like, I'm behind. And now I look back and I feel a bit, I wish I would have done this sooner.
Well, you're still very young and you still have a hell of a lot of fighting left to do. You are from originally Venezuela, correct? How does someone, you don't hear of a lot of Venezuelans get into MMA. I don't even know if there's how many have ever fought in the UFC? Are you the only one?
Well, there's another one on the card, actually.
There is?
First time in the UFC. It's Omar Morales.
Wow. Yes, that's right. That's right. Well, how does someone, there's not a ton of you. That's the point. How does someone from Venezuela even get into this?
Well, I was born in Venezuela, and then I lived in America for a while, for like 11 years, and then moved around. But I managed to get into the UFC based on a canceled fight that I had while living in Europe. It's not very easy, and majority of the fighters have also had a similar experience. Like Piera, another Venezuelan fighter, she's a strawweight, and she's traveled, been in Spain, been training around, and got the opportunity. And Eric Silva is another Venezuelan fighter who trained in Costa Rica. Most of them all of them really had to leave the country and train somewhere else in order to get this opportunity to come to you, because Venezuela is also going through a lot of just country issues. Like life there is very difficult right now. And just to get anything done is quite challenging. So it's cool because I have been there and I've trained there, and I've seen that there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of people that are training hard, and me and more Venezuelans joining in kind of gives them that hope to continue training. And sometimes getting those messages really, when you feel like why am I still doing this, or what's the point? And you read that, you're like, it's for them, it's to help grow this, because I feel like that's the point of this for me.
How many different gyms or training camps have you been a part of in your, because I feel like you've been a bit of a nomad, right?
Yeah. It's funny because Dan and I do the Pigs podcast on UFC fights, and there's a few comments that are like, I feel like every time a fighter comes up, Veronica said that she's trained with it.
Yes.
And and today I was having breakfast, and one of the fighters, I'm like, oh, I've trained with you in Brazil, and I've trained with you there. And that's been absolutely great, because I've been able to gather so much experience and learn new techniques and stuff. But when you only get that and you don't have a home base to kind of filter it out and kind of see what works for you and when to apply it, it becomes a bit chaotic and just kind of too much. So yeah, in total, I've lived in 12 countries.
Wow.
And I've been to about 40.
Wow. 12. Can you name them off the top of your head, the 12?
The 12 that I lived in Venezuela, America. I lived in Canada.
Which part?
Vancouver.
Nice.
Yeah. Portugal. I've lived in Spain. I lived in Poland. I lived in Germany. I lived in Belgium. I live in Holland. What am I missing?
France?
Yes, I've lived in France. I'm stuck now.
I mean, that is impressive in its own.
I'm stuck there.
Asia? Ever?
I'm sure I'll remember later.
Did you live in Asia ever?
No. I've only been to Korea once.
Okay.
That was amazing.
Wow. What a journey. By the way, what is this jacket that you're wearing?
Oh, I'm with a stolen jacket.
Wow.
Well, it's not stolen because we're married. So
Yes.
what's his is mine.
I love it. I love it.
Pretty cool, right?
That is cool. And okay, so this is what I was building towards, Veronica. This is what I was building towards. I think you and I are like two of the most famous Nottingham Forest fans. With all due respect to Dan, he kind of comes in and out. I know Paul Daly, a fan as well. But I was talking to Dan, and he told me that like you're not just some fair weather fan. You're all in. You've been to games. I have visual evidence, photographic evidence of you going with his dad. I believe his parents have been longtime season ticket holders. We're showing some of the photos here. I see a photo of you and Brennan with the Brennan Johnson picture, my personal favorite. My son is. You're a huge Nottingham Forest supporter?
Yeah, I love it. The atmosphere there is amazing. So that's the first time I went to a football match.
Wow.
And like a live one. And to go with his dad, it was crazy. He was, he gave me the full experience. We were super early. And just the chant, I cried.
Really?
It just gives you so much emotion. It's incredible to be able to do that. And to think, to be one of those athletes out there and looking up and seeing the crowd just chanting for you. And they're like, come on, you Reds.
Yes.
It's great.
It's amazing. Even watching
Honestly,
their away
like
games and you hear the fans are louder than the home fans, right? Like on TV, the support is just, it just makes you want to root for them even more, at least me.
Oh, absolutely. It's incredible. I mean, the atmosphere is so unique. I've never experienced anything like that.
And so now you watch the games on television, even like you're all in.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm looking to go on one of their next home games.
Oh my gosh.
We're back home. I'm trying to see which one that is.
Okay.
They play on Friday, right? Against Newcastle.
Against Newcastle, massive one. Rumor around town is they're even following you on social media now. I mean, I feel like we're trying to make something happen here for you. I want a public shout out from the Nottingham Forest social media team to you. I've seen them shout other fighters out, Lee Wood in particular. You deserve that love too.
That'd be awesome. I send it straight to his parents, and they're like, "No way."
You've been a fan for like a year,
yeah, don't worry.
and they're season ticket holders for years, and they can't get that kind of love. But that's just the way it goes. It would be great if you could walk out with the jersey, but unfortunately, we have the Venom stuff. What do you think it's going to be?
Very unfortunately.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the shoes also have some red.
That is true.
If you're into blood, sweat, and respect.
Something like that. Yes. What do you think? Can I ask you the same question that I asked Dan? Like, what do you think it will be like to have your husband in your corner on Saturday?
Well, to have Dan in the corner, you feel like you can take on the world.
Right.
I mean, if it goes down, he's crazy.
Yeah.
It feels amazing, especially in England, especially in a place that I came originally to do MMA, and to have him, and it's incredible. It's incredible. I honestly, I can't wait. I've thought about what it has felt like, but I just think when I get there, it won't even come close to the feeling I'll have.
Sure. And by the way, his story of how you guys like first met, is that accurate? Because there's usually two sides to the story. Is it 100% how it went down, or is there a different version?
Oh my God, it's worse.
Wow, it's worse than that. Were you stalking him or something?
I mean, a little bit. As you said, I did come in like 10 years ago to try and train with him.
Wow.
Oh. But I didn't stalk him that way.
Okay.
That was just more like a admiration training wise.
Sure.
I didn't really think I had a chance, to be honest. So.
Wow. Wait, so
I didn't think about it.
You came to England to actually specifically train with him?
Yeah, train with him. To train with the Rough House team and train with Dan Hardy because he was.
Wow. That's wild.
I was right. Took me an additional 7 years to find him. That
is amazing. I didn't realize it was specifically for that. That is an incredible story. By the way, what is this necklace that you're wearing?
Oh, it's a Moldavite necklace.
And what does that mean?
Also, my engagement ring is Moldavite.
Okay. What does that mean? What does that represent?
Meteorite.
It's a meteorite.
Well, this is a meteorite that fell, I think, 15 million years ago, and the reaction caused like glass to freeze up, and they have pieces, and it's all been mined. It's from the Czech Republic.
Okay.
So 3 years ago, fight week, Dan gave me my first piece, and it was shaped like an angel wing and stuff. And yeah, I've gotten so much of a love for it since.
Wow.
We both wear it all the time. Here, I'll show you his.
Okay.
He wears it in a Thai amulet that's covered around with UFC canvas. And if you see it through the light, it's amazing.
Wow. Is it supposed to give you like some kind of special power?
I don't know, but it's done good for me so far. So
okay.
I'm not going to say no.
Yes, stick with it. Juliana Miller, someone that they're high on. She won the Ultimate Fighter. I know she's a big favorite going into this fight. Do you feel like you are being overlooked? Do you feel like they're trying to use you as a stepping stone? What's your sense of, your spot in this particular fighting card?
Yeah, I know I'm not the favorite, but honestly, if I was watching it from the outside in, I don't think I would say I would pick myself in this fight, right? It's like, oh, she's been out 3 years. She's not had great results in the UFC. She tends to do crazy things and gets herself in trouble. Based on that, I understand. It's not like I'm upset about it. I just don't think that's going to be the case.
Okay.
Because, yeah, it's been 3 years, but what have I done in these 3 years to change that thing and for that not to be what is going to happen? So let them think what they want, in my opinion, and we'll see on Saturday.
I love it. I also love. It seems like the English accent is starting to break through there. I'm sure you hear this from other people, right? It's like an interesting mix of all these different accents. But I hear the English one like poking out there.
Yeah, my sister now calls me. She's like, "Would you like a cup of tea?"
Yeah. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect. You're fully entrenched.
Yeah. My Spanish is the same because I've been from place to place. I'm Venezuelan, but my Spanish is the biggest mixture of different places, and it's nice that my English is also a giant mixture of places.
It's going to be a big weekend. Forrest going to beat Newcastle on Friday. Veronica Hardy returns to the UFC after 3 years with her husband, the legend, by her side, getting the big win, shocking everyone. I wish you the best. Lovely to have you on the show for the first time. Enjoy the rest of the fight week. Hope you have a good, easy weight cut, all that stuff, and then a fantastic performance on Saturday. All the best to you, Veronica. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, there she is, Veronica Hardy, joining us as she gets set to make her long-awaited UFC return. 3 years. Unbelievable. And yes, our lovely TD Andy is also from Venezuela. A lot of things to be excited about if you're Venezuelan. Not just Veronica Hardy fighting on this card. The Venezuelan baseball team doing great things in the World Baseball Classic. Have you been watching that, Andy?
No, I didn't watch the game, but my grandpa been texting me every time something happens, so I kind of keep up.
I bet on them to win it all. They were pretty big underdogs, and my friend told me to slam Venezuela. So now, if Canada doesn't make it, they have a huge game at 3 against Mexico. If they don't make it to the next round, I'm all in on Venezuela.
Good.
What is the thing you have to say? Like, is there like a thing that I should say, like "Hala Venezuela" or something like that, or no?
Oh, you can say grande.
Grande Venezuela.
Yeah, that's saying great.
All right, here we go. Grande Venezuela. Grande Veronica Hardy. That was very lovely, and love the PFL Europe stuff. And we could talk to Joe Markowski about that as well. He'll be joining us in studio in about an hour. We're going to be joined by Francis Ngannou. Get an update on his situation. Get an update on his future. Will he box? Will he go to a PFL? I know there was a little bit of talk regarding that. So I look forward to all of that and more, but I also look forward to answering your questions. And as we said last week, On the Nose is now brought to you by our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace, the all-in-one platform for growing your business online. Squarespace.com, use the code MMA Hour, newsletter, store, website, through the Frank lens, anything you want, you can get it done with our good friends over at Squarespace, squarespace.com, code MMA Hour. Told that the odds are now minus 135, Frank. No, you could go. You can keep going. It's okay. I like that. A little
Ladies
felt a little,
overzealousness.
yeah.
No, you felt like it was too soon?
I did a little because I thought you would be quicker to wrap. I don't
From
know.
the Vox Studios in beautiful New York City.
It's a good shout out to Squarespace. They do an awesome job.
Yeah, no, they do a
To
great
answer your
job.
questions. Get out of your seats and on your feet because
Just writing
here
something
he
there. It
is.
was a little bit, what?
Helwani.
We're introducing a segment with you on your phone.
No, it's fine. Listen, this is what happens when you do a live show, okay? Just take it easy, Frank. I didn't have time to send the link.
Can you imagine if somebody went and did a monologue while they're just typing on their phone?
Yeah, I mean, we do a 5-hour show with no breaks. What do you want from me? You know, the fact that I don't go to the bathroom in the middle of the show
is
worthy
suspicious.
of a raise in its own right. It's suspicious.
Yeah.
What do you think I'm doing?
I mean,
Yeah, na, 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 na. I just wanted to get the link out there. I can't even get it. What am I doing, Frank?
you should at least turn up like the sound effects of your phone so we can hear you typing.
No, I was just trying to pin this. All right, here we go. Our man moderator Lewis has sent us the questions. We're gonna do probably. We could get through. I mean, Francis coming on in an hour, so we could get through the majority of these if Frank doesn't interrupt all the time. Let me just get some. Whoa, jeez.
Me interrupt.
Yeah. What are the odds now, GC?
In reference to what?
What do you think? Will he or won't he?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to put him out there. You're the odds maker.
I'm going to still say minus 110, minus 110.
Oh, no, I'm going minus 125. By the way.
Minus 125, yes.
Yes, of course.
Look at those shoes.
Wow, a little line movement.
Yeah, heat on the feet.
Look at those
Action.
laces.
Why do you keep mentioning the laces?
I
by
really
the way?
like them. I'm sorry.
What is it about the laces? Like, of all the things on these Bam Bam baklavas, straight up from New Balance, the collab to end all collab, why the laces? I don't
They're
understand.
colorful. I like them.
Are they colorful? Am I just colorblind
Oh,
here?
you are colorblind. That's right.
What color are the laces?
Pink.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. What color do you think they are?
I thought they were gray.
Oh, man. I don't mean to laugh
serious?
at you.
Yeah.
What
Pink
color
and
is your
black.
shirt?
I have no idea. Purple?
Oh, so you got these
Because the
New
blue and the red
Balances,
are
you were
so
like, wow,
close.
these are great shoes. And you just thought they were gray?
No, I thought the laces were gray. Obviously, I see the yellow. I mean, I'm not a crazy person. Wait, what color is my shirt, by the way?
It's blue and red, so you seeing purple makes sense.
Yo, this is red?
Yeah. I'm a little scared.
It's a fantastic shirt.
You know, there's like 15 different colors on the shoes, too.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see the yellow. I see the brown. Is there brown?
There's a little bit of brown on there.
What
some
question are we
blue.
on?
Oh. Matt Mo's up first. Bonjour, Lord Ariel. It feels like yesterday, Kamaru Usman was considered by many to be the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Then came the infamous headshot KO loss to Leon Rocky Edwards. Considering that devastating defeat, followed by the recent resurgence of Jones, Volk, and Islam in the pound-for-pound rankings, my question is, where would a dominant victory over Leon on Saturday put Kamaru in the pound-for-pound discussion? Wow. Didn't even think of that, to be honest. If he wins the trilogy, it would be his 7th title victory in one of the most highly competitive divisions in the UFC. Would it be enough to jump Islam or Volk? Thanks for being the #1 pound-for-pound show in combat sports. Thank you. No. Do you agree with that? And I don't know if New York Rick is here because he's got all the takes on the rankings.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's here, but
Couldn't be bothered, huh?
I agree with you. I don't think he'd jump it. I think he'd go to 4. I think it'd be a really strong top 4.
Jones, Islam Volk,
Volk.
and then him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I
Because honestly, that's kind of where we're at right now, right? I think most people have it Jones, Islam Volk, Leon,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Unless you're crazy like the Bellator ranking guys who somehow have Usman 1 at 55 and then like AJ McKee 7, but yet in the pound for pound, AJ's above Usman. How's that possible?
Yeah.
And also, I said something wrong on Monday. The Bellator rankings aren't done by Bellator. They're actually done by journalists.
Oh.
Did you know that?
No.
And
No, I had no.
And they don't make them public. We don't know who the journalists are. I find that a little bit suspect.
Sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, like, you need the transparency. Imagine you had the college football, like, coaches poll and you don't know who the coaches are.
Well, even in the AP poll, they give out the voters and their exact polls every week.
Yeah.
So, like, if someone had, say, like an undefeated Georgia at, like, number 20, you could be like, why did you do that?
Why would you want to hide that? If you're involved,
Yeah.
like, I don't know.
I agree. Usman number 5 right now in pound for pound.
Whose rankings?
Like the UFC's ranking.
Oh, they're going to get mad at you now.
Jones, Volk.
No, you got to reference
oh,
MMA fight. They're going to come for your neck. Don't tell Shaheen. I hope he wasn't listening. He is going to come for your neck. Sheesh. All right, let's keep going. Ali, hello, Ariel and crew. Hope all is well. I'm excited to be in attendance on Saturday. Good for you. What do you think happens next for the welterweight title in the below 3 scenarios? 1, Leon retains. 2, Usman retains. 3, Usman retains and retires. For me, he says, Leon versus winner of Masvidal Burns. 2, Usman Bilal. 3, Bilal versus the winner of Masvidal Burns. Maybe Colby if Masvidal wins. First of all, 3, I don't think Usman's retiring, so we could get rid of that. The question is, can't be Usman retains, by the way. It's got to be Usman wins the belt back. But fair enough. Leon or Usman winning. All right, so if it's Leon winning, let's just stick with that. Let me look at the list. By the way, is Colby smart enough to just sit out this whole time? Does he get an immediate title shot? Might, right? There's no one there right now. There's no number one contender at 170. Gilbert's fighting Masvidal. I mean, that will change in a month. You've got Colby, you've got Khamzat. We don't know.
Bilal and Khamzat don't have a fight booked. I would love for either of them to fight Colby.
But then who's the number one contender?
I don't know. Whoever wins that, Colby, whoever, gets a title shot.
Yeah?
Shavkat, too.
Shavkat now 6. I wouldn't hate Leon versus Colby.
I'd like to see Colby fight someone.
Yeah, me too. But then we also don't have any clarity as to whether or not Khamzat's a 70 or an 85er.
Yeah.
So that's kind of screwing things up. I don't know.
Oh, look who decided to show up.
What, you just wake up?
Never mind.
Oh, he's gone?
It was Joe's fault.
Usman wins. I don't know, because he's already fought Colby twice. I'd love to see Usman versus Khamzat. That would be fun. Usman Bilal. I don't know. I've been so focused on this fight, I haven't really thought about what's next. It's not really clear cut. There's no. I mean, it's Bilal. It's maybe Khamzat. Maybe
you say Colby's sitting out. I wonder if there's a world that Khamzat's sitting out and waiting to see if Usman wins, and if Usman wins, he just fights him.
I mean, weren't we kind of told like after the Gilbert win that he was going to be in line for a title shot? Wasn't that a thing? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't confirm or deny that.
Yeah, me neither. Spud Greg. Hi, Ariel and crew. You guys had an interesting talk about instant rematches the other day. I personally have always thought that the instant rematches are lazy matchmaking. It holds up divisions and makes top contenders inactive because they don't want to risk the spot. So my question is, do you feel like there's been a great matchup that we missed out on because the UFC opted for an instant rematch instead? Also, doesn't an instant rematch make the result of the first fight kind of irrelevant? I mean, to a degree, this is what we talked about in this case, like with Leon and Kamaru, the legacy of the last fight kind of hangs in the balance of this fight. So yes, the Edwards head kick may be my favorite moment in sport, but I don't know if I'll feel the same about it if he loses on Saturday. I wonder if Dan Hardy will be in Veronica's corner this weekend, given Dana's issues with him. Yes, he will be in his corner, and I'm very happy to hear that. Remember back in the day, Randy Couture had an issue with the UFC, and they didn't let him corner his son, his freaking son, Ryan Couture. Craziness. So yes, I will admit I was worried about that. I'm glad to hear that you technically, if the person is not a criminal or, whatever, like you should be allowed to have anyone who's eligible to be in your corner, especially if it's your husband, who is Dan Hardy. Like whatever issues he may have with the promotion or they may have with him should have nothing to do with him cornering his wife or anyone for that matter. Anyone that he wants, anyone who wants to have him in his corner, in their corner, his or her corner, any teammate, training, whatever, like they're going into a fight. Let them have who they want to have in there. There have definitely been times where they've gone the instant rematch route. Like I think with Cody and TJ, and there might have been someone else with Joanna and Rose. It's happened, but in this case, this was 100% the way to go. There was no one else. Cheeto Pancakes. What is up, Mr. Helwani? You guys keep messing with the name, and I'm not going to keep reading it because I don't even know what you're writing anymore. In wake of the highly debated bantamweight versus lightweight conversation, I would like to pose the idea of including the entire landscape of MMA in these divisions and not just the UFC alone. If we include the likes of Bellator, PFL, and 135 is hands down, without a doubt, the deepest and most talented division in all of men's MMA, and you can even make a case for that with boxing as well. If you want to include male and female boxing, 135 is without. I mean, even New York Rick, hater that he is, would agree with this. Cross combat sports, 135 is stacked, blows 55 out of the water. Sorry, New York Rick, but you're wrong here, Bappa. What do you have to say for yourself, New York Rick?
I mean, I don't like, do I have to say anything to something that's stupid? Like, yeah,
No, but
obviously, if you include 7 different sports and weight classes that we were talking about, then it changes the argument. Yeah, of course. But like, that wasn't the conversation we were having. Much like you, he's moving the goalposts.
Wow.
But I agree with it. Yes, across global MMA, 135 is better. I don't disagree. I agree with that.
All right.
In terms of the UFC rankings, I think the poll and I think the Twitter conversation kind of spoke for itself, right? I don't really need to say more. I'm sure you saw
the Twitter conversation.
What the outcome of that was. You know, it's not often you're on the receiving end of the 10-7.
Yeah. What?
That one was a little bit.
I'm not crazy enough to say that just because people disagree with me, it's not a 10-7.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. You know,
think so?
Overwhelming. Let's just look. There was some damage, some duration. It was all there. You know.
Yeah, sure. Ben P. Hello. I just don't have the strength to argue this anymore. 125 though. I mean, if that's the case with 35, then you can see that 25 I was right. You can't say that you were right with 35 and not say I was right with 25 if I wanted.
Yeah, I'll for sure concede 25 because it seemed like people seem to agree, but I think those are closer. Like I wasn't as strong on that one. Lightweight, I'm pretty firm.
Oh, here we go. There's more. Ben P. Hello, Ariel and team. I was listening to your discussion about which is the best division in the UFC right now, bantamweight or lightweight, and I can't believe none of you guys picked up on this. Please see the below list. Kamaru Usman, Leon Edwards, Colby Covington, Gilbert Burns, Khamzat Chimaev, Shavkat Rakhmonov, Bilal Muhammad, Sean Brady, Kevin Holland. We have Wonderboy Masvidal, Jeff Neal, and RDA who are freaking gatekeepers, not to mention up-and-comers such as Ian Gary and Jack Della Maddalena. 170 is the deepest and most interesting division in the UFC. Please discuss. I'm shocked GC of all people missed this. Wow. Can I tell you? I don't hate what Ben just said, and now I'd like to rearrange my rankings after this information because he is right. That is a murderer's row. 135, 170, 155. 170 is better than 155. And GC
170 strong. 170 strong. I'll give him that. But much like some of lightweight as well, there needs to be a little bit of turnover. But yeah, 170 is strong.
Wow.
It's not a bad time for some of these divisions in the UFC. That's the takeaway, right? Like there's momentum and movement. And I think this goes to one of the questions that came up before. You stop with the immediate rematches, you get people fighting, you get the people off their top rankings and waiting for title opportunities because they're waiting for some immediate rematch to play out, and things start to happen. Like, I can't wait for Kamaru and Leon to be done. Truly. I love the fight, but I just, what is happening to Hamza? What is happening to Bilal? Like, this is what happens. We need to move. But yeah, good. The UFC has some strong divisions right now.
So he specifically, for some reason, was disappointed in GC not picking up on this. I don't know why. Are you the...
yeah, I guess I'm the welterweight guy.
I guess I'm 135, he's 55, and you're 170.
Yeah, I guess I'm the 170 guy. I can be cool with that. I mean, I am a big fan of Khamzat and Shavkat and JDM, so it makes sense. Ian Gary, I've been known to back Ian Gary every once in a while.
Sure.
The future, they say.
Yeah. No, look, it's a great.
I'll take the role of the 170 guy.
Can I tell you what's the knock on 170? It's the same thing that I said about 55. In my sort of like, what's the most interesting way? A lot of these guys have fought for the belt already.
Yeah, okay,
you know what I mean?
Here you go, coming from my division.
Somehow in a conversation about
for the belt.
What?
But somehow in a conversation about like what's the best and deepest division, fighting for the belt is a negative, right? Somehow.
Interesting. Like, you know, fresh faces.
Best and interesting. Not the same.
You know what? My new rankings are 170, 155, 135.
Good. I'll take it.
Dominic, discussion for you and the crew. What's the biggest and/or most intriguing fight to make right now for the 135 strap? Let's pretend no fights are made right now. Aljo Suga, Aljo Cejudo, Aljo Cheeto, Aljo Sanhagen, Aljo Marab. Also, just wanted to say, loved your sit down with The Undertaker. Hope there's more to come in the future. There is. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was really great. What a big MMA fan he is, too. It's awesome. And just down-to-earth, great guy who I've met and couldn't be nicer. Really. It's kind of surreal. Like when you're sitting there and it's like, wow, this is The Undertaker, the dead man. And he's just opening up as a regular dude. It's tremendous. Honestly, it's the one that's coming up. Aljo Henry is big business. Does anyone disagree with that? Aljo Henry is fun.
I think Aljo Marab would be, but they're not going to do it. But I think that's the like.
But
if
by the
that's
way,
the option, and he listed it.
Aljo Henry is the bigger fight.
Wait, but was the question like, what's a bigger pay per view?
He's just saying like, what's the biggest fight right now? And honestly, it feels like Aljo Henry's the big. And by the way, can I just say like, if Cheeto beats Sandhagen, and I know that's obviously easier said than done, and it's coming up in 10 days, amazingly. Why can't we get Cheeto versus Sean O'Malley #1 contender fight?
I was about to say, I don't.
Is that not the biggest?
Cheeto Sugar too, because I am down for that.
This guy, did he list it? I don't know if he listed, but
yeah, I don't think he did.
I think he was only
that's what I'm most
title
intrigued to see.
But I'm just saying, like, why can't we get that as the #1 contender fight in the summer?
100%, love that. But is that all? Like, is it possible to have the biggest UFC bantamweight fight without Sean O'Malley? I feel like maybe he has to be in that. No.
I'm just really interested in the style matchup of Aljo versus Cejudo. Plus Cejudo coming back. I mean, Cejudo's, again, I think we've talked about this in the past. Like, Cejudo, for as, I don't know what the word is.
Cringe, annoying,
yes,
whatever.
as he may be. And I got love for him. And I don't know why he doesn't, whatever. I don't care. He is one of the best athletes that we've ever seen in the UFC. Most accomplished, like an Olympic gold medalist who then won a belt in 2 different weight classes. One of those wins came against Demetrius freaking Johnson at 125. Like, having him back in the mix is big business. In my opinion.
He's one of the best athletes, full stop. Yeah. Not in the UFC, not in MMA. He's one of the best athletes who's ever lived. Like, he is a legendary level athlete. Like, he deserves a ton of respect. Now, you can't carry that into the octagon, right? Sometimes there's a style matchup that's going to be tougher, and sometimes there's going to be ones that are easier. But I think Aljamain Sterling is a pretty good matchup for him. Good in the sense that I think Aljo has some skills that will counter his. I don't think it's going to be one-way traffic by any means. But yeah, Henry Cejudo is #1 with a bullet in terms of best all-time combat sports athletes. Like, he is a freak.
I can't wait to have him back. And honestly, I love the fact that it's happening in Jersey, close to where Aljo's from. He can't fight in New York. Like, that feels like a big fight. So I think they got that one right. The question is,
I like that fight.
You know, what happens next? Who is getting that shot next? If it's Cejudo who wins, first of all, are they doing
O'Malley? It's going to be O'Malley.
By the way, if Cejudo wins, are they running it back for Aljo?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you know they're not.
Yeah, man.
But listen,
you're saying they wouldn't anyway. Yeah.
No, they're not. Aljo's going to be like, can I get my immediate rematch? Obviously, he didn't have the belt for as long.
Yeah.
But we know they're not.
It also makes it, then he just ushers in the 45 Aljo, you know?
Yeah, sure.
If all of a sudden it becomes too difficult to kind of do that negotiation and they're seeming like they're not with it, Merab, it's your time. I'm going up to 45. And that's okay. And I feel like that's all right. But
that's the thing, though. Does Merab get the next shot?
Nah, it's got to be O'Malley. Whoever wins is going to want O'Malley. And why not? Why wouldn't they do it?
Yeah, I agree. Feels like a bigger fight and a better stylistic matchup.
I will say this. I'm not sure how I feel. Maybe I'm completely wrong about this. Aljo at 45, is he not a little small for 45? I feel like he's at his best at 35. Like, he's a freaking tank at 35. It would feel a little bit unfortunate.
I think he'd be okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think he'd be okay.
I commend him, man. It's shades of DC and Kane. Like, I love it. I respect it immensely. Just from a selfish standpoint for him, you know, I wonder what's the best weight class.
You can't discount the idea of not having to kill yourself on the scale. Like, what benefit that will have to him at 45, even if he loses some of the physical advantages in terms of the strength and the size. Not having to make that weight cut, that has to be very tough because there's not a shred of fat on Aljamain Sterling at any time in his life. Like, that's an advantage in certain scenarios. So there's a give and a take. I think he'd be pretty successful at 45.
All right. Well, again, by the way, look at all these scenarios we're talking about. How many scenarios are we talking about at 55? Yeah, I mean,
not the question.
It kind of says it all. Interesting, deepest, best. Zach W. Good day, Ariel. I'm traveling across the pond with my wife for the experience. As our pal Dana White likes to say, there is no better crowd than London. We're so pumped. I have 4 quick questions for you. What's your favorite UFC London moment? Golly, I mean, so many to choose from. If I have to pick one, I'd pick the one that I was at. Michael Bisping beating Anderson Silva. 2016, one of the best crowds, the best events that I've ever experienced. UFC 120 was a great one as well. Bisping, Akiyama, Hardy, Condit was tremendous. But if I had to pick one, it's Bisping getting that moment, because at the time we thought that was his title shot. Like, we thought that was his moment. That was the apex of his career. It was not going to get bigger than that. And of course, shortly thereafter, it got way bigger than that. Do you have any recommendations for us while we're in London? I mean, all these Londoners, they swear by the Nandos. They love the Nandos. I mean, if you like flags in your chicken, then go for it. Don't get it too spicy, because, you'll be spending a lot of time in the restroom. They love it. They swear by it. I mean, they can't get enough. All these guys, Sandu, I mean, they can't stop tweeting about the damn Nandos. It's chicken. It's chicken and rice. I mean, really? Like, what's so great about it? I don't know. Other than that, man, just take it all in. I'm no London expert, but, take it all in. Get there for the first fight. London is a beautiful, beautiful. You know what's funny? My brother's in London right now. My older brother. I wonder if he's going to go. Yeah, I wonder if he's going to go to the fight. You think he's going to go, Frank?
I think so, now that you've said this.
Yeah, probably. What's your current prediction for the main event, and how? I don't make predictions, but if you guys want one, do you think I should break my rule for this one, Frank?
Maybe you should poll the YouTube.
Oh, you think I should poll the YouTube? Leon, 4th round TKO.
Really?
Did you hear that?
I did. Leon, 4th round TKO.
Fuck, Frank. Jesus Christ.
Now it's my prediction.
Is there a fight outside of the main and co-main that you're really looking forward to? Yeah, I mean, I actually really like this card a lot. As I said, on Monday, if I had to pick one, though, always fun to see Gunny fight. I think it's a huge fight for Casey O'Neill against Jennifer Maia. I mean, Jack Shore and I are involved in a heated controversy. But I'm curious to see him fight Muhammad Mokaev. Lerone Murphy, solid. Joanne Wood, big one for her. The Veronica Hardy versus Juliana Miller fight. Miller is obviously a big-time prospect. I like the vast majority of these fights. By the way, speaking of the Jack Shore controversy, for those that may have missed it, I'm still rattled by what transpired. Feels like this is a good time, because someone asked him about it at the media day today. But in case you missed it on Monday, we decided to do a virtual showdown, 3-on-3 darts, because he's been talking smack. He's been sliding my DMs constantly, saying, oh, I could beat you. I'm better than you. I know this. I was like, you know what? Do you have one? Yes, he does have one. It's actually quite amazing, if I'm being honest. It's like all lit up and shit. It's crazy. Anyway, so I said, all right, you go 3, I go 3. We did it. I thought he got a 32. I ended up getting a 39, so I would win, keeping the streak alive. He then claims it's a 52, even though we had visual evidence of him potentially cheating. In any event, for those that may have missed it, here's what happened on Monday regarding Jack Shore's cheating ways. We're calling it Dartsgate around these parts. I mean, it's one of the biggest storylines heading into 286. Everyone's talking about it. Here's what happened in case you missed it.
No, come on, let's go straight into it.
All right, here we go. Here's Jack Tank Shore with his first shot. Home turf virtual. Oh, what is that? What is that? Wait. What is that? What is that? What is that? Wait. What is that? What is that? Wait.
Home turf virtual. What is that? What is that? Wait.
Oh, 120.
Okay.
Okay, no pressure, Jack. 12 total. Wait, 32? No, 20, and 12. Let me see. Bring the iPad over there. I want to make sure that you're not lying to us.
Chills watching
Here we
this.
go. Where's Jack? Bring the iPad over there.
Clearly said miss.
I think we're seeing your shirt.
Now
or
we're
something, 'cause
seeing
it's
nothing.
black.
I mean, what is he doing? He's rearranging his whole house. He's changing his clothes.
Just bring it.
He's going to the bathroom.
Oh, here we go.
What is
Okay,
going on?
what do we see? We got a is that a double 20? No, it's not. It's a triple 20?
No, just inside.
Yeah, just inside. Okay, there it is. But we even have further video evidence, right? What do we got here? I think we have something that kind of hammers home the point, GC.
I mean, it's further zoomed in. Let's go to the tape here,
please,
just to give
Shot.
people a better
Home turf virtual.
This is as close.
What is that? What is that? Wait. What is that? What is that? What is that? Wait. What is that? What is that? Wait.
Home turf virtual. What is that? What is that?
How could that possibly be? How could that possibly be under the red?
There's really no way. Look at that.
How could it be under the red?
Pan?
What is this? I mean, it's not even pointing in that direction. Look at that.
It would have to be pointing down. It would have to be pointing down. Actually, we had our forensics team here look at it. If we could go to my screen quickly here, just to show a couple images. So what we were just looking at, as you can see, the dart is facing straight out back towards Jack.
Yeah.
You know, after our forensics went after it, you can
God.
see the straight line. If it was gonna be under the red, it would have to be tilted down. The feather would be more up in the air. It's straight across. I just don't know how it could possibly be under the red.
I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I mean,
I want to believe Jack as much as the next.
I've always known the
evidence
Shores
is
to be great people, honorable people. How I don't even know how you can defend this.
I mean,
plus, it's one thing if it would have been like boom, boom, and we're like, huh, how does that look? Oh, no, let me show you. But the 10 seconds of blackness, I mean,
the saying miss is.
Oh, I forgot about that.
So that's
the miss, and then him covering the camera. Not like, by the way, what is that black? Like what I like if someone put their hand on top of the thing, you would still see kind of the palm. How does it go black like that? Oh, and then how about this part? What is it? How do you flip the camera? I mean, come
the millennial, the 20.
He probably would have been able to sell it if he hadn't said that.
How do you flip the camera? All of a sudden, he's 85. I mean,
I think the most damning evidence is the combination of saying miss and then the photo evidence.
So, I mean, because if I'm being honest, you're saying what you're saying here, but I also heard you or saw you on Twitter say that you believe him. So I'm not really sure what side you're on at this point.
Listen, at first I believed them, and now I've spent the last 36 hours, I mean, just wrestling with this. I don't know what to think. I mean, I wish there was a jury we could leave this up to. I don't want to be the one that makes these accusations turn into, convictions here.
Yeah.
Oh, YouTube poll.
Did Jack Short cheat? Yes, no.
Okay, all right. I'll
we do that.
The 12 angry.
1 second.
By the way, are you the one who does the YouTube poll?
Yeah. With the current staff we have in, I'm the poll guy right now.
I mean, it's fine. It's a quick.
He's a pollster.
I'll just be right back. Just got to go create the poll.
Wait, what? You have to leave to go create the poll?
He walks to the other side of the desk.
Why can't you do it from your computer?
I'm busy.
All right. No, I don't mean you specifically. Why can't he do it from his?
That's a lot of.
Why does he have to change seats for that?
As you can see here, I'm just making the poll.
This is great.
I don't understand why he has to change seats, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I got to get the access.
You were on your side of the window. We're on our side.
All right. Okay, we move along. I mean, listen, I feel like the video evidence speaks for itself. The photo evidence speaks for itself. Disappointed. I saw, Shaky Shore, Jack's dad, speaking to PT today and saying that he was disappointed in me, that I'm a bad loser. I mean, I took the loss like a man. I even retweeted his victory tweet. But then the evidence was brought to my attention. And I mean, we just showed it again. And after those photos, which I did not see, now I feel even stronger about the fact that there was some funny business going on. Dicey, as a wise man once said. McKinney. But I don't want to take anything away from Jack. He's got a big fight coming up, 145 debut. I'm not trying to be a distraction here, but honor is honor, right?
Exactly.
Thank you. McKinney, Ariel, my brother, I share your enthusiasm for this weekend's card and cannot wait for the main event, more so than I was for the Jones fight. This is truly an amazing time to be a fan of the sport, and I look forward to your constant coverage to add to the excitement of the events. My question today is a hypothetical one. I thought while out on a run recently, and I thought I'd ask yourself and the team, which fantasy matchup would each of you like to see with the current stable of champions and one former challenger from any era? But you can't pick a past champion. Personally, I'd love to see the violence of Alex Pereira and Yoel Romero. Secondly, I asked the question last week about when will Bronson hook the nose up with a pair of the baklavas, but I didn't make the cut. I'm so glad to see the justice has been served. All the best to you. From Derry, Ireland. Yes, look at these. You see these, Frank?
These are so awesome. Look at the laces.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. You like my Wu-Tang socks?
I do.
Ain't nothing to F with. Man, it's a tough one. Okay, so former champ against a former contender, but never a champ. Golly. Who'd that be? Former champ against, I guess you all and Izzy we saw. Someone who never won a belt. What's that weird noise in the studio? You hear that? Like the. It sounds like a dentist office.
It is a dentist office.
Is it? It's a recorder?
But yeah, but why would he hear that? And why aren't you on program?
Weird.
Sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's
God.
recorder. I don't know why it's so loud.
This is why he asked, is she on program? Because we're not consistent.
No.
Was that over the air?
All right, Frank.
No. Joe just fixed it. It was the light.
Oh.
I don't know what you guys were
Oh,
talking
Andy was
about.
wrong about something.
Yeah, wow. What about, I don't know. I mean, like a Dan Henderson. I don't know. New York Rick, you got a good one?
No, because I'm struggling to think of the people who didn't win the belt. It's hard to.
It's like a Gus, Dan Henderson. I mean, there's no like monster matchup there. You know what I mean?
I mean, there's got to be a heavyweight that I could pit against John Jones.
Leon versus Nick Diaz. John Jones.
Diaz is a good one. As is Nate. Nate could be a fun one against
John Jones heavyweight versus DC heavyweight.
DC was a heavyweight champ though.
Oh right, damn it.
Yeah, that's the problem. You kind of like get into the champs. I mean, there's always Jacare hanging out there. Jacare versus Alex could be fun.
Game Bread Boxing coming up, sneaking up on us.
Yeah. As long as it's not an April Fool's, I'm all in.
Well, you still think it's April Fool's?
No. Of course
Okay.
not.
Jeez.
No, I wasn't serious. I'm excited about.
I mean,
that.
it does
freaking
feel
awesome.
like a little bit too good to be true, if I'm being honest.
I will say it's kind of flown a little bit under the radar, but I think once we get into crunch time, you know, maybe after this pay-per-view, people will start ramping up for it. I'm excited. I mean, promoter of the year so far.
By the way, it's
For
going to
him,
be a
if he
very
pulls this
busy
off.
day. Very busy day. WrestleMania, PFL, Joshua fighting. How do you feel about
WrestleMania? They've got 2 nights, so that's kind of cheating. You know,
I
it's
mean,
like
it's
you take
pretty
that one night
stacked.
off. We're gonna go to Game Bread Boxing.
Pretty stacked. Last year, Stone Cold wrestled on the first night.
It was on night 1.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
By the way, what do you think of this Canelo announcement? I mean, the opponent, but him fighting in Mexico is cool. Like first time in 10 years or something.
For sure, the location is cool. I love the idea of Canelo finally fighting back in Mexico. But man, like he was just chasing greatness, and now it's like we're kind of.
Well, what's the
this
fight?
doesn't feel like a competitive fight. I don't know.
I don't mind it. What about
Canelo is so good. Like I think he like right now, the Canelo of right now is one of the best boxers ever. And it just feels like every fight should be significant. But, you know, he did just lose, so you have to kind of get him back on track, and that's kind of how boxing does. But man, it just feels like every fight should be something for. I guess the Mexico is enough in this scenario.
Oh, it's great. 55,000 people they're expecting. I tweeted yesterday, oh, it's going to be great. He's fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend. He's an institution. People are like, Cinco de Mayo doesn't matter. Mexico. It wasn't the point, jabrones. The point was Dana White himself was talking about, oh, you know, we should go to Las Vegas on Cinco de Mayo because he's not there. No, he's a pay-per-view institution on Cinco de Mayo. Plus, you have him back in Mexico.
And
Those
Mexican independence.
Yeah.
Those two days he owns.
Yes, it's great. What would like? Oh, it's no different than him fighting in Kansas. What are you talking about? Him fighting in Mexico is a big freaking deal. Everyone just
Wait, somebody was saying it wasn't a big deal that he's fighting in Mexico?
No, they were saying him fighting on Cinco de Mayo weekend means nothing because Cinco de Mayo
I
means
see.
nothing
Because
in Mexico. I was just saying the tandem of two. It's like you're checking off all the boxes. It's him in Mexico and he's on his weekend.
That's great.
No. The internet said it's not great. Sorry.
But there's limited fights we're gonna have of Canelo left. I want them all to matter from a competitive standpoint. Because I think he's legend status. Like that dude is legit one of the best ever.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna get him and Bivol maybe. Although I don't really care to see that fight, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I'll be honest.
Okay, let me ask you this. Yeah. Which fight are you more interested in? This one or the highly anticipated Canelo versus Kamaru Usman boxing match? You know, there's people were really into
some non-champions getting a shot.
Yeah,
if Kamaru can reclaim the title, that opens the door for Canelo Alvarez versus. No, I can't even pretend.
Yeah,
I can't even pretend. If either one of them stepped for 13 seconds into the other's realm, it would be an absolute wrap. Like there's just not a world where either of them could even hang for a minute in the other's realm.
No one wanted to see that. But I am excited to see how, like, it's a big spot for him, right? You get knocked out. There's so many questions going into this fight. How much did the altitude play a factor in it? Leon's first title defense, Leon as the man, do the nerves, the tension, or, was that the case in the first fight? Now he's a veteran of pay-per-view main events. And then also the biggest one of them all, the actual tangible one is, how does this guy respond, Kamaru, from getting knocked out brutally, right? Does he get gun shy? Is he slow to pull the trigger? Is he a little bit worried too much about the kid? Like all that stuff. It wasn't that long ago, 7 months ago.
I'm fairly confident Kamaru Usman is not going to be rattled by the fact that Leon knocked him out that way. I think he's taken an appropriate amount of time off and kind of come to terms with that.
Uh-huh.
But I do think there's a possibility that Kamaru Usman sees the finish line. And he's admitted as much. Like he's not going to be around forever. And I don't think it's necessarily the aspect of like, I don't think Kamaru Usman is quote unquote washed. I don't think Kamaru Usman is done. But once you shift into I can see the finish line mindset, something changes. There is something that changes. So it will be interesting to see what the hunger level is when he knows like these are some of his last fights. But he's so good. He was the number one pound for pound, like not a long time ago. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what version of Kamaru Usman shows up. But I really don't feel like the knockout is going to linger, if I'm being honest. He seems mentally strong, and I don't think that will be a factor.
All right. Andrew from Alaska. Hello, Ariel and crew. In light of the recent darts scandal, and by the way, I do think we have an update here. So far, 75% of votes are saying, yes, Jack Shore did in fact cheat. That's what the people are saying. Anyway, back to the question. I was curious, you or anyone on the crew had a favorite sports scandal? On or off the field, any sport, much love from up north. Favorite sports scandal?
Inflategate, or was it Deflategate?
That was the worst. So,
yours has got to be the frozen envelope because it granted you Patrick Ewing when we all know that was.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. Yeah.
Right? You love that one.
You think that was rigged? You think it's 100%? I mean, great. No. I'm so happy with
Astros with the
he said what's your favorite? That's
I wish they did that more for the Knicks over the last 20 or so years. The Astros one is a great one. There's the Black Sox scandal from back in the day. There's Pete Rose, I guess. Is Pete Rose a scandal? I don't know.
With the prevalence of what betting has turned into,
I know,
it feels like that one's
Rose,
like a retroactive. Like we gotta let Pete
listen.
Off the hook
if
here.
John Jones is retroactively giving himself a pass for everything, Pete Rose could do
perfect.
Pete Rose could do the same. John Jones' doctor is saying, "Hey, John, I know you're good. I've looked at it all. You're good."
Yeah, Pete, you're good. I like that
scandal. Like you know, it's a classic one. It's like the Jordan going to Atlantic City to gamble in the middle of the Knicks series in 1993. That's one that people love talking about. People also love talking about, I don't know if this falls under the scandal umbrella. Like, was he forced to retire? Was he not forced to retire? All that stuff.
Yeah, that's a legit. I think that's a legit scandal.
Is that a scandal, or is that like a conspiracy?
I guess that's speculation. That's like rumor. That's like, Jed dropped a great one. The Bishop Sycamore thing, the fake high school football team.
Yeah.
That was pretty incredible.
Yeah. What about the one with wasn't there a Yankees pitcher that they said, was it Danny Almonte? Yeah, it was Danny Almonte, where they said he was like,
he ended up playing for the Yankees?
No, wait, is Danny Almonte the kid who caught the ball?
No, he's Danny Almonte was older than his birth certificate.
Right. Did he ever play? No, but I think there was like a whole controversy about it.
Yeah, he was older in Little League than his birth certificate.
Oh, Jeffrey Mayer was the kid who caught the ball. Remember that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Tony Tarasco pointing up.
And obviously Bartman, right?
Oh, Bartman. Fuck. Isn't it amazing that no one ever found Bartman? I mean, that's 20 years ago. 2003, right? Poor guy. What a get that would be, right? Could you imagine someone getting Bartman? I bet he shows up on like ESPN radio game night one night and someone's going to send out the email. I got Steve Bartman.
Is Connor even with us? He would love that.
Steve
There he
Bartman
is.
joined game night tonight.
Yeah.
We've got the clips for you.
Oh my God. Could you imagine what that interview would be like?
They did a 30 for 30 on him.
Yeah, without him.
Yeah. The 30 for 30 was great.
Yeah, it was. There was one guy, wasn't there a writer that found him in the parking lot?
And he like said that he didn't want to talk about
Right.
it.
Fuck. Can you imagine being that guy who tracks him down and finally gets him? And then I feel bad.
You can see it on his face from the second it happened. He was like, "Oh God, what did I do?"
Oh, it was horrible. It felt so bad for him with his headphones.
I do too.
It felt horrible. I mean, I was so happy that the Cubs won a few years later just because of him.
Yeah, a few years later, it was like, what, 12
16?
years later?
Yeah, I know. But it was like, geez, this poor guy finally off the hook.
Yes.
Yeah, do you have a favorite scandal?
No, we're throwing out some good ones.
All right.
Pete Rose is a good one.
Yeah, of course.
Damon Martin said Manti Te'o. I don't love that one because
that's
it
a
felt
great
so
one.
bad.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it's hard to say
They
that
all
any of
kinda
these
feel
are your
bad.
favorite, right? Because
Yeah,
they're
they
all
don't
kind
really
of
feel
negative.
except for the Nick, except for the
Nick
frozen
one
envelope.
is, yeah.
Boy.
Spygate.
Oh yeah, Spygate was a good one.
Donahue, the whole
Dartgate.
betting thing.
Fuck those Patriots.
But they all feel bad. That's the thing. I don't have a favorite because they all suck.
Yeah, the Patriots cheated multiple times. And isn't it amazing that this guy smashed his phone and like everyone still hails him as some kind of hero? What's better, the guy who smashed his phone to avoid evidence or someone who like took, I don't know, speed as a baseball player? The guy smashed his phone. He smashed the evidence.
It's so ridiculous.
It's crazy. And we talk about him like he's like holier than thou. He smashed his freaking phone. Come on. And then he was like taking the air out so that they can catch the ball. I mean, it's crazy stuff. You know,
my biggest thing with the Deflategate game was that they won like 40-3 or something.
It doesn't matter.
It was never even close.
What about the stories of the Celtics back in the day where they would say like Red Auerbach would turn off all the AC and all that and make it
the heat in the garden.
Or blast the heat in June. Love that. That's great stuff. Juan Sanchez. Hello, Ariel and the MMA Hour crew. I watched your BT Sport interview with, by the way, it's sport, not sports. I know that's weird for Americans, but it's sport. They call it sport over there. Like even the tabs on the websites, it says sport, not sports. Did you know that, Frank?
I honestly wasn't listening. I was asking a question.
Frank was asking about another scandal.
Which one?
Bounties in the NFL. John Madden, the Saints.
Oh, what's his name? Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad one. I mean, again, bit negative.
I feel like they're all kind of negative.
Yeah. So what were you asking me?
No, forget it. With The Undertaker over the weekend, fantastic. You asked him about the WrestleMania streak and when he thought it should have ended. I'm curious to get your opinion on how this legendary streak should have ended or ended at all, and how you would have written the culminating story of The Undertaker. In my opinion, it could have ended with the final Triple H Hell in the Cell match with Shawn serving as referee. Guess what? Here's how it should have ended. It should have never ended. It should have been perfect. He should have been Mr. WrestleMania. I mean, look, other sports dream of scenarios like this. You can actually make them happen. It should have never ended. Brock should have never been the guy. He didn't need it. He doesn't need it. He never needed it. And certainly not. And how about the story where he said that Edge was approached about being the guy and said he didn't think he should be the guy. Wow. What a Canadian mensch. And then the other story that they were considering Vladimir Kozlov being the guy. No. It should have never been anyone. It should have been his forever. King Zalo, greetings, Ariel. Hope all is well. Marab winning during the weekend. What do you think about teammates fighting each other?
I did know that.
Yeah. Should they just do it and cash the check? Or do you tend to think that fighting his teammates will sour the relationship and possibly end in one of the fighters leaving the gym? Would love to know everyone's take on this. You know who should have the say on this? The fighters. If they don't want to fight, don't fight. And ultimately, they know what the repercussions are. The repercussions are he's not getting a title shot. And guess what? Marab seems at peace with it all. The idea of forcing someone or threatening someone or saying, I know how this story plays out and you better not make this mistake. Like, what? Let them fight whoever they want to fight. That's the way it should be. And if they don't want, it's like, no one's saying you should hold up the division. No one's saying you should strip. Like, he doesn't want the fight, so he'll fight someone else. or he's going to wait his turn. I don't know. I don't believe in forcing these guys to fight. That's something I feel very strongly about. Let them fight who they want to fight. And if they know the repercussions, then they're allowed to face the consequences. And they seem prepared to face the consequences. So just let them be. Can't force someone. They say it themselves. We don't force anyone to fight. All right, so then don't. If he doesn't want the title shot, doesn't want to fight his friend, then I respect it. Wild Bill the Thrill. For some reason, my ears are hurting me today, Frank. Ariel, been a fan of MMA and your show for quite some time, and I was wondering why I liked your show so much. I realized the gratefulness and genuine care you have for all your guests is what I believe separates you from all the rest. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that. My question is, any rumblings on a Poirier fight? In fact, I spoke to Mr. Dustin Poirier. Today, by the way, is Dustin Poirier Day in Louisiana. So happy Dustin Poirier Day. Happy DP Day. Dustin's in a tough spot. He's very frustrated. There's no good opponent out there for him. There's no one. The best opponent out there for him is not under contract right now. His name is Nathan Diaz. That's the best opponent. I don't know who he's going to fight. And he hasn't fought since November. And the guy he beat has this big fight against Conor McGregor. I don't know. Tough one. P.S. He says, I think Frank is so unintentionally funny. What do you think of that, Frank?
Yeah.
No. What the hell is Dustin Poirier going to fight? What the hell? Charles. Booked. Gaethje. I guess he could fight the winner if like Fiziev wins, but then he's going to have to wait so long. Who's the favorite in the Fiziev fight?
Fiziev.
Fiziev. Is it Fiziev or Fiziev?
I don't know. I always say Fiziev.
Yeah.
I'll trust you to be right, though.
I think it's Fiziev. Yeah, nothing. Tough spot. Testament to his longevity, to his success. He's fought a lot of these guys and beaten a lot of them. Eric. Shalom, Ariel, and crew. I'm wondering at what point you think the influencer fighting starts to become a real issue in relation to what the casual audience thinks of combat sports. I fear basically the entirety of Gen Z who grows up on TikTok and short form content will believe that the likes of Jake Paul and Tommy Fury are the highest level boxers based solely on their ability to generate social media interest and hype. I'd love to hear your thoughts. I don't think so. I think that these people are still going to be able to decipher what's, high level boxing and what's not, what's high level fighting and what's not. I think that, and by the way, they're still interested in the Jake Pauls and Tommy Furies of the world because of what they mean to them, how they make them feel and all this stuff. But I really don't think that they're going to be affected. Like their view of boxing will be altered or affected. Like, I think maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I kind of feel like they know what it is and they're okay with that. And I kind of feel like if they saw Terrence Crawford or Errol Spence or Alexander Usyk or Naoya Inoue or anyone like that, Tyson Fury, et cetera, I think they'll be able to say, oh, that's higher level than this. Still liking this, but also... and maybe even enjoying this more than that, but recognizing that that is higher level than this. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I tend to think that a rising tide lifts all boats, but maybe I'm crazy. Chris, hi Ariel. If I remember correctly, you used to get guests to sign a whiteboard before they came into the studio. What happened to the whiteboard, and do the guests still do this? No, that never happened. What happened was when we were at the old studio in ESPN, we had an ESPN flag, and we would get everyone to sign the flag, and then we put the flag up for auction, and then we gave all the money from the auction to Ray Borg for his medical costs for his son. Do you remember that, New York Rick? That was fun.
I do. I mean, and also it was an incredible list of athletes who signed that.
It was like DC, Jones. It was a pretty good run that we had. Yeah. That was pretty cool. I mean, we could do something like that now, but we don't anymore. Gaza Brew. Hey, just a quick little question. Looks like you have a little V-shaped scar on your head. Just wondering if it has an interesting story. Yes, it's right over here. My mom says it came from when I fell as a kid, but she doesn't really remember what happened. And I don't know.
That's
like,
suspicious.
Yeah. What do you think? She gave it to me?
No, I'm just.
Fuck. Well, we're about to find out in like a couple of minutes if she's listening or not, because there's a bit of a delay. If she is, look out.
Oh no. I just don't put two and two together.
Yeah. AJ, I really don't know, but I was told it's when I fell. AJ Hawk, what? Oh, what? Hello, Ariel and crew. With the UFC coming back to New Jersey and not being that far from the studio, it got me thinking, will we ever see the great Mr. Ariel Helwani ask a question at a UFC press conference again? Sure. Why not? I mean, are you dying to see me ask a press conference question? Like, what's the big deal? We've done it a lot.
They are pretty entertaining.
Are they?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the pop?
Right?
The pop would be.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it.
Pop would be immense.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, does anyone want to see it? Yeah, I want to see it.
Could you imagine the pop? If they used to do this thing, I don't know if they do it anymore, where they stick like a mic stand for the crowd, and the crowd gets to ask questions. I don't think they do that anymore. But imagine if I just.
That's awesome.
I think they do it during the fan Q&As only now.
Got
it. Where it's like, oh, they'll have like the guest panel, and all of a sudden you can ask. So maybe you just go up there. Fan Q&A.
Imagine.
Bunch of young men and women coming to ask questions.
You can sing "You're Just Too Good to Be True" to Ali Holm,
wow.
like that.
That's
like
a
that
deep
one
cut. You're just
Quick question for Dana.
Oh yeah. Well, if it's like a fan Q&A thing, it's usually not with him.
Nah, yeah. Over here, right over here.
Like for example, I think Tom Aspinall is like going to be on one of those
30th
for
anniversary
London.
thing.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that some UK outlet wrote a story on his? They wrote a whole article on him saying that he exhausted the entire library of that website.
Oh yeah.
I think the quote is
what he was
completed.
saying.
He completed it.
Yeah.
In real time, I thought he was saying some video game I'd never heard of.
Oh no.
Yeah, I didn't understand it until.
See that, Frank?
I did see that.
Do you know that company's from Montreal?
I didn't know
Shout
that.
out.
Yeah. There's a whole Netflix like multi-part series coming out about them. But yeah, I learned recently they're from Montreal too. Crazy.
Nice.
Jamal 2020, Aloha Ariel. Yesterday, as you know, was Pi Day. Yes, my kids were telling me about it. 3.14, as all the nerds know. I made a nice peach pie in celebration. The question is for the squad. What's everyone's favorite pie? Ooh. Well, I like pecan pie. They got pecan. Now, I know people say pecan. I call it pecan. Pecan pie and apple pie. But if it's apple pie or any kind of fruit pie, has to be warmed up. What do you think?
With ice cream?
I mean,
a la mode.
A la mode is tremendous. You know why I say a la mode?
No.
Anyone?
I don't catch this.
Little Miss Sunshine? Anyone ever see that?
I fell asleep.
I have seen it.
So good. You remember when she orders the a la mode?
I haven't seen it in like 15 years.
Such a good movie. What about you? Favorite pie? I feel like you're going to say like rhubarb or some shit like that.
Strawberry rhubarb.
Who?
You.
Me?
He likes a peach cobbler.
I think it's me.
Rhubarb is your favorite pie, Rick?
No. It's not. What is my favorite pie?
By the way, someone's favorite pie in there is rhubarb.
Mine is key lime.
Now, are we going? We have to go classic.
It's a good choice.
Right? We're not
key
going
lime with ginger snap crust.
Go whatever you want.
Cracker.
Do whatever you want.
Because it's like my wife on the back of a Philadelphia cheesecake package got this like Reese's peanut butter cheesecake pie recipe.
I've had this,
and that is
wow,
manna to the heavens.
I've never heard of something.
Classic, like probably apple. You can't beat a classic. It's probably got to be apple.
Warmed up.
I'm more cold, but if we're gonna warm it up, we're gonna warm it up and put ice cream on it to like counter the warmness. I don't like just like pure hot. That's not a good.
Do you prefer a lattice on top or just solid?
A what?
What?
The crust of an apple pie can be done as a lattice.
That kind.
I swear to you guys.
Yeah, I do like the crumbly.
By the way, I've never heard of that word in my life.
Lattice. Lattice. Look. Apple pie is a very American thing. I'm not too surprised.
Wow.
Wow, says the guy from Arizona.
You say that like you're
break over
not
there.
American and like you're judging. What is your pie selection?
Key lime.
Put on your monocle and tell us.
Okay, so the thing about key lime
actually,
is, do you eat it frozen?
No.
No, like a fresh key lime pie.
No, you know you're supposed to freeze key lime pie.
Don't give me
chilled.
that.
I ate it chilled.
No, it's got to be.
Who? What? Who eats it frozen?
Yeah, I'm really scared.
I've had it frozen on a stick dipped in
Are
chocolate.
you thinking about popsicles?
No. You ever go to a place called Joe Stone Crab in Miami?
No, but I'm familiar with it.
Oh, it's fantastic. Their claim to fame is the key lime pie, in addition to obviously the crab and all that. And you know what? If you buy like the full pie, you know what they give you? They give you a full massive can of whipped cream.
That's
wow.
Sick. Yeah.
And you just go to town. But it's frozen. It's like you open it and it's frozen.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's really good
says,
frozen.
It says on the wrapper, it's like, please thaw for 45
No.
minutes before eating.
I mean, we certainly don't do that.
Who's got time to wait?
No, who's got time? All right, so you're key lime. Rick is rhubarb. And what kind of a psycho eats rhubarb pie?
It's pretty good.
Oh,
like a strawberry rhubarb.
It's sour.
That's
you ask and the devil appears and Frank jumps in.
I'm here talking about how I like key lime pie and you're like, oh, it's sour. Like, yeah.
No, I like key lime.
I know,
like
but key lime obviously is the flavor profile I'm looking for.
I guess. What about UGC? It's got to be peach for Atlanta, right? Georgia?
Peach
That's more
is
of a
good.
cobbler, right?
Like, all right, they call them pies, but there's like fried peach pies that are like incredible. If I'm going
peach pie, holy shit,
dude, it's amazing.
They
it's
fry it.
It's not like your typical piece of pie, though. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like an empanada, but it's stuffed with
empanada
peaches.
What the hell?
It's like a fried pouch. It's like something you
Hot
can have in
pocket.
Georgia. It's amazing, though, and it's stuffed with peaches. If we're gonna go that route,
It sounds
normal
amazing.
pie, I might agree with Frank. I love key lime pie.
Key lime
pie is good too.
Key lime's pretty good.
great.
Yeah. I'm
Especially in the
shocked.
summer.
No one said blueberry. Mixed
Blueberry's
berry.
great.
By the way, mixed berry.
Yeah,
Mixed berry.
that's from me. Gotta have it warm. Gotta have it.
All we've basically solved is that all of us love every type of pie.
Yeah,
I can't
even like a
emphasize
pumpkin
enough. Ginger snap crust, not graham cracker. And what does that sound?
going on?
Who is doing
What is happening?
That's a phone call.
Oh,
All right,
Just gotta
wow.
see who it is.
is it the Notorious?
I
No,
don't think so.
No.
But I still have to say.
Can you name what band did that song?
What?
Notorious.
What about it?
The name of the band that did the song.
You mean like for the?
Duran Duran. So.
Oh, I thought it was Biggie Smalls.
I like it.
By the way, a lot of people were telling me, oh, the guys who killed Tupac, they were found, this and that. I feel like this is something that you would know 100%.
From what I know, it's open ended.
Okay.
And there's a lot of cover-ups implicated.
Who just called GC?
I don't know yet, but it had an F-bomb.
It had an F-bomb?
Yeah.
Seems distressed.
Why?
Maybe he wants to be back on air and he's too busy taking phone calls.
Is it work related?
Yeah.
It is.
Stand by.
GC, what could you tell us? Da, 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 da,
We're gonna have to come back to that.
Yeah, let's move to the next question.
Ariel, well, in a couple of minutes, hopefully we're going to be joined by Francis Ngannou, unless this is Francis canceling on us, but I don't think it is, right?
No, you're good.
Da, 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 da. African Dave. Ariel, you've interviewed many physically intimidating people. I'm curious to know if you were ever intimidated by someone's intellect. I say this as I think your brain operates. What was that? What is going on? At a higher capacity than most people. Was that you who just did that, Frank?
It was Frank.
Wow. Was that like a...
Somebody is joining the same Zoom that Eric is on.
Oh. Well, Eric, you don't have to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Hence all the 10-7s in your sphere of... That's probably Francis, of conversations, interviews. Whose brain have you been fascinated by and why? I thought of this question during the Rappaport interview /chat, which gave me the impression that his wit and gift of the gab allows you to chill and engage more as an equal as opposed to the traditional interviewer. Love the show, especially the live format for some reason. Me too. Thanks to all of you and the crew for the entertainment, opinions, and news. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I mean, gosh, whose brain have I been fascinated by? I mean, pick one. They're all fascinating people. I mean, look at Dan Hardy's a fascinating guy. Francis Ngannou's a fascinating guy. Everything that he's been through. More often than not, I am interested in their. Chito Vera is a fascinating guy. DC's a fascinating guy. Bisping's a fascinating guy. Anthony Smith. I mean, like a lot of these people come from different walks of life. They're different cats, and that's why I'm fascinated by them. You know. So there's just different levels. Eddie Hearn is a fascinating guy. I really enjoy talking to him. Yeah. And, you know, I get to do these other sort of interviews. And, you know, on my YouTube channel, I'm fascinated by those people. Paul Heyman, great shout from New York Rick. Paul Heyman. I mean, I could talk to Paul Heyman about how his mind works, about the business, about all that stuff. Fascinating guy. Paul Heyman might be the answer, by the way. He might be the guy, number one. All right, let's put a pin on the questions, and we will get back to them a little later on. For now, though, let us talk to the most sought-after free agent in all of combat sports. He is number one. Everyone wants to be in business with this man. And as of right now, we are not sure of his next move. Wanted to get an update. We spoke to him in mid-January, so it's been about 2 months, amazingly, since we last spoke to him. Of course, I'm talking about Le Predateur, Mr. Francis Ngannou. There he is. Francis, my man,
yes,
how are you?
Sir. Not much. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really great. I can't believe it's been 2 months since we last spoke because time is flying by, and obviously I was thinking about you, and so I wanted to have you on, so thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I mean, it just hit me right now that it's been 2 months.
Crazy, right?
I haven't realized that, right? Time is flying.
How are you doing? Are you happy? Are you stressed? How would you describe how you're feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm great. I'm out here doing my stuff. I'm in Cameroon actually right now, getting some work done as well, some training. I get a boxing coach out here doing my stuff. I'm doing very good, and I can direct all my meetings and everything from out here, so no problem with it.
Okay, you're not done with Las Vegas though, right? I mean, you still have a home over
there. No. I'm not done with Vegas.
Okay.
I'm just chilling with family now, controlling things from here.
When you watched...
No, I'm not done with Vegas.
Okay, when you watched the Jones-Gane fight, were you back home? Because I noticed that you were watching it in French. I saw the video on your YouTube channel. I noticed the commentary was in French. Is that where you were watching it, in Cameroon?
Yes, I was watching it from here.
Okay.
And I'm going to be watching Usman fight from here too.
Okay. Yes, that's this weekend. Could I ask, I mean, I saw the video. It was great. A lot of people watched it. We're showing some clips of it. You could get it on the Francis Ngannou YouTube channel. For you, like leading up to it that week, what was that like for you? They're talking about your belt. They're talking about you in a lot of the interviews, the media, just like to be a part of it, but not be a part of it, right? Like all this is going on and you're linked to it, but you're not a part. What was that week like for you?
I didn't even notice about the week. I was just living my life, you know. I have no problem with that, and I don't think it's my belt. I have no problem with that. I have my own belt. I have the other one. Everybody is doing his own stuff.
So you didn't feel like, oh, they're fighting for my belt, like they're calling it the undisputed title. You didn't feel no. Really? How come?
Oh,
I mean, this is yours. You had it. You defended it.
Hey, man, I don't care. I'm doing my stuff. I'm good. I'm happy. What do you think? You think I was a champion? I'm a champion because of a piece of a medal? No, I'm not a champion because of a piece of metal. I'm a champion for who I am, for what I stand for. And I was champion before the belt. I will still be a champion no matter what. So I am the champ.
Okay. How did you feel about John's performance? What did you? Because I actually was watching the clip, and correct me if I'm wrong. It felt like you were almost rooting for John in there. Am I crazy?
No, I was not like I was rooting for him, but that was kind of like my prediction. And in my prediction, that's what I give that is going to happen. So it was so surprising to, I mean, I was also shocked to see how he's kind of like go exact most exactly like what I thought. So I'm like, man, just like that, because I knew that like if John shows up pretty pretty good, ready mentally, the only thing that he has to do is to grab Syrian, and there is a 80% of a chance that the fight is over from that moment.
So
and that exactly what he looks like for me. He was just walking him down like, okay, this guy can hit me, can knock me down with one punch. I'm going forward, and as soon as I get my hands on him, it's over.
Some comments that maybe the moment got to Cyril, that he stumbled. I don't want to use the choke word, but like that, it's like he kind of crumbled under the pressure. You know him, you fought him. Did you feel like the moment got to him? Like the kick below the belt right off the bat would maybe suggest some nerves, or do you think that was just John being much better than him and being the better man?
I think the John tactics, John's game plan was like get over him. He didn't. It's not like he had a chance to like do something. The fight was so quick that Cyril didn't have a chance to do something. And matter of fact, I do believe that if this fight lasts longer, he would have performed well with the fight. With fights, as long as the fight stays, I think he would have been a better fighter.
Okay. So John wins and wins in impressive fashion. And I thought that was the result that the UFC was rooting for, because if Cyril won, you have a connection to Cyril, you beat Cyril, your cloud would have hung over the division longer, right? But now they can say, oh, this was, this is the fight that Francis didn't want. This is the new guy. This is the GOAT, and they could kind of move on from you. But can I tell you one thing that I didn't like? One thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I really enjoyed how it seemed like John was supporting you and your situation, because he's butted heads with the UFC very recently. And then I felt on the week he changed his tune, and he was calling you this and that. Like I was a little surprised by that, and I was a little disappointed. What did you think?
Yes, I mean, but was that the first time that you were disappointed about John? So he's just doing him, and then I'm doing me. Like, yes, he was disappointed. Even though I have I always want to fight John, because no matter what they said, I personally always like rooting for John and believe that he's the GOAT. Even before this fight, and in my perspective, John is the GOAT. But and that's also the reason why I wanted to fight him the most, is to also like build my own legacy out of him. But I still do believe that in this situation we could be fighting on the same side. Have a rivalry as the opponent doesn't have avoid us to fight for the same thing. Basically for Jones that was out there a couple years ago, 2 years ago, was very vocal about the pay, about this, about that. Now he switched like this, like, okay, like what's going on? I don't know, but he's just doing him. That's his problem.
Was there any part of you that was like initially, oh, this guy is on my side, he has my back, and then did you feel betrayed at all by his comments?
I didn't want him to be on my side. There is no my side. I don't have a fight here with anybody that I will say there is my side.
Right.
I think I think we could have been on the same side. We all are on the same side. Matter of fact, as a fighter, we are on the same side, and we could have been joining our cause together, which is more. Will be more benefit for us. I mean, yes, I think we are on the same side. Every fighter are on the same side.
Sure.
No matter what they're trying to show.
In private, yes. Are you at all surprised at how few publicly have backed you?
No, I'm not surprised, and I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm not I think it's right. You know, they can support it publicly. Even those who support, they cannot do it publicly because as soon as they did something, they are going to go get punished.
Right.
You know, it's the system. You know, the opponent is so big, and they want to show a lesson. They might take them to show as an example for other people, and nobody want to get in that position. And I don't want to put anybody in that position. So I'm just doing my part, and we'll keep doing my stuff.
Can I ask you a question? You know, at the event a couple of weeks ago, I saw Nick and Nate there, and you know, they show Nate, and they still seem to have love for him, even though his situation is not that much different than yours. They wanted to re-sign him, and he said no. And yet, I wonder, could you go to a UFC event? Would they show you on camera? Would they treat you the same? Why is your situation different than his?
I don't know. I was thinking about the UFC event. People have been asking me if I would go to London. I'm like, I don't know if I'll have access in that event though. I don't know if I can even have access.
Isn't that crazy though?
I might be wrong.
It's a business thing. It's like you decided, it wasn't like you said, F you, I hate you. Even in the aftermath, I haven't heard you say anything, and you could have gone low. Why should it be like you're banned?
Listen, everybody do him. I do me. I can only control what I do. I cannot control what other people do.
Right. Do you have ill will towards them?
Do I have what?
Like ill feelings? Do you have like hard feelings towards them, the organization, towards, you know, the UFC?
What for? I'm out here. I'm happy. I'm doing the best year in my life. Just getting better stuff. I mean, I'm happy. I don't have time to be to focus on somebody or to be angry on somebody.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. It's very
good. Shouldn't be a winner, but I think I'm a winner of this situation.
Okay, and why do you think you're the winner?
Well, because I have what I wanted. I have my freedom. I can speak for myself. I'm a free man. I can do what I want. I can make a deal with whoever I want. I can move forward in whatever I want to, whether it's boxing or MMA. That's what I wanted. And I didn't back down my position no matter what. I didn't, regardless of the pressure that that I received. I held my position and come to a conclusion that I think it works.
Were you surprised that Dana White said you'll never be back? Like they won't keep the door open for you?
I don't care. And anyway, Dana said a lot of things that next day is a different things. And I don't care. I'm not coming. I left. Why?
Sure.
And I'm doing good. I have no regret. I'm doing good.
Okay.
I'm going to be great.
Are you, in your mind, are you keeping the door open, or you like it doesn't?
I don't care.
Okay.
As I said, he can close his door. That's his problem.
Okay. Now, when we spoke 2 months ago, you know, you were just starting the journey. Where, like, if we were on a football field right now, American football, and we're trying to score a touchdown, how close are we to scoring a touchdown? How close are you to making your decision about what your next move is? Because, like I said, I feel like you're the most sought after.
No, I have made my decision.
Oh,
I haven't made it get a done deal yet. I know like what my next move gonna be. I know that I want to fight boxing first. Then after that, I will fight MMA. I'm gonna sign with one MMA promotion. I haven't made a decision on that yet. Very close, but yeah, I'll make my decision. You know, it's not like I've been sitting out here empty-handed.
Okay,
I've been very busy.
I think is this I feel like this is breaking news. You have made the decision. It's 100% boxing next, but you're still going to fight in MMA, and you're close to deciding which MMA promotion it is. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Could I ask which promotion it is?
That I said I'm closely.
No, I know, but which is the
yet.
one that you're close to?
There's PFL and ONE FC.
Wow.
Right now, that we are very close.
Wow. Are you leaning towards one or the other?
We will see.
Yeah.
Anyway, when when I decide, you guys gonna know. So
You're saying
worry
you're going to
about
come on this show and break the news. That's what you're saying. Wow. That's nice.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Come on, Francis.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, what about boxing? How close are you to deciding the boxing move? Because you said that's going to be the first move, right?
Yes, that's what I want for the first move. We are still working on it.
When you say we, who's we?
Me and my team.
Okay, so are you still, because you remember we spoke a lot about how, you're still working with Markel Martin, but more as a consultant, advisor. Do you have a manager now? Are you doing things differently? Like, I'm always curious about the business of Francis.
I'm still doing the same thing. I still have Marker, I have Andrew, I have Casey. I have on my team that are helping me. We are working together.
I saw you going back and forth with, or talking about Deontay Wilder, and he's a free man, and you were saying welcome to freedom and all that. Is he the front runner for your boxing debut?
Yes, we have had a conversation, and at this moment he's we are more closer than with anyone else.
Wow, Francis, this is exciting stuff. And hypothetically, when would this be?
Hypothetically, maybe begin sometime this summer.
Okay.
In a big frame, like maybe from the beginning or the end of summer.
Sure. And would it be in America or somewhere else?
We haven't find that out yet.
Okay.
It's possible.
And would you consider, do you like the idea of the boxing MMA like 1-on-1, or do you just want it to be a boxing match with him and MMA is something different?
Well, it depends how serious he is, but for me, I think it's more interesting boxing because I will give him more challenge than he can give me a challenge in MMA. I think him in MMA will be a very easy one.
So, I mean, good money probably, right? Like, why wouldn't a PFL or a one championship want a Francis Deontay Wilder MMA match, right? Like, I feel like anyone would sign up for that.
Let's see how serious he is. But as I said, on that second fight, we let it to be determined.
Okay. And just curious, like this boxing match, would you be linking up with any promoter out there, any of the famous promoters, or are you going to do this on your own?
Maybe. No, anyone that you know.
Oh, okay. Wow. And hypothetically, where would this air?
Where?
Yeah, like what platform, what channel, pay-per-view?
What platform?
Yeah.
No, we haven't. No.
Not yet.
It's still very vague.
Okay. But
anyway.
Okay.
It could be Showtime. It could be.
Yeah.
I've had it. Yeah. It could be anywhere.
Yeah. Showtime seems interested in you, right?
And I'm interested too.
Oh, baby. Francis, this is something. This is something. How many times do you think you'll fight this year?
This year?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe once. Because we have to put all of this together and then get the ball rolling. Then until the ball start rolling, then I can have a fight after another one. But right now, I still have to figure all those stuff out and put them together. And then after that, it's going to be easy.
Do you want to have everything done before your first fight, your return fight, your debut? Meaning, do you want to have the MMA situation done, signed? Do you want to have the boxing situation, or does one have nothing to do with the other? Do you get what I'm saying?
He does. He doesn't have anything to do with MMA. Doesn't have anything to do with boxing. But although I think in order for me to have a good opponent in MMA, I have to give a time to whoever the promoter to find an opponent for me.
in MMA?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the earlier, the better it is.
Sure. I was just wondering if whenever you announce your next move, whenever it's official, like, do you want everything to be done? Like, hey, I'm fighting Deontay Wilder on August 15th, and I've signed a deal with, let's just say, PFL for the sake of this, and I'm going to debut for them. Like, do you want everything done, or does it not matter to you that it all gets done?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If it's get done together, then it's okay. It's cool. So he takes it away, out of my way. If not, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could I ask, and you could tell me whatever you want. Like, obviously, what you made in your last UFC fight was well documented. What is the ballpark that we're talking about now? Like you said, you're much happier. Are we talking Tyson Fury numbers? Are we talking like, is this what, the world that we're living in now for you? Is this, the kind of numbers that I'm talking about? Is this, because this is what everyone says. Oh, your detractors say you made a mistake, right? You had the Jones fight, you had this, you had that. But if we're talking 20 million, 10 million, this is more money than they were offering you for 1 or 2 fights. It would seem to suggest that you made the right move. So could you tell us like the ballpark that we're living in here?
The detractor will always say,
Oh, what a time. Did we lose
something?
Him? Oh,
if you live out of your goal, you try to focus on your works, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I'm on my goal. I'm gonna do what I'm doing. And what is interesting about it? Yes, obviously, there's a huge money down here, but there's also like some clause, there's term. Most of this deal is being viewed more like partnership, which is great for me. I feel well respected, appreciate. I mean, it's different.
Yeah.
It's different. It feels different. And listen, like so far, I never think that there's a MMA promotion that can pay more than UFC or that have money than UFC. So if the UFC want to pay somebody, they will pay you. But mine, the way that he comes, I'm not down for it. I rather get something with more value. The way my last 3 years wasn't so happy, wasn't so excited. So I don't know, maybe at the end of the day, this is good for everybody.
Remember when we spoke in January, you said it wasn't just about the money. You wanted certain things in the contract for you and other fighters. This was a big sticking point for you. I'm just curious, if you sign with another MMA promotion, will you ask for those same things to be done? The same things that you want in the UFC, would you ask for them to be done in those promotions too?
Oh, guess what? So many of them are coming up with something, with some of those stuff that I haven't even asked for.
Wow. Just to try to get you on board. I love it.
Yeah. And then they are proposing a plan to work on it to get it better. Obviously, we can get everything done at once, but there is a willing to improve, to make things better. And yeah.
I love it. Are you surprised by how willing they are to give you these things, to talking about these things, open they are? Like, has this surprised you? Pleasantly surprised you?
Yeah. I was surprised, didn't have to even fight about it. Didn't even have to ask. Then there was just coming up with some offer, proposing some terms that really get me excited.
By the way, PFL is mainly in the US. One is mainly in Asia. Do you care? Like, I remember, I talked to Eddie Alvarez recently. He's like, I don't want to go. I don't want to travel as much. I know you obviously have roots in Cameroon. So you're not just an American fighter, but, going to Asia and all that stuff, would that be a sticking point for you?
Or maybe I just have to stay in Africa, whether it's in PFL or one,
Right in the middle.
So we have to do something in Africa. It's time to get stuff out here in Africa. I don't have to travel all the time. Maybe I will still travel, because it takes time to build. But either way, with either one, we're gonna build something out here. Maybe if it's not for me, then it will be for my people.
Wow. So you're talking about that as well.
That's the condition. Yes, of course.
I love that.
Otherwise, what would be the purpose?
What are the chances your boxing?
Otherwise, what would be the purpose?
What are the chances your debut in boxing is in Africa? Is there any chance of that? Is that being discussed?
I think the chance is very little, but he would have been cool.
Oh my God. What a scene that would be. That would be incredible.
Maybe the second one. I don't know. We will see what is possible. I keep my mind open on that one, but one thing for sure, Africa is my priority.
And is there any chance it's 2 boxing matches and then MMA, or are you set on 1 boxing, 1 MMA as far as your next 2?
What do you say?
Is there any chance that you're going to fight multiple times in boxing before we see you back in MMA?
I don't know. It depends. But yes, obviously you're going to see me fight multiple times in boxing. I don't know if it's before my first MMA bout, but I'm going to fight multiple times in MMA, in boxing.
I know
that's my goal.
I know the founder of the bare knuckle fighting said he wanted you. Do you have any interest in that?
First, we haven't talked. I don't know what he has on his hand.
Okay.
But I haven't. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it when I say boxing. I don't know. I haven't had any talk about that one so far, about bare knuckles.
Got it. Eddie Hearn talked to us about you and has talked to others about you. He seems to really like you. What did you make of your conversations with Eddie?
Well, we didn't get anything. Obviously, I was clear that I'm not looking for a promoter. That's not what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I think I enjoy the way that thing is right now, and maybe find a different approach. But I can just go there to get another promoter.
Okay. We're getting fascinating insight.
But if Anthony Joshua is ready, is around, and I'm down for that one.
Yeah.
So that was our conversation. I wanted Anthony Joshua.
What are the chances of you going to his fight on April 1st?
No, I don't think so. I don't think I can make it.
Okay. And is there any chance you wait to see what happens with the Fury fight? It's supposedly April 29th. That's what they're saying. They're going back and forth to make your decision, or do you think you'll be done? You'll have had your decision made before that?
Listen, we've been having a conversation with Deontay and his team. So I think we're going to explore this opportunity further.
I love it.
I can just sit here and wait for people, whether it's Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury, without know exactly what they have in their hands. I know that Deontay won this fight, which I think could be a very big fight. So we are exploring that opportunity.
Okay.
And that's where my mind is right now.
I love it. I love it. This is very exciting stuff. By the way, have you thought could you
and down the road, I might have I might have the other guys also down the road. But for now, it's not a one shot, so I can go there and then make my way. I will definitely have, if I did it, I will definitely have them at some point. All of them.
How do you think you win that fight against Deontay?
Huh?
How do you think that fight goes, you versus Deontay?
Well, I think somebody will take somebody's heads off.
Oh.
That's
that would be crazy.
I would just try not to be mine.
Yes.
I think that's probably what's gonna happen.
Man, and is your knee 100% now? Like you could go, there's no limitations, you're cleared, all good?
It's not on 100%, but it's good.
Okay.
Basically for boxing.
Okay.
It's good. I've been training MMA since November, even though he wasn't 100% and keep doing rehab. So getting closer.
When do you think you'll be 100% for MMA, for everything, for wrestling, all that?
I don't know. But let me tell you something. It's compared to what I fought for with the last time, it's like 120%.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's great. I mean, yeah. Just goes to show.
If you have to compare with the knee
right.
that I fought with. Yeah.
By the way, when we spoke last time, like 2 days later, I see you chilling. I see you hobnobbing it up with Cristiano Ronaldo in Saudi Arabia, just out there. I mean, like, wow, look at Francis, big shot here with Cristiano Ronaldo. What is it like being with that guy in Saudi Arabia? Well, like, what is that experience like? And how do you know him?
Well, I mean, how do I know him?
Yeah, like, how are you friends?
Well, might be surprising, but we didn't know each other.
Oh.
Then we just met out there in Saudi, and he tell his guy to. We were at his hotel, and then he tell his guy to take us up and meet him, and we met. He was very nice. He knew me. He knew about the fight. The fight. He's a huge combat sport fan, so he knows a lot about fighting that I didn't know. He was so excited, but before then, I didn't know him.
Wow. Any truth?
I mean, we didn't know each other.
Sure, personally. Yeah. Any truth to the rumor, Francis, that when you met him, he's like, "Oh, I saw you on Ariel Helwani's show. I'm a big fan of Ariel's. What a great guy. What a great interview." Because it was like a couple of days later. Did he mention me?
Yeah, exactly.
What I thought.
He said exactly.
That's what I thought. Cristiano. What a guy.
Yeah.
What a guy. That is amazing. Did he give you any advice?
Oh, you're well known, Ariel.
Oh, thank you.
You're well known.
I felt that. I just wanted the confirmation from you that was.
No, that's true. That's
Okay.
exactly what happened.
Thank you. Did he give you any business advice about growing your brand, about going out on your own, did you talk about that, or was it just a quick conversation?
We spoke for about 40 minutes.
Wow.
Yes, he does give me some advice. For example, for what he's doing, what he has done. He told me some stuff that I can just disclose like this because I think it's personal. But yes, he gave me a lot of business advice, a lot of business perspective that he's been having, and that I'm definitely taking some of them in consideration.
I love it. So you're having fun, you're fielding phone calls, you're fielding offers, everyone wants to talk to you. They're coming to me to talk to you. Somehow I'm, like your guy, I'm very happy at times to do that. It's a great time. Life is good.
Life is good. I think life is about perspective. Life is about how we approach it, how you see it, You have to always be grateful. The other day I went to visit the hospital out here, and then I see a lot of people at the hospital, and then I'm like, what do I really want? I have everything. I have health. I should be grateful. You should wake up every day and be grateful by just being healthy.
Right. Oh, beautiful perspective.
Yeah.
Is that why you're wearing that shirt, by the way? Grateful for the grind?
Also, it's Gymshark. I think they just made this for me. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, it speaks to your mentality right now, right? Like in some ways it's a grind. You have to figure out your next step. There's conversations, there's decisions, there's pitches, but you got to enjoy the journey, right? This is the fun. One day you're going to be an old man. No one's going to want to talk to you. You're going to be 80 years old. You're going to be wishing that you were in this spot, right?
No, I'll be fine. If
All right,
nobody
fine.
wanted to talk to me, I'll be fine. Don't you worry. But yes.
Unbelievable. All right.
Yes.
So we're close.
I mean, you have to enjoy. You have to enjoy the process. Basically, like when all the outcome are all good outcome, there is all reason to be happy and to enjoy it.
Yes.
To be grateful about it.
A last thing for you, your good friend Kamaru Usman, is he going to get it done on Saturday? What do you think? What are you feeling?
Well, I think he's going to get it done. He has a lot of, he reflects a lot about his last loss, which was the fight that he literally like won the fight. But you know what's happened in the fight business, last minute, he lost. So I think he's going to go out there this week and this Saturday and get the job done.
Yeah.
As always.
It's amazing. Very recently, people were saying, oh, look at the three kings, right? You're gone. Izzy lost his belt. Usman lost his belt. In the span of a month, we may get Usman champ again, Izzy champ again, and you fighting Deontay Wilder. Like, what a difference, right?
Listen, and even if, let's say this, it ends like this and nothing happened again, we have done it. We came from a humble beginning. We make our way there. We wrote our history, and it's gonna stay. That's what it is. The rest is an extra. You know, we have done it. That's what matters. We're gonna tell this to our kids, and even those people that are saying that, they're gonna sit back 20, 30 years from now, and they're gonna tell that story for their kids. Like once, it was a tricking.
Yeah, I love it. Francis, so much respect for you, my friend. All the best as you navigate this. And I can't wait for you to come on the show and break the news to the world when you signed to fight Deontay Wilder. That's going to be great.
Okay.
You're the man, Francis. Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Please say hello, bon courage to everyone in Cameroon, from me to them. I love it over there. I hope, I used to have a Cameroon jersey, by the way, a soccer jersey. So one day I'd love, if you fight there, I'm going to come and I want to witness it in person.
I will ship one soccer jersey to you.
Whoosh. That would be great. What an honor. Thank you, Francis. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, my friend. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Talk to you, Ariel.
All right. There he is, the man, Francis Ngannou, le prédateur. Wow, we get a Francis jersey up in this. Sheesh.
That would be exciting.
Oh my gosh. What is going on? Oh, all right. Lots of things happening here. By the way, Frank, you know what's funny, Frank? You asked me earlier, is Francis going to break some news? I was like, no, we're just checking in with old Francis.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's dropping bombs left and right.
I know.
PFL 1, close to Deontay, going solo, no promoter. What a guy. That was tremendous. I'm very excited about this. I'm all in on Francis versus Deontay. Sign me up. Where do I sign up for that? Where do I sign up for that? All right. In a matter of moments here, we're going to be joined by our final guest. We still have the rest of On the Nose to come. We still have our bets for 286, preview from GC, Parlay Pals, and whatnot. But, you know, a few months ago, we had Joe Markowski in studio, who's the CEO of DAZN North America. And, you know, they're doing big things. Obviously, they have been doing big things in the world of boxing with the likes of Matchroom, Golden Boy, the Taylor fight last year, which was just nominated for Event of the Year by SBJ, which is a huge, huge honor. Not only that, I mean, all kinds of big events with Canelo and, you know, they were going to do the Ben Eubank fight. I mean, there's a big fight, it seems, on DAZN. I was watching Lee Wood a couple of weekends ago in Nottingham. Almost every weekend, they've got the Misfits stuff going on. But I asked him, if you recall, what about the MMA game? What about the sport of mixed martial arts? They were in with Bellator, then they were out. And then ever since then, they're all the way back in, to the point where we just had Dan Hardy on, PFL Europe announcement. They're with Octagon. They've got the DAZN MMA show. They've got a lot of stuff in the world of MMA in addition to all the boxing stuff. And so I wanted to have him back on to talk about all of that and a whole lot more. And so without further ado, I do believe that he is here. Is he not? There he is. All right, let me take these off. Let's say hello to the great Joe Markowski, the CEO of DAZN North America. Joe,
how you doing? Good to see you.
It's lovely to see you again.
Thanks for
Welcome
having me back on.
friend.
Good to
Yes,
see you.
please have a seat. Welcome. How about that? I don't know if you heard Francis there, but that's some exciting stuff.
Yeah, he's an impressive guy. As you say, he's fielding a lot of calls at the moment.
Yes,
as he should be. Yeah, but we watch with him with interest where he goes next.
Have you guys talked to him? I mean, you would leave that up to Eddie and co, right?
We'd leave any conversations with fighters up to our promotional partners. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're interested in seeing what he does, and we'll take calls as and when it makes sense to.
Okay, so a lot of exciting things in the world of DAZN. Again, thank you for coming back in. I think when you were on was around Taylor Serrano, right?
Yeah. Almost a year ago.
Yes, crazy, right? What is it, March 15th, April 30th, right over there, which is bizarre. And you just announced the Taylor fight, which I want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
But we have to talk about MMA because we just had Dan Hardy on.
Yeah, I saw.
To announce that he's going to be the head of fighter operations for PFL Europe. You've got the 4 events starting March 25th in Newcastle.
Yeah.
But it's not just PFL Europe. I saw the Octagon deal. He told me about the new DAZN MMA show. What changed from when we spoke here? Because really, when we spoke last year, correct me if I'm wrong, like you guys were kind of happy to not be in the MMA business. Like you were like, yeah, you know, we're kind of looking at things, but there were no real solid plans. Am I wrong?
No, we've always kept an eye on opportunities to broaden our content portfolio in all the markets we play in, including obviously North America. We took a decision during COVID to sort of really focus on our boxing business and make sure we stabilized our business and put it back in a healthy spot. We always had an eye on new content opportunities once we did that, and our business is in a good spot. Our growth is strong. Our brand is growing in the US in particular and in Canada too, as well as globally. So we're looking at new opportunities to take content on that makes sense in all of our markets, and the PFL opportunity makes sense full stop. There's some crossover with our fight sports business in boxing. It's not the only reason we're doing it. There's an opportunity we took to invest in the property as well, not just as a broadcaster, but as an investor.
With PFL?
With PFL Europe.
Interesting, okay.
And we're excited by their brand and by what they're trying to do. They're disruptive, they're fresh. They've got a particular focus on Europe, but we have a very strong business. We're a top 1 or 2 broadcaster in Germany and Italy and Spain, full stop in sport. We have much broader sports content offerings in those markets than we do in North America with soccer and motorsport and tennis and golf and other things. And the PFL opportunity was one we wanted to take, so we did.
I love it. In Europe, correct me if I'm wrong, all PFL is on DAZN, right?
Yeah,
here it's ESPN, but just PFL Europe is here. But in Europe, you're the actual broadcaster.
The main
of PFL.
broadcaster, exactly.
Wow.
Outside of North America, yeah.
And you recently announced the Octagon MMA deal. Yeah. Is that it for MMA, or are there more announcements to come?
Listen, our growth globally is really strong. We want to carry as much sports content as possible. We want to serve sports fans with as much value as we can. So we're going to, inside and outside of fight sports, we're taking opportunities to grow what we're carrying. There's lots of fight sports opportunities that we're looking at. We've been proactive on being on the front foot in saying to the fight sports promotional industry and community, bring us your content. We want to see what you've got to show us. We want to broaden the number of people that we're receiving content from. And we think we can build a very strong fight sports business built around our very strong boxing business. It's not restricted to fight sports. It's not like we're just looking at boxing and MMA, but it does make sense for us to grow from our sort of boxing roots in North America and with a global platform business that started with a load of boxing content. So we are, we're excited by adding more and more MMA content to the platform, notably the PFL.
I'm just curious. I know you have smart people working for you, and I always wonder about this because I'm a big boxing fan. Obviously, I'm a big combat fan, but I always wonder about that Venn diagram. Yeah. And actually, the more it's probably because there's so much MMA.
Yeah.
It's hard to be a fan of both, really, because it's almost every Saturday that there's a UFC. What do you think? Like, how big do you think that middle part is between MMA, boxing? Because the more I actually like live and breathe and actually talk MMA and boxing on this show, I kind of I'm sort of noticing that it's actually a lot smaller than I used to think it was. What do you think?
Well, it's particularly important to have smart people working for you when you're not particularly smart yourself. So we make sure we do that at DAZN. I think for mainstream sports fans, the crossover between those of mainstream fans who like boxing and MMA is pretty strong. People who like big fights, I think there's a big crossover.
Okay.
If you're a casual sports fan, you're primarily a soccer fan or a football fan, and you watch fights occasionally, I think big MMA and big boxing fights can capture your interest based on the strength of the narrative and the strength of the promotion. So a big Conor McGregor fight in the UFC versus a big Anthony Joshua or a Canelo fight in boxing, they engage the same sort of groups of people, I think. Probably boxing has got a broader reach globally than MMA has in that community. I think at the sort of hardcore level, there's less of a crossover than you think from a percentage perspective. There definitely is some crossover, but I think if you speak to hardcore boxing fans, they don't want to talk to you about MMA as much as you'd think.
Okay.
It's probably the same with MMA fans and boxing. I do think MMA has eaten the lunch of boxing, but maybe in the last 20 years. I think boxing's on a really strong growth trajectory now to reclaim some of that land, but there's room for both, and I think that there are fans that cross over, and I think it's not an impossible job to sell a boxing fight to an MMA fan or vice versa. I think we can build it. Them living under the same roof on DAZN increasingly, big fights from different promotions, I think will help. We see tremendous sort of engagement of new content we put onto the platform from our existing base of fans. We're quite good at serving them that content and offering it to them. So we've got responsibility, I think, to do that, and we'll see how it goes. But I think there is a distinction between MMA fans hardcore and and boxing fans hardcore.
When we spoke about a year ago, we were talking about your re-entry into the world of pay-per-view. How has that gone?
We brought it back from the dead.
Yes, yeah.
At the time, we resuscitated it. Look, we looked at it and we thought that it made sense to do it. The market, because boxing is in a healthier spot and there are more and more big fights to make, there's been lots of broadcast competition, which means the cost of rights and the cost of doing business in this space has gone up. We're not ashamed to be a business. We need to make returns on our investment. Pay-per-view used sparingly is the right model to do that. We're not going to overuse it. I think sometimes in certain markets, particularly the US, there is an overuse of pay-per-view pricing. We're committed to not doing that. We want to remain a high-value play to boxing fans in particular. We want to offer a 12-month schedule and value for money in the subscription every now and then to make fights happen, to get fights on the platform and to continue having them as part of the overall value package we're offering. We're going to need to use pay-per-view, and we'll do that occasionally, and we're starting to. But as I say, I'm proud that a year into our pay-per-view sort of the availability of that technology for us, we haven't overused it, and we're going to, the AJ fight in the UK, for example, is the first non-pay-per-view AJ fight for 8 or 9 years.
Wow.
That's on our subscription on April the 1st. So as part of an overall schedule, which we believe is the strongest in boxing, we'll occasionally use pay-per-view, but we won't overuse it.
Speaking of pay-per-view, like there were some bucket list fights that I wanted to see happen, for lack of a better word, bucket list, in 2023. At the very top was Tank Garcia.
Yeah.
Like that was everyone. And we could go on and on about it. And it's a lot of the things that I said last week. This is the fight that historically doesn't get made in boxing, right? Two young, undefeated, under 30 fighters with different broadcasters and different promoters, and basically say like, we're going to get this done. We're going to make this fight happen, right?
Yeah.
It's and like from two different demographics, but I mean, it's just everything.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to be a small part of it with Showtime. I'm like, I thank the gods because I wanted to be in any way, I told you this, possible. Could I ask, I mean, just saying it seems daunting. How difficult was it to put this deal together? The two different networks, the two different promoters, all that stuff. How difficult was it?
It took some time, but I think it shows that the desire was there on both sides. I think both sides, or the multiple sides involved, the multiple parties involved, had opportunities to throw their toys out of the pram and walk away at any given moment during the 6 or 7 months of negotiations. I applaud Stephen Espinosa at Showtime for taking my call and engaging in the conversation. Neither of us had to do that, but we both showed a desire to do that. Golden Boy, our promotional partners who obviously represent Ryan Garcia, Tank's team, there are a number of parties involved. It took some time. There were bumps in the road, but we all, I think, realised that we had a responsibility to the sport and to our own businesses to make that fight happen. The alternative was they both fought someone else on their respective platforms, and it wasn't as an attractive proposition for either side. So I think when that's the reality, there's an added incentive to do it. There were some terms that got worked out. We're happy with the deal. I think Showtime are happy with the deal. I think the fighters are really excited. The promoters are really excited. So now the attention just turns to collectively working together to deliver the biggest possible event we can. And I think the date's great. It's part of a blockbuster schedule for us in the US. Starts with AJ on the 1st of April from the UK. That's a big fight here. You've got 22nd of April, Tank Garcia. You've got Canelo on May the 6th. You've got Taylor Cameron on May the 20th. I'm going to keep adding to that into the summer months too. So we're really excited. We think we've got a very strong engine and marketing platform in the US for boxing now. And I think we can be a major sort of mouthpiece for that fight going into mid-April. It's exciting.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, Showtime is producing this, but it's also DAZN pay-per-view, correct?
Yeah.
How do you end up there? Because like I remember back in the day, Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson fought, and there was an HBO feed and there was a Showtime feed. Was there ever any talk of that? How do you end up in a spot?
I just think that's inefficient.
Yeah.
We don't need to have different feeds going out. We're comfortable taking. Showtime do a great job on production. So do we. We're happy to take that production, broadcast it to our audience, sell it to our audience. We'll heavily promote it. The great thing about this fight is that you've got all the big mouthpieces in boxing talking about it. No one's going to be trying to ignore it.
Sure.
No one's going to try and play it down or counter-program it.
Right.
It's a fantastic fight, and all of boxing will be focused on it. Showtime have a tremendous marketing platform, so did DAZN, and everyone involved in our ecosystems, be it talent or promoters or fighters, will be focused and locked in promoting it. And I think when you have those ingredients, that's what you need for boxing to cut through the noise and to reach as many households in the US as possible. I think there are a few fights in the US that have the potential to do a 7-figure number of pay-per-view buys. This is definitely one of them. We're going to play our part in making that happen.
If there's a rematch, an immediate rematch, would it be you guys broadcasting it and them taking it?
There are various scenarios. There's like contractual nuances based on what happens, but yeah, we're comfortable with all of that, and that was part of the negotiation. We're slightly more team Ryan. Not ashamed to admit that.
Yeah,
because
of course.
Ryan's
actually that kind of makes it fun, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone's very transparent about their allegiances.
Yeah, I'm sure Stephen wants Tank to win.
Sure.
I want Ryan to win because Ryan's a DAZN ambassador, spokesperson, and we have him via Golden Boy under a broadcast arrangement. I applaud everyone involved. I think it could have been easy for us or for anyone involved to say, this is too much like hard work. We don't need to do this. We can make decent money doing something else. But I think if boxing doesn't do this, boxing risks becoming less relevant because there's nothing that's going to turn fans off than the big events not happening. In no other sport does Manchester United not play Barcelona in the Champions League final because they can't work out commercial terms. It doesn't work like that anywhere else. Even Nottingham Forest won a couple of Champions League the original European Championship.
79, 80, I remember
This is a unique problem in boxing, and I think we've made a statement publicly that we want to try and be a part of the solution. We've probably been part of the problem historically, given our exclusive relationships with fighters. But as we've got more mature in the boxing business, we're 5 or 6 years in as a boxing-focused broadcaster, we recognise that we have a responsibility to invest in covering the full sport. We do that with the DAZN boxing show. We'll do that with the DAZN MMA show. We also have a responsibility in our deal making to find ways to make big fights happen. And I think we want to continue working with that front of mind. If that means we have to trade, a fighter goes off platform, we get a fighter from a different stable coming on platform, we're open to that. We're open to sharing rights in the way we are for Tank Garcia. We're open to producing and distributing like Showtime are for DAZN, but the other way around. We're open to all of it. And I think boxing needs that sort of pragmatism and commercial flexibility if it wants to keep driving engagement with new fans. What's really exciting about the YouTube and crossover boxing phenomenon, which not all of your audience are going to like, it's definitely engaging young fans in boxing. We recently announced a deal with Overtime, who are one of the leading sort of platforms for youth sports engagement in the US, and that sort of Gen Z generation engaging with sports content. The patterns of their behavior are so different to my generation or your generation. Sadly, we're no longer the young people. Yeah. We are seeing huge growth amongst that base of fans in boxing. They love boxing, they love the beefs, they love the narratives, they love the fact it gets settled in one night and the respect that follows. Boxing has an opportunity with that audience to keep growing and leverage the fact that some of the biggest marketeers of that generation have chosen to do boxing. Ryan Garcia and Tank are from that generation.
Right.
They have an audience with that generation, and they've made a deal that will reach that generation and beyond. So I think boxing has an opportunity. If it doesn't take it, there are risks attached to that, and I don't want to be part of the reason that happens. I want to be part of the solution for why it doesn't.
So let's talk more about that. Misfits Boxing, a big part of your stable, right? KSI and company. Thus far, I think the first one was in late August, right? Just had a recent one. What do you make of how it's going with KSI and his team, Mams Taylor and company? Mams
Taylor and Callis Outland and the crew are great. I was with them last week on a ranch outside Nashville for a relatively obscure strategy away day, but that's another story altogether.
All right.
Yeah, look, it's great. We are super excited about it. I think pre-COVID, 2019, November, we gave birth to big time crossover boxing with KSI, Logan Paul 2.
Yeah.
That was a tremendous success for us. It was before the launch of our UK and global business. And we looked at it and thought if we'd had a global platform live and a UK business live, that would have been even more of a success. We now have both of those things. The US and the UK are the home of those sort of that phenomenon of crossover YouTube boxing. We learned a few things in that process. We tried to mix what I'd call real boxing, core boxing, with crossover celebrity boxing. I'm not sure that's the right way to do it. I think you need to separate the two products. So we've done that, and we've invested in our own promotion, really, which is the X series with Misfits. We've seen tremendous success with it. It's a completely different demographic of fans. It's that new, younger audience. It's new subscribers for us. It's new revenue for us, and it's a new product on our offering that is really fun. And we're testing and learning with it. We're taking new formats and format innovations. So we had a tag team fight on the most recent card. We've had KSI fight twice in one night. We've had a mystery opponent revealed during the ring walk. This is the stuff that cuts through. It's sports entertainment, and there's ingredients from WWE. There's ingredients from an inspiration from boxing, from MMA, from entertainment television, from music. Sport sometimes forgets that it's entertainment, and sometimes sport takes itself too seriously. Clearly, we're going to take it seriously from a promotional perspective and a health and safety perspective and an operational perspective, but also we want to have some fun with it and tailor it in a way that reaches the next generation in the best possible way. I'm going to do so unashamedly. We're not reducing our investment in real boxing or real fight sports. In fact, the opposite. We're increasing our investment and increasing the volume of shows. This is a different thing that serves a different purpose and reaches a different generation of fans. In doing so, it's definitely starting to bleed those fans into being hardcore boxing fans. They will watch Garcia tank on DAZN as a result in higher numbers than they would have done otherwise. So it's good for the sport, and I think it's good for our business. And I love working with KSI. He's a fantastic business person.
Your response to the people who say like this is ruining boxing and the tag, like it's one thing to do the influencer, but like the tag team stuff is a little too crazy. I saw some comments from the British Boxing Board of Control. Like it feels like people are starting to wanting to draw a line. Like, okay, this is too crazy. Do you have any response to that?
I think I understand the hardcore boxing fan position. Some of them, I've actually been surprised by how many messages of support I've had from people I didn't expect.
Oh wow.
Supporting
like people in boxing or
like proper boxing people.
Wow.
Eddie Hearn, my good friend, finds it hilarious and he enjoys it. I've had messages from Ludabella and other people saying this is working, this is what the sport needs. I hope they don't mind me saying that. I think clearly it needs to be managed properly. It can't go too insane. It's not a traveling circus. There's clearly health and safety considerations that are absolutely at the front of our thinking and of our preparation for all the events. It's well governed. There's strong refereeing. There's rules. The fighters are well aware. These people are entertainers. They perform. They get what they're doing, and it's fun. And I think as long as we stay true to our commitment to real boxing and real fight sports, which we are, then I see no reason why we can't do both.
Okay. Jake Paul just lost. I know it was like a one-off for him with ESPN. Are you guys interested in his next fight? Are you talking to them?
We've worked with Jake a number of times. We're always in conversation with Nikisa and Jake. We'll see what he wants to do next. I think they're planning their options.
It's like Jake versus KSI is the fight.
Yeah, that's an obvious one that will happen at some point soon.
It's like Jake versus Floyd.
Don't know.
Shoot me in the head. No thanks.
I'm focused on the fights that I know we can make. I think Jake KSI would be the masterpiece of crossover boxing.
Right.
At the right time,
that's like the one.
And I think everyone involved in that knows that and wants it to happen. And I think it's probably not a million miles away from happening. I don't necessarily think it happens next, but I think in the next 12 months, that fight is definitely something we're considering. That is a huge sort of stopping traffic moment, I think, on both sides of the pond and globally. They're both huge audiences. The internet stops for that fight in a way that we probably haven't seen since KSI Logan Paul 2, which is super exciting for a business that's invested in that space and has relationships with both guys. We're going to be involved in that in some capacity, and we're excited about it.
Do you still have any kind of relationship with Logan? Because he keeps hinting at wanting to fight again.
Logan's a busy guy.
Yeah.
He's doing his Prime. I see you got some Prime over here. He's doing his WWE stuff. He wants to box, but I think he'll take his time and wait for the right moment. We're in regular dialogue with him and his team, and he knows that we'd love to keep working with him if we can.
By the way, what about pro wrestling? I know you have Impact, right?
AEW as well.
AEW, yes. Is there a path to more pro wrestling? Like, is there?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think there's DAZN as a platform. I think sometimes in the US and the UK, or North America and the UK, well, I imagine the majority of your audience is coming from, there is a perception that DAZN is just this boxing business. Our boxing business is big, but it's a minority part of our overall business. We're a sports broadcaster. We want to be an innovative sports broadcaster. We want to be a platform, a destination for all things sport. And I think we're talking to every major rights holder on the planet. We've announced a 10-year deal with the NFL globally outside of North America. That is really exciting. We're a long-term partner of the NFL's in Canada. So I think as we grow our business, as we get our business purring more and more, you're going to see us take more and more content from inside and outside of fight sports in markets all around the world. And I think that's tremendously exciting. After 7 years of pushing this thing, it's starting to really move, and it's great. It's exciting.
I love the boxing content. I'm very happy that you're in the MMA business once again. You know, it's my favorite content on DAZN.
What's that? The darts.
The darts is just, I mean,
I think Barry Hearn and Eddie Hearn, I think, are going to pay you lots of money to be the face of darts North America.
The stuff that we've done with the darts, I mean, I don't know if you saw KSI and I mean, Michael Rappaport was incredible theater. Can I just be honest? And maybe I wasn't looking. My friend PT Carroll was telling me about the Ali Pally, and he's like, you got to watch. I didn't know that it was on DAZN, and I don't know how I missed that. Then it was actually Barry Hearn that tells me on Twitter. I don't know if it was really him tweeting, but I'm going to believe.
He does his own tweets.
Wow, okay. And then
He's savvy on Twitter.
I'm locked in. I was watching, you know, the Bully Boy and all that. I was watching it live when it happened. And now I'm watching Premier League. Like I'm watching on Thursdays. I'm watching it.
Right.
Why isn't it bigger here? Why is it so big there? And I know it's coming to MSG, and I'm going to be there June 2nd and 3rd. I think it is.
Yeah.
How do we get it? Like the scenes there? I mean, they're selling out the 3 Arena and all.
They
this
will,
stuff.
and they'll set out MSG.
You think so?
They will, because especially because there's a big international audience in New York for it, and it's a great night out, right?
It's
and
amazing.
That's what Barry has done in particular, and Matt Porter and the guys at the PDC have done particularly well. They've made a sport that wasn't high profile in the UK a fun night out, and that's what I talk about when sports becoming entertainment. A large part of the appeal of going to a darts event is the fun you have there. The sport is core to it. They're super skilled at what they do, but it's the whole thing. It's like a festival, and it's a fun time. That's what I mean when sport needs to think about itself as an entertainment product. You look at what the F1 have done, and they've been very successful festivalizing their events.
Yes.
And it's a weekend of parties and live music and celebration. The Super Bowl is like that a little bit. Obviously, it's an elite product, but I think sport needs to embrace stuff like that if it's to continue growing, and because it's competing now with not only other sport, it's competing with whatever the internet is producing for entertainment purposes. And I think particularly for the young generation who've grown up with 150,000 things on the internet being available for them to consume as entertainment, that's very different to what you and I grew up in. And so that the risk that sport is diluted as one of the entertainment options is very real. I think sport needs to broaden what it thinks it is in its approach to fans. Sports products and sports broadcast products need to play their own role in doing that. So we look at our product, we look at how you consume sport on our platform, how you engage with other sports fans in doing so, how you gamble in a fun, low-cost way, low-risk way, how you buy your tickets and your merchandise, and how you play games and socialize with other sports fans. No platform in broadcasting is really doing that on a global basis apart from DAZN. So that is what we are trying to build. We're calling it a destination platform. And as part of that, making the experience fun and more engaging and more interactive and more sociable will not only make for a better business for us, it will make the experience of consuming sport better for fans. And I think that's what streaming products should do, and that's what we're going to try and do.
So this is all very fun stuff and positive stuff. Like a week like Eubank and Ben a few months ago. Like
less fun.
How was that week for you? Like how do you deal with that kind of stress? That seemed like a nightmare of a week.
It wasn't the best week. Obviously, we're in the UK. It's a really hard situation for everyone involved. There's information becoming available on very short notice that is, tough to deal with. You're making big decisions. You're waiting for decisions and positions to be taken from external stakeholders. It was a real shame because that event was building to be huge. For the UK, probably not dissimilar in terms of hype as Garcia Tank. It's a similar, for different reasons, but it's a similarly sort of high profile event. We had a multi-million-dollar marketing campaign. We had billboards in London and big cities of the UK promoting it. It was a big sort of coming out moment for DAZN in the UK. I think the right decision in the end was taken. We'll see what happens in terms of that fight being made again in the future. Clearly, Conor's going through his own process, which is, independent of DAZN, and we'll await the outcome of that before we make any decisions. But it's a shame, and I think, for all the positive moves we've made in boxing and making fights happen and moving mountains to do so, we want as few of those kind of incidents as possible, because clearly it's not great for the sport if that happens regularly. It doesn't, thank God. But it was it was a tough week.
Yeah, I mean, you're 32, 33?
I'm 35 yesterday, actually.
35.
It's concerning.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Listen, I'm 40, so, I feel equally concerned. Like, you seem like a pretty chill guy. I hear from everyone, the business of boxing will age you, right?
Yeah.
Is it as tough? Is it, cutthroat, all these things that we hear?
I was at dinner with some friends last night for my birthday who showed me photos of my first week in New York, which was 5 years ago this week as well. And yeah, I think boxing has aged me.
You really feel that way?
It's a fun sport. You're hands-on a lot of the time, and more so than you are with other sports properties. If you're working in soccer or the NFL, you know what the schedule is 6 months at a time, 8 months at a time. You're given a very nice PDF document with a schedule from a very, centrally governed organization. In boxing, it's more like malleable. You're involved, you're talking to promoters. There's different considerations, is a polite word for putting it. But it's fun. And when you get it right, it's super rewarding, both from a business and a personal perspective. So, look, we love our boxing business. We've been on a journey with it. It's becoming more and more successful. It's becoming more and more global. We're becoming more and more seen as the home of boxing. Fans expect big fights to happen on DAZN. We see that regularly now with even fights we don't have. People come and think they're on DAZN before they realise. So that's good for our brand. It's a noisy part of our business. It's not the biggest part of our business. Our business is led by soccer in most of the markets we're in. But it's a fun part of our business, and one that I'm particularly fond of because of the work we've done on it for the last 5 years. It's a great, fun part of our business. And because it's so different, like, just curious, you have a situation where you think you're getting Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano too, and then Serrano says, I'm injured, I can't do it. At that point, I'm just curious, like, how involved does DAZN or you get in, hey, can we still keep this date? Yeah, we're very involved in that. You are very involved, okay. Involved in that, okay. Yeah. And that's what I mean by you're more hands-on than you are. Okay. It's not just like, hey, Eddie, let us know when you decide? No. Okay. It's much more hands-on because we're a major part of the economics of the events. So we've got a seat at the table in decision-making, a very active one. As a result, we've built very strong relationships with the likes of Eddie and Eric Gomez at Golden Boy and the various promoters in the market. What I think is great now is things like Tank Garcia, because of the position taken by broadcasters. I think broadcasters do have a responsibility to say, guys, play nice, make these fights happen, and here's why, and there's a reason and an incentive to do that. It is like herding cats a little bit sometimes in a fun way. I think broadcasters have a responsibility to say, we want this to happen, we're willing to pay X to make it happen. That's in all your interest. Please, let's sit around a table and make these fights happen. You have to be somewhat fluid. You have to be somewhat flexible. If a fighter gets injured or there is some reason to move an event, you do, if it makes sense. But we are increasingly smart at how our business works and what our subscribers want and when we want those fights to happen. And that shapes, it's a puzzle, and you put it together and it generally works. So I'm not just saying it because it's happening, but I said it on Monday. I said it to some friends of mine in Ireland. I'm looking forward to this Katie Taylor fight more than the rematch because I saw the first fight and it was great. And of course, I'd love to see it again, of course. And it's not just because I'm a huge Katie Taylor fan. The idea of her moving up, undefeated versus undefeated, undisputed versus undisputed, going up to try to get a whole other set of belts, and the homecoming all together. This isn't just some random fight in London or something. Like, this feels like a big freaking deal. Are you happy? I mean, obviously everyone was hoping for the first fight, but we were also hoping for the rematch at Croke. And then Croke didn't happen, and that's cool. Just her fighting back home, to me, is special enough. Yeah. How do you feel about how everything, shaked out? I think the first fight, Taylor Serrano, it transcended boxing. It transcended sport and became a bit of a moment in time for equality in sport, actually. And I think it meant more to the fans watching it, or a portion of the fans watching it, than just a boxing match. I think Taylor going home to Ireland for different reasons has a similar feel. She's an icon. She hasn't fought there ever as a professional. What she means to Irish fight fans, what she means for Irish people is huge. She's got an audience that most fighters don't ever reach in terms of how transcendent their stardom is. So I think there's huge elements there. The other thing to say is it doesn't mean Taylor Serrano 2 won't happen. It's just not going to happen right now. Everyone wants to make that fight happen, and as soon as Amanda's back fit, then there'll be conversations about that. So I'm very excited about it. I think I'm excited about the spring schedule we're putting together. That's definitely a marquee of it. I think it sort of kicks off properly April 1st with AJ. And we're through a very strong April, as I mentioned, into a strong May, and we're going to continue making some announcements into June and July in the core boxing space and the crossover boxing space. And in doing so, we're going to keep, motoring ahead and growing our boxing business. So, I'm excited about it. I think Katie Taylor deserves all the accolades she's getting. She deserves the opportunity to go home and showcase in front of her fans. And hopefully she does it a couple more times with the Serrano rematch too.
Based on what you think we ever see her fight at Croke?
Let's see. I think I think sometimes fans don't appreciate the numerous considerations that promoters and broadcasters have to take into account. It's not as simple as saying that would be iconic, that would be historic, let's make it happen.
Yeah.
There is a number of, you're talking about multiple businesses coming together here to make something happen. Maybe, let's see. The economics need to make sense and the timing needs to make sense. And, it's not like the US where you've always got weather somewhere in the country with a stadium that makes sense. You've got a few months a year whether you can host an outdoor fight. So let's see. But as I say, Taylor Serrano 2 will happen at some point soon.
Where do you think we're headed as far? I would imagine part of your job is to try to foresee the future. Where are we going here? Like, is we're clearly
as a nation, or
no. Streaming, all that. Like, we're clearly in the the OTT era, and it seems like we're going more and more into that. Do you foresee a big change coming in the next few months, next few years? What are you sensing?
I see, it sort of speaks to what I spoke about earlier. I see a world in which what it means to consume sports content on a streaming platform is not how the public currently experience it. I think it becomes a much more multifaceted experience with content, live and on-demand content being central to it, but not the only thing going on. I think there will be an aggregation of different elements of fandom around a platform. If I think about myself as a sports fan, I think, do I watch content? Yes. Do I read news? Do I read gossip? Do I contribute my opinion to that gossip and that opinion? Yes, I do. Do I buy tickets? Do I buy merchandise? Do I gamble occasionally, responsibly? Always, yes. Do I speak to my friends? Do I want to watch multiple things at the same time? Do I want to watch content on a second screen whilst I'm watching something on a big screen? All of those things I do. And I do them currently on a multitude of platforms in a not particularly well aggregated way. The vision of streaming that we have, and we call it a destination platform, is to aggregate all of those things in one environment under a single product suite and make it as fluid and as engaging an experience as it can be. And I think if we can do that on a global scale, we're the only sports broadcaster, digital sports broadcaster operating truly globally in 200 plus markets of the world. We can build a pretty successful business around that, given the scale of engagement and spend there is from sports fans around the world. Spending to watch content is one part of being a sports fan. It's not the only thing. And I think we need to build a business that is broader than that, and aggregating different touch points that fans have to do that. And I think top line, that's where the industry is going. And I think you'll start seeing products that aggregate all of those different things under one roof or a suite of products. That's where I see sports broadcasting going.
Just yesterday, big announcement. Canelo's back, May 6th. Another homecoming, which is going to be tremendous. He hasn't fought there in over a decade. 55,000 or so people expected. Cinco de Mayo weekend, all this stuff. Is Canelo your biggest star on DAZN right now? Like, is he? I'm sure you have those numbers, right? Like, who the fans watch the most on your platform?
Consistently in the US, Canelo is the biggest draw. Yeah, for sure. AJ in the UK, his first fight in the UK we have on April the 1st.
Yeah.
Another homecoming of sorts, him at the O2, which is where he started his
against Jermaine Franklin
journey. So yes, Canelo is, AJ is. I think we're building a roster of superstars on DAZN, and I think AJ's one, Canelo's one, Katie Taylor's one, KSI is a different kind of one.
Yeah.
But we have big name fighters who drive big audiences. Canelo is consistently doing that.
So this is a big one.
Big one. Cinco de Mayo weekend, Canelo Alvarez, pay-per-view boxing is a big
institution.
thing.
And this is pay-per-view.
Yes, pay-per-view in the US.
Canelo always has to be pay-per-view.
In the US, he's a pay-per-view fighter.
Right. Are you in Mexico?
We are in Mexico. We carry non-exclusive rights to Canelo's fight in Mexico. He has a free-to-air partner down there, TV Azteca.
Oh, wow.
But we are working in collaboration with them to deliver this. And I think, Canelo fighting in Mexico is transcendent as well. It reaches Mexican Americans and Mexican people in a different way to just being a boxing fight. It's Cinco de Mayo. He's fighting in his home state in Guadalajara. That's super exciting for Mexican fight fans and Mexican people. So we're gonna promote that.
Very exciting stuff. I'm a big fan, as you know. Delighted that the Tank Garcia fight was made. Last week was great. Even Tank showing up 90 minutes late. Maybe for the broadcasters it was annoying, but like I
enjoyed it.
Yes.
I wasn't personally there, so I enjoyed watching it. I also enjoyed what he was wearing.
Oh my God! Both days, both guys.
I've got a pair of those Oakley sunglasses.
You do
for hiking. I don't look anywhere near as good in them as he does.
No,
so.
the whole fit was tremendous.
Yeah,
I don't know if they were shorts or short pants that he was wearing. The purse was great, and then the next day, the theater of Ryan waiting for him to show up. All of it was fantastic.
And I saw you sort of shit stirring that from the studio. I enjoyed that.
You call that shit stirring, I call that journalism.
Doing your job. I agree.
Journalism.
I agree. It's new age journalism.
I was just trying to get an update on where he was. So that's April 22nd, as you said. Anthony Joshua, April 1st. Katie Taylor on May 20th. And a whole host of other things to come. Now, one thing that we love to do, as I said earlier, I love the darts.
Oh, yeah? We're doing that, are we? Okay, sure.
Were you expecting
I wasn't expecting to play darts, but I'll play darts.
Why not? I mean, you seem a little reluctant.
I'm not reluctant at all. How good are you?
I mean, I feel like the only times I ever play is on camera
against Brits on camera in your studio.
And by the way, I smoked Eddie Hearn.
Did you?
I smoked him.
He literally owns the darts.
He does, and I still beat him.
Well, he's set to inherit the darts, actually.
I've beaten everyone. Oh, we have the Sky Nicholson, by the way, a 93. Okay. It's 3, by the way. It's 3. She smoked me.
Well, 120's the 180, sorry.
180
is the top. Yeah.
She said she had never thrown a dart in her life, and she got a 93.
Eddie's 23. I'll say this.
Is that shocking?
It's pathetic.
It's pathetic.
Yeah. For a guy who literally owns the sponsor property, he owns the rights holder.
I was shocked.
That's not great.
Chael Sonnen got a 40. As you see, I killed him. KSI, we had the back-to-back. He wanted the instant rematch. Michael Rappaport got a 0, so you can't do worse than that.
He missed the board, did he?
Totally missed the board, and then got 2 off the board. And then we had a controversy with Jack Shore on Monday. It's currently being ruled as a no contest. So wanted to go head-to-head with you.
If you want a view of how much boxing has aged me, the photo you've just shown there is a good example.
What year is that from?
It's 2019, I think, probably. 18, 19.
Just what, 3-4 years ago?
Yeah. It's not quite as bad as the US president pre and post office, but
Obama.
It's not a million miles off
Saw
that.
the Obama one,
exactly.
Do you play darts?
Not actively, but I have played
You have?
darts.
I mean, every British person has.
In any pub, there's a darts board,
Are you nervous?
No.
I want to propose a bet. You said you're a gambling man.
Okay.
So you could throw one back at me.
Okay. I bet you $50 I beat you.
$50, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Do you have Venmo?
Yes, of
Okay,
course.
good. Okay.
If I beat you, I'm a part of the Katie Taylor broadcast on May 20th. In some way, shape, or form. Are you prepared to make that bet? If not, I have to pay you $50.
I will find a way to involve you in some capacity.
Am I putting you on the spot here?
No.
I've already made it known that I want to be a part
that
of
the DAZN legal team may see this and have some questions.
Oh, is that okay? I don't want that.
No, I'm joking.
I don't want that. Okay.
$50 and that as well.
Okay.
Fine. Good.
Let's do it.
Good.
Let's do it. All right. Now, this is fun. I'm a little nervous now because of all of this.
Well, this is your career at stake now.
Yeah, I mean, geez, Louise, this is a massive opportunity. I will let you have the blue.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
And there's no practice shots, are there?
No. I always give one.
One practice shot.
Okay,
we're going. This is the oki.
Now,
this is called an oki. You know that?
What does that mean?
An oki. It's the line.
Oh, I didn't even see. You know way more. Just there's elements here.
Right. There's a camera and a light.
There's a light. Okay. No.
My hands have got a little bit clammier now.
Joe Markowski, CEO of DAZN.
12.
Okay,
not
12.
Great.
How do you feel about that?
I mean, not awful, but not great.
I don't think that was bad. I mean, it was better than Michael Rappaport. You feel good?
Yeah, I feel good. Am I going first?
You're going first.
Okay.
The floor is
Best
yours.
of luck.
$50 or a Katie Taylor
$50 and your career progression
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
Oh, shit.
Oh, off the board. I feel good about this.
That's not good.
No pressure, Joe.
20.
20, okay. Famous number.
21, that's not great.
Okay, wait, is that a triple one?
No, it's not.
It's a 21, okay.
That's very poor, actually.
How do you feel?
I feel like I've lost $50, actually.
No, it's not 50.
Well,
If I beat you, you get.
Okay, I was operating on the basis.
Deal, right?
Okay, fine.
You're good. Don't worry. I mean, let's be honest. Me being on the broadcast is probably a good thing, right? All right, here we go. I'm nervous. This is what I learned from Bully Boy.
You have to
He
stand.
told me to do this, yeah.
What keeps your legs straight?
I don't know why he said to do that. It actually feels a little.
You told me that after I've thrown, which I appreciate.
This is gamesmanship. All right, here we go, Joe. Me versus. And what'd you have? A 21?
21, very poor.
What is that, a 10?
Yeah.
Okay, Joe. What is that? A 13? Is that a 3?
That's a 3.
Jesus Christ.
This is tight. This is very poor quality.
This is horrible on our part.
Oh, is that a 111?
A 111.
He's just done it.
I lost.
What have you got? 16?
16?
That's extremely poor
That
darts.
is horrendous.
Also, it means you're not going to be involved in May the 20th.
Holy smokes. That might be the worst.
Should we go again?
Double or nothing?
Double or nothing.
By the way, that's the worst I've ever shot.
Yeah, me too. And I've also know this trick now with your feet.
Okay, wait. What are the stakes now? Same stakes?
Same.
Jeez Louise,
We go again.
Joe. I've just choked.
Well, I mean, I've
I
choked.
just pulled the Michael Rappaport. Now I'm nervous. Oh, God.
Is that 20?
Jeez, now you're going to kill me. I feel like you're a ringer. 29? What is that?
5.
5?
34.
34, okay, this is it. Joe, I'm so nervous right now.
You've got to beat 34.
This is Joe as well, in case you were wondering. So what is it, 34?
34. 35 to win.
35 to win. Jeez Louise, Joe. See, when you want it bad enough. Here we go, Joe. This is it for all my fans in Ireland. I can't let you down.
20?
Is that a 20? Oh, it's a 20. What did you just get? A 35?
34. You got 35 to win.
Come on, Joe, for all the fans in Ireland. Oh, did I get it?
Is that an 18?
That's an 18.
You've done it.
Let's finish here just for posterity.
Well done. Well deserved. The better man
2
won.
18s. How about that,
We
Joe?
both won.
Wow, we both won. You know who won today? The darts won.
Fight fans won.
The fight fans and the darts. Joe Markowski, you're a
Good to see you.
jet. Really appreciate it. DAZN, check them out. Big fights coming up. April 1st, the return of Anthony Joshua, and then a slew, the big one, April 22nd. Going to take a quick break. Check out my old interview with Paulo Costa, and then we'll be back in a moment. All the way from Brazil, he is the Chen killer himself. He is Borrachinha. He is the eraser. He is Paulo Costa. There he is. Oh, Paulo. So good to see you.
Very nice to see you.
How are you? Please have a seat.
Man.
Tamara, how are you? Hello.
Tamara is there.
She's in the shadows.
This
as
is
always.
my brother.
You even have your own videographer.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. What's this guy's name?
I forgot.
You don't even know his name?
Yeah, I forgot because
he's the one making all your videos.
He's new. Say your name.
We just met the other day.
Yeah.
And you're just following him around.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Because his name is not so common. He's Italian.
Okay.
Now I'm part of Italian gang from New York.
Oh, that's
you
right.
You understand?
By the way, one second.
Yeah, please. And this is Low Peak, the Italian guy. I don't believe that. How you get this? No. How you get this? This is the real one?
Go to this camera right here, guys. This is the real one. This is the secret juice.
How you get this, motherfucker? How you get this?
My friend make it for me.
Who?
In the back, Connor.
This is not the real one. This is the fake one. I have the real one. Okay, you are a nice guy.
Yeah.
You besides you try to threat me.
Yeah.
This is not the
real one. I was just telling you that I like to drink the secret juice. You were quick on the draw.
Okay, I will get this for me because this is not for everybody yet.
All right.
But I have the new one there.
Okay.
Tamara, please.
Oh, she actually has it. By the way, can we talk about my hello Tamara, how are you? Good to see you. What about
this is the fake one and the real one. So you motherfucker. This is the real one. And you see the color is different.
It looks pretty damn similar, by the way.
A little bit similar, but the secret juice become more red because I'm still, getting the real formula.
Okay.
The safety formula.
Okay.
For
legal formula.
For skinny people like you.
I'm working out lately, Paulo. Do you see it? Feel it.
Let me see.
Feel it.
Yeah, you need a lot. You need a lot of this. Okay, I will try. I will let you try a little bit. You know,
no, it's okay. I'm a bit of a germaphobe,
Yeah.
Paulo. That's the problem.
Let
Now
me
you drank
put this
mine.
Okay.
All right. Well, I thought you would appreciate that. It's so good to see you. By the way, it's hard to focus on you because you got your shirt open. It's a very sexy look that you've got one
You
button.
like this?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I'm on shape. And
Yeah, oh my gosh.
I am my all propaganda of myself.
Yes.
And the secret juice, you know, make you look like this, Ariel. You need
Tremendous.
this fuck shit.
Okay. Now, what is going on with your hat over there?
My hat?
Your hat. You've got a hat here.
I have a hat. You don't know about this? This is a Chechen gourmet hat that I stole from your friend, Shimo.
Yeah.
You know him?
Yeah. We're very good
he
friends.
has the best podcast.
Number one?
MMA, number one.
Wow. You come in my house and you say that? A bit disrespectful, no?
No, this is not because...
Was he interviewing you in
asked me.
2017 when you had no fans and couldn't speak English?
Yeah, yeah. But he told me to ask to say this for you. He
fair
said,
enough.
Ariel is my big friend, and I have the number one podcast. I will let you go to number two, but I don't agree.
Thank you.
This is the Chechen hat.
Yeah.
Take this.
Thank you.
Look this.
It's a great hat. Oh, wow. There he is. There's Khamzat right there going to sleep. This is you, I think, burying Khamzat.
Yeah.
This was his hat?
Yes, his hat.
This would look very nice in our studio. Look at all the great memorabilia we have here.
You want to add this hat here?
No, it's okay. I think you like this hat very much.
Yeah, man. Look, I need to. I don't stole for always.
He left it there
for forever. I need to give him back, but he need to come back. He need to meet me to get back.
Did you see him in Vegas?
One time, just one time.
No, I know that time, but afterwards, have you? Because you were there.
No, after.
Oh, no.
No.
Never?
He was scared. He hiding.
I saw you with Li Jingliang.
I saw Li.
This guy, he's got nice style, huh? I mean, like the
nice
shorts,
style,
the
yeah.
shirt.
Yeah, very nice style. Very nice style. Lee is a good guy. My friend of mine. You like him?
I love him.
I love him.
He's one of my
too.
favorite guys.
Yeah.
I like the glasses that you were wearing at the Contender Series. It said "robbed" on it. Did you put that in there?
No.
That was Photoshop.
Oh, okay. The lights.
Yeah.
Oh, I put this.
Oh, it's real?
It's for real.
It wasn't meme?
No, meme.
Okay.
This is real. I'm so happy to be here, my friend. Sorry.
What, are you leaving?
No, not yet.
Okay. Not yet.
If you want to keep this,
yes, that would be great.
Yeah, maybe we need to schedule with Chechen.
Okay.
To he come back because I don't like to steal something from
Okay,
somebody.
fair enough.
Yeah. But you can keep this
it?
for a while. Yeah. Just smell before. Just smell this before because I put some fragrance.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh, it's nice?
Yeah. Look.
Oh, it's nice.
It's nice?
Yeah.
I think so.
This is like the Luke Huckhold fragrance.
Oh, yeah?
Lauren.
Oh,
It sounds
you know.
so like,
I know everything, man.
What a sight this is.
This guy is so smart. Huh?
Yeah. No, I was looking at the screen. Look how good we look.
Oh, there.
No, this one. Look how good we look.
Who?
Me and you.
Oh, yeah. What to think about to be I can be part of this for.
I mean, this is fantastic.
For whole.
This is a lot different. The last time you were here, you were a little bit nervous, shy.
I'm nervous.
You're nervous right now?
I'm nervous.
Come on.
I am.
You have fought in front of thousands of people.
You are my idol. What I can do?
Why are you in New York, by the way?
I'm in New York to. I came to watch
Come closer.
Here.
So we can see you. Yeah.
Okay. I came in New York to watch my friend Giovanni. He's a boxer fighter.
Okay.
And he fought in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Queens of Brooklyn. Brooklyn, yeah. So I came to watch him.
How'd it go?
He did very nice. He beat
won?
the guy. He won by unanimous. But
So you came all the way just to see him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, my friend.
Where are you staying?
I'm staying in Manhattan, Freehand Hotel.
Okay. Is it nice hotel?
It's close to Madison Square Garden, right, Tamar?
Yeah. Nice.
It's very, very nice place.
Nice, yeah. And the people of New York showing you love?
A lot.
Yeah. People coming up to you?
I love this city energy.
Yeah.
I think, it's a big city.
Right.
Maybe the biggest of the world.
Right.
And I feel the people is so busy here because they want to develop themselves, to get better things. And I feel good when I came here. I feel this city has a lot of power,
What a time that was with Paulo Costa in studio. You'll recall afterwards, he shaved Nurkic's head. That was tremendous. I enjoyed that very much. You can see that whole interview, him shirtless in studio, on our YouTube page. What an impressive guy Joe Markowski is. 35. I mean, so well dressed, very tall. And how about me coming? I mean, they might have to change my last name to Ariel Clutch, or at least my nickname to Ariel Clutch Helwani. I bottled it. And then he gave me the opportunity, fair play to him, to run it back. And then I came freaking in the clutch. So Ireland, I don't know if you saw that, but your boy's coming home. Not only a homecoming for Katie Taylor, dare I say an even bigger homecoming for Helwani. First time since 2014. You think he's going to make it happen? Do you think he's going to stay true to his word, GC?
It's going to happen.
Oh, Frank even chimes in. Thank you. I guess GC doesn't think it's going to happen.
Can't be bothered.
I mean, I guess I just didn't have to answer that.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was big. Do you think it was a dick move on my part to put him on the spot like that?
No, I mean, that's how you make business moves. Could have used the free, DAZN subscription.
Yeah, it was between that or the DAZN subscription. And
I was pushing hard for it.
Yeah. I was going to, you know what I should have said? All right, I lost on this one. Double or nothing is the DAZN subscription, but I really wanted it. I really.
We could have gotten both, though.
He went off the board. No, I can't ask for both. I mean, that's just asking for a lot. He went off the board and I was like, I got this. And then how did I get, I got a 111 or something? Like, what the hell was that? That was bad. But we came through. So am I going to get to work? I'm like the biggest free agent in boxing. Tank Garcia, Katie Taylor, May 20th against Chantel Cameron.
That'd be exciting.
You want to come, Frank? I can have you as my assistant or something. +1?
Let's do it.
I want to talk about UFC 286 and then we'll finish up with the questions. Are you guys cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
Don't sound like you're cool with that.
You run the show here.
Why not? First, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. And Saturday is your spot for all things UFC 286 on DraftKings Sportsbook. They treat us very well. Right now, currently listed as a +135, if you know what I'm talking about. +135. But, we're still in the game.
Willie is +135?
Yeah, Willie is +135. We're moving towards +155. There's a lot of movement. It's what's that dude's name? I forgot his name. It's been so long. What's the fight I'm thinking about? Derek Minner. That's the way we're going. Yeah. Anyway, this Saturday, UFC 286 at the O2 in beautiful London town, England. I mean, come on. Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman 3. The return of Justin Gaethje against Rafael Fiziev. Also, big fight for a friend of the program, Casey O'Neill against Jennifer Maia. What about Roman Dolidze against Marvin Vettori? Something for everyone. Mohamed Mokaev. I mean, come on. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook. You don't need me to sell this to you. The official sports betting partner of the UFC. Right now, new customers can bet just $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all users can take MMA action to the next level with DraftKings same-game parlays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code VMMAHour. That's very important. Bet $5 on UFC 286 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's the code VMMAHour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Buckle up for this one, my friends. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Bonus issues, bonus bets, terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/ MMA terms. Thank you very much. All right, exciting times in the world of combat sports. And yes, DAZN doing a lot of big things. So, consider signing up. I'm excited about this DAZN MMA show with Sean O'Connell and Dan Hardy. They got PFL Europe next weekend. Exciting times, but we must focus on UFC 286. Do we have the boys in tow? Hey, London calling, na. Wow, where did you get that? Where did you get that thing?
From London.
From London. Official Queen's Guard.
Wow. Look at this. Wait, would you get the child's version there? Like, what is that? Why does it not go under the chin?
I got the headset on.
That's the problem.
Blame the audio equipment.
You could go like this. Go like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're
I learned that from Alistair Overeem. Shout out. Or that.
Maybe we
Is this what
should
you're
cut
saying?
away from his camera. While
No,
he
no,
adjusts
this
this.
is the best part. By the way, is Eric's camera better too? He seems crispier than usual.
You know what I think it is? It's
Everything's changing.
I have a lot of good natural light in the house.
Oh, you look fantastic.
But this light is not great. Now that the days are getting longer, there's more daylight.
Oh,
By the
okay.
time we get to this, the windows are giving me a little more, you know?
God, I got to tell you, I am so happy with the days getting longer. I mean, like I could just feel my mood better.
It's probably my favorite day of the year when
they change. Yeah, it's a bit of a. It's. I mean, you'll see. New York Rick probably experienced it this week. You know, like when your kids have to get up on that Monday, it's a little tougher to get them up. Do you notice that? Or are your kids too young to even notice?
No, my kids are. I gotta say, my kids are pretty good in the morning. I gotta be honest.
Yeah, but like
they're
my fifth grader, like
over there in
I was like,
yeah. See, no, they're still too young. They listen
Yeah.
to what I say mostly when it comes to that type of stuff. And they still like going to school. My older one, who's in kindergarten, likes it because it's just fun and games. There's not real things going on there. So
yeah.
I don't sympathize, and I'm happy not to.
All right, so let's talk about UFC 286. Should we do the thing?
We should
Randomize
do the
it.
thing. Yeah, let's randomize it. Let's see. Welcome back, Rick. By the way,
Thank you.
Feel.
I was rooting for you guys, but I am happy to be back.
All right, here we go.
Hey, that was a cool. Never.
Wow, Ariel going first, Eric second, Frank third, and I am in last once again.
Ariel going first?
Yeah, I was wondering. I thought we lost you for a second.
You got. Let me go last.
Oh, you want to go last?
I'm doing something right now.
All right, so Rick goes first then.
Cool.
Rick, lead the way.
Easy. Yeah. As many of you know, I'm a man of principle. You know, I stand by the things I say and I have convictions. And I feel bad because on Monday there was a situation where something I said got a little bit misunderstood and misconstrued. To the point where Casey O'Neill had to call into the show and kind of set me straight.
Yes.
My exact words were something like, "What has Casey O'Neill done?" By that, what I actually meant was Casey O'Neill is on the cusp of greatness, but hasn't gotten there yet. But she will get there. And so I've had this feeling, this pit in my stomach since Monday, and it didn't sit right with me. So now I'm going to rectify the situation as a man of principle. And we're going to ride with Casey O'Neill till the wheels fall off. So it's the Casey O'Neill hype train. Number one fan right here, conductor of the Casey O'Neill hype train.
Well said.
Casey O'Neill is my pick for the Parlay Pals. Lock it up. She's going to get it done and on to bigger and better and greater things.
No argument from me.
I love it. I mean, you had to do this, right? It's the perfect hedge.
I had to. What do you mean hedge? We're not hedging anything.
It feels like the perfect hedge. Because if
What are you
she
saying?
loses,
Oh,
you say, "Oh, I told you so."
Wow.
No, I would
We
never
didn't
do
tell
that.
so because he picked.
I would never do that as the number one fan of Casey O'Neill. You couldn't get that out of me with torture. But it won't matter anyway. This is a dub. This is a lock. Casey O'Neill.
Wow.
Let's get it done. And yeah, I'm making amends for my mistake of Monday. Casey O'Neill,
worries.
lock it up.
All right, Frank.
Yeah. So not quite as elegant as Rick, but we interviewed this person, had a really captivating story. I've been interested to see what her next fight would be like. Had her opponent on earlier today, and I'm still going to go with Killer Miller moneyline.
Not worried after the interview earlier today. By the way, this camera like really makes the hat look great. Now we're really popping off, in my opinion.
No, I'm not worried.
Oh, yeah, I guess not though. Okay.
Now it looks like you have an even bigger beard.
I like it. It's a good look. We're gonna stick with it.
The Macedo interview, Rick, did you listen to it? She sounds pretty confident.
Yeah. Listen, she sounds very confident. She sounds very prepared. But you know what I trust above all else?
What's that?
I trust Frank.
That's
I trust in
right.
Frank.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This guy Rick's turned a new leaf. All right, that'll bring us to me. Listen, I mean, he's been in the news a lot this week. Controversies swirling around him, his name being tarnished and slandered. That's not what I do. I don't do things like that. I am the front man of Jack Shore Army, of Team Tank. I will be taking Jack Shore money line. The featherweight debut, we get a dub to start it out. Plus 134 now on the parlay.
Wow. This might be, is this the highest we are going into the fourth slot?
No. I don't think so. We've had a couple bigger than plus 200.
I love that pick because you know that even if he's losing, there might be a way for him to win at the end, you know? You know what I'm saying?
I love that.
There's some way that he might find a way.
Wow. The questioning of the integrity by old Rick. And that leads us to Ariel.
Yes. Is that me?
Yeah, you need us to stall for a minute?
I'm just doing a bunch of stuff here.
Fights?
Yeah, how are the other fights looking? Okay, wait, can you remind me, just do a quick recap of where we're at?
So right now,
yes,
Rick went first, took Casey O'Neill. Frank second, Juliana Miller, and then I just went third. I took
a bit rude to our lovely guest Veronica Hardy, no, Frank? I mean,
yeah, we were discussing.
You were discussing that, okay?
Is he nervous about what she had to say? She seems very confident. Dan seems very confident, and then I took Jack Shore.
Oh, you took Jack Shore. I was looking at Jackie.
Ariel, you can't pick Jack Shore.
No, I know.
You're in a blood feud right now.
and who took Muhammad Mokaev?
Nobody.
Oh, really? As the last pick, I get the minus 800. Oh my god! Wow. Listen, I'll tell you this much. I've made a kill. I think I've picked him every single time.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. Me and Frank sat and talked for 5 minutes about how much of a lock it is that you were going to take Muhammad.
And then they left it for you.
I'm feeling good right now. You know why? I just secured a Katie Taylor broadcast spot. Yeah. Francis dropped all kinds of bombs on us unexpectedly. Can I tell you what
in those texts?
There's things happening in the text.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
There's things happening in the text.
Any line movement?
It's Minner-esque, but the opposite way now.
Shut up.
It's the other guy. Who was the other guy?
Charlie and Norton Becker.
Yes,
all-time.
It was that guy. There's a lot. Okay, someone call up best fight odds right now. I'm feeling a little bit froggy.
Whoa.
Oh.
Are you gonna do that?
It's your pick, dude.
It's locked in.
Oh, Leon Edwards. Oh, Leon Edwards.
I have to say,
yes,
literally every single one of our picks was based on an emotional attachment and zero to do with the actual odds or the
I love it.
The value.
I love it.
Every single one.
Wait, what does it make it if I go with Leon?
Plus 614.
Wow. Is that the greatest ever?
Yeah.
Oh.
We've never
putting a plus 205 underdog in there.
We've never put a dog in, I don't think. Even like any dog.
Really?
Have we? I don't think so. I think we put some fighters that are like close to even, but I don't think we've ever put a dog.
I feel all right with it.
You know what?
It's your pick.
I don't feel all right with it.
We lose them.
I don't feel all right with it.
We lose these parlays anyway.
No.
We might as well go big.
Listen, I don't feel all right with it.
Oh, wow.
I feel fantastic. Leon Edwards, lock it in.
Whoa.
I love it. I love it. If we're going to lose them, we might as well go big odds anyway.
Okay. Let's not.
I'm with that.
I feel like we're going to have...
Frank, we lose every week anyway.
I feel like we're going to have the most activity ever on this one.
I think
Listen,
I feel like we need a pep rally.
Listen.
There's going to be some chatter. There's going to be some chatter.
You want to know a secret behind the gambling, sphere?
Yeah. Tell me.
You got to hold your headphones like
People love, or they fall off. People love big odds.
People love big odds.
No matter
even
how
when they
much,
lose.
Yes. People would rather lose on a plus 3,000 than win on a minus 110. I really believe.
Yeah, I learned that when I was talking about Tatiana Suarez, and everyone said I was dumb for going with the sure thing. I was like, well, I'd rather make $3 than lose my $10. You know what I mean? But I get where you're coming from.
No, this is fun.
I don't think this is a stretch. Listen,
this is fun.
I think Usman is an incredible fighter. I think he's one of the greatest UFC champions of all time. I have concerns about the knockout. And, Leon fighting at home. Leon looks to be in finale. Does Leon Edwards have the smallest waist in the history of waist? Like, have you ever seen this guy? It goes like from here to there. It's like an actual V. I'm going to
put up.
This is not great fight analysis here, I just want to say, but he just looks to be in tremendous shape.
I'm gonna put up Phil Davis as the most triangular shape I've
Phil
ever
Davis.
seen in MMA.
Phil Davis
But
is something.
Leon's got a good physique for sure.
Phil Davis is something. Yeah, you're right. Phil Davis is something. All right, let's go with Leon Edwards.
All right,
Lock
there
it
it
in.
is. It's plus
Lock it in.
614. The parlay.
By far, I don't even know if we've ever had like a plus 300.
Yeah, I think our biggest was like a plus 280.
You know who's going to love this?
I love it. Who?
Our good friends over at DraftKings.
DraftKings is gonna love.
They're going to love this.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, now it's a pay-per-view. Do we get a boost here or what?
Oh my God.
I don't know.
Is that still a thing? I feel like you
That'd be
haven't
a
mentioned
big.
that.
That'd be a nice big parlay.
Yeah,
for
we haven't
people out
gotten a boost in a while.
Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I can talk to the people. Don't worry. I'm in their ear.
We could change some lives this weekend.
All right. Your turn.
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Let's start with the fight that Frank took his winner from. Juliana Miller, Veronica Hardy. I'm actually not taking a winner in this one. What I'm going to do is take the fight does not go to a decision. If you just watch the way that Juliana Miller fights, like Killer Miller is a real thing. She is hunting for finishes. She is aggressive. She tries to get it to the mat. She looks for subs. I feel like going back and watching tape, it feels like almost every fight, if not once, twice, she's in full mount, raining down elbows or going for chokes. She really looks to finish fights. Hardy, she has been finished. We've seen her struggle off her back, but she's also found success grabbing arm bars off her back. Like she finishes fights as well. 3 of her UFC fights haven't gone to a decision. Miller, in her pro career, if you're counting the tough fights, 4 of her 6 pro fights have not gone to a decision. I think this one is going to be pretty hectic. Maybe makes me a little worried that Hardy was on the show earlier saying she's going to be more cautious and not as wild, but I still like this at almost even odds to not go to a decision. Next up, I mean, does it really take an explanation from me at this point? As you can see, I don't have odds on it yet. I'm waiting for the 2.5 number to drop on Jake Hadley, Malcolm Gordon. But this is a flyweight fight. Therefore, we will be taking the under. I just want to give you a couple stats for the doubters that are still out there, because I know they still are. Men's flyweight fights, 125 pounds, sanctioned in the UFC in 2023. Going under, it is currently 7-0. 5 first-round finishes. I know you're going to be like, oh, but what about that road to the UFC fight? There you go. Yeah. It was a road to the UFC fight. It actually still finished. It missed by, 31 seconds, but it was a road to the UFC fight. You're going to say, oh, what about Charles Johnson, Ode Osborne? That was actually a catch weight of 130. So if you go back, all the 125 UFC bouts, 7-0 on the under, 5 first-round finishes. And what's going to change in this one? I mean, Malcolm Gordon, 17 of his 20 fights have not gone to a decision, 11 first-round finishes for him. He has never lost by decision. And who better to add to that than Jake Hadley? I mean, he could knock him out on the feet. Malcolm Gordon doesn't have great defensive striking, and he could also choke him out. I mean, Malcolm Gordon has a 9% takedown defense, so if it gets to the mat, I could see Jake Hadley also subbing him. I could also see Malcolm Gordon getting a sub. That's a path to victory for him as well. I see this fight getting finished, so I like the under 2.5. Whatever the line's going to be, I think it's going to be around -150, -160. But when that drops, I will be taking it. Makhachev Filho. We get another flyweight fight on this one. This one I'm a little bit more cautious of. Makhachev, he's more of a wrestler. He's more of a grappler. I know he got the submission last year in London, but 2 overs in a row for him. I'm a little bit more cautious, but still, Filho is very dangerous. He has 14 wins. I believe 13 of them coming inside the distance. 14 of his 16 pro fights have not gone to a decision. And then Makhachev, I mean, still 7 of his 10 pro fights have not gone to a decision. There's a questionable record in there on Tapology for 1 opponent and 1 no contest, but still, I think there's a chance that Makhachev locks up a sub here, or Filho takes a risk and gets a finish himself. Moving on, a prospect out of the UK, Christian Leroy Duncan, a Cage Warriors champion, as you can see by the picture there. I mean, just going back and watching the film on this one, Christian Leroy Duncan, he's only 7-0, I believe, but he has a ton of amateur fights. I mean, he's been in the octagon, been in the cage since he was 20. He's got a ton of experience, super dynamic striker. He's got a toolbox. He has got an arsenal on the feet. He's always moving. He's very tricky. And against a guy like Dusko, I think he's going to find a lot of success. Dusko doesn't really move his head off the center line. He gets hit, and we've seen him finish. We've seen him overwhelmed. Now, one thing that does worry me going back and watching it, Christian Leroy Duncan has been taken down. We have seen him controlled for the latter parts of rounds. That could happen to do here with Dusko. He does have wrestling success from time to time. But the thing is, CLD has got a great gas tank on him. I think he'll, weather the storm, avoid, dangerous situations, and eventually, after Dusko tires out, if he does get the takedowns, he'll be able to finish him and get out of there. Moving on. Another Chris Duncan. What a treat. We get 2 Chris Duncans on one card. Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
This one. I cannot wait for this one. Someone asked you earlier about a fight you're most excited for. This is one of them, just because it is going to be electric. If you've got 5 minutes, just go back and watch a couple of Chris Duncan fights. Like he throws caution to the wind. He is there to brawl. He is there to have fun. His Contender Series fight against Charlie Campbell lasts less than 2 minutes. He gets dropped twice, and then it looks like he's about to get finished, and he just throws a bomb off the cage and ends up finishing Charlie Campbell, puts him flat out. He gets it. He hits people. It is just a brawl when this guy steps into the octagon. And I think Morales is going to be willing to engage in that. He's a great counter striker, which I think is going to cause Duncan problems. He will throw haymakers off the counter, and he's willing to engage in a brawl. I think in front of this crowd, his UFC debut, they are going to brawl. They're going to engage, and someone is going to get knocked out. Duncan, he has one fight that's gone to a decision in his career, and if you go back and watch it, it was just like it felt like it was going to get finished, multiple times over. Jonathan Carlos, shout out to him because he has got a hell of a chin on him. I don't know how he survived that onslaught from Chris Duncan, but think this will be a brawl. Think someone gets put out. Cannot wait for that. Next up, King Casey O'Neill. Friend of the program.
Oh, yeah.
How could I not back her here? At the end of the day, biases aside, I think she's going to be able to out-volume Jennifer Maia. If you look back at Maia's career, she's never been the most high-volume striker. She's been outstruck in 8 of her 10 fights, and now she's getting one of the highest-volume strikers in the flyweight division throughout the 4 fights in her UFC career. She's landing over 8 significant strikes a minute. If she is coming back healthy, obviously the injury does concern me a little bit. If she's coming back healthy and she's able to get her strikes off, I think she's just going to outpoint Maia to a decision. Both these girls are really tough. If Shevchenko couldn't finish Maia, I don't really see Casey O'Neill doing it, but I see her outpointing her over the 15 minutes to a decision. Main event time. You're not going to be happy with it, but I've bet on Kamaru Usman every time I've watched him fight, and I'm just not going to stop now, especially at this price.
The team, geez.
The success that he had throughout the first fight before Leon found that incredible shot. I think he'll be able to find similar successes in this one. I think he'll fight more cautiously, and I think he gets his hand raised and New gets the belt back in front of the London crowd. And then lastly, a parlay, and this is only 8-9 bets this week. Keeping it tighter, restricting myself. Smaller for a pay-per-view card. I go Jack Shore. I already mentioned. I think he's better everywhere in that fight. Gunnar Nelson, crystal clear path to victory with the grappling. Brian Barberena has been taken down 26 times in his last 6 fights. The path to victory is clear for him. And then Usman Edwards over 1.5. I think that goes along likely to a decision. And those are the picks for UFC 286.
Can we take a small step back?
Please.
Level and by the way, shout out watch party this Saturday, yeah?
Oh, watch party. We
in prime time, 5 o'clock.
Cannot wait.
Main
Best
card
watch party
start.
ever.
How good is that?
Probably go till, as you said, maybe 8:30 if all goes well. Only one title fight, so it shouldn't go too far past 8 o'clock if we're being honest. And the UK is only 4 hours. They're getting a proper pay-per-view like we would here in America, and good on them. I'm happy for them. They deserve that. Level of excitement, guys. Can we just talk as fans here for a moment? I can't wait for this. I've said
9.
it. 9? 9 out of 10?
9.
For the whole,
I can't wait.
For the whole
card,
shebang?
Yes. There's something about these London cards. I love them. I'm going to wake up, me and Frank, we're going to do the English breakfast. It's going to be fantastic. There's few things I've learned to enjoy more than a London fight card day so far.
Rick?
Not quite that high. 7.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Rain on the parade.
Why? Why not so high?
Convince me. Why be higher?
It's a great... Okay. UK champ, fighting back home, defending his belt, coming off one of the greatest finishes, the greatest knockouts, the greatest moments, right? The most shocking moments in the history of the sport. Immediate rematch against the dominant champion who had not lost up until that point. But this time, they're on the actual home turf of the guy with the belt. UK crowds historically are incredible. They're getting one of their own in the main event as champion. They're getting their pay-per-view. You know they're going to be super hyped. I mean, all these elements just make for a really special night.
Patty.
I don't give a fuck.
Tommy.
Nah, I don't give a fuck.
Come on. Can I interest you in Chris Duncan, Omar Morales?
Yeah.
I mean,
honestly,
there's some fights on the card. I
this
think
fight is so big that it makes up for the rest.
You're gonna watch Omar Morales, Chris Duncan, and you're gonna be like, man, GC was right.
I probably will do that.
By the way, the main card is not bad. I know it doesn't have the usual suspects.
Let me set the scene. Co-main, Rafael Fiziev,
Co-main is
Justin
great.
Gaethje, just in an absolute war. Someone gets finished late in the third round. The crowd is going absolutely bananas. Kamaru Usman makes his walk. Everyone is just hyped to the gills, and then here comes Leon Rocky Edwards in front of his home crowd. The roof gets torn off the place, and then it's just an all-time classic 5-rounder. I mean, what could be better?
I'm seeing this tweet right here from Mike Bond. Just literally tweeted it. Justin Gaethje has 10 bonuses in 10 UFC fights and is the only fighter in UFC history to a bonus in each of his first 7 fights in the octagon. That's insane.
Yeah.
What better a dance party than Rafael?
Gaethje's a highlight. Earlier today in the press conference, in the media day, he said he's the most exciting fighter in UFC history, and I find it hard to argue with. Like moment to moment, it's him, Silva, Rousey, like rarefied air for sure.
Rousey.
Not Rousey? About to say, are you out of your mind?
Connor's in that mix.
Yeah, Connor's definitely in that mix.
If you're at a 7 for this,
Michael
by
the way, Michael Chandler has a case for that mix as well. As far as his UFC run is concerned,
not as long of a resume, but
Sure.
definitely he's getting there.
Yeah.
You guys got me to a 7.5. I mean, I just can't come. We can't come off the return of John Jones and everything becomes a 9. Like then there's no room for moving upward. I can't get there.
What do you have for UFC San Antonio next week?
Who, me or Eric?
Less.
Eric.
Oh, well, no, by the way, I love that one. I love the main event. But can I just offer you this as far as why this feels bigger? The return of John Jones was a very big deal. And him fighting at heavyweight made it even more interesting, and him not fighting in 3 years, more interesting and all that. But would you agree that that was because of John Jones? Like, if it would have been John versus Curtis Blades or John versus Sergey Spivak, it all kind of would have been the same level of excitement. You still would have been as excited. It wouldn't have taken anything away. What makes this so great is it's these two guys who have a history, the finish in the last fight. How does this isn't just the Leon story too. Let's not forget. I know he gets a lot of the attention this time around. This is very much the Usman story, right? Usman coming back, getting the belt back. Was that an anomaly? That's what makes this even more fun. But now it's in the UK. Usman walking out as the B-side first.
It's compelling. I like it. I like the matchup a lot. And the questions that I have about Kamaru Usman, I'm excited to find the answers to, but yeah, I just can't. John Jones trumps both of those guys.
Even if it's just John Jones
combined.
Versus anyone.
John Jones versus...
Listen, if it was John versus Francis, I get it. John versus Francis, I get it.
Okay, so if that's a 9, what's John versus Francis? A 12? Like, the scale is broken if that's a 9.
No, it's a 9.5. It's 9.5.
9. Oh, that's a 9.5?
Yeah.
That's a 15 on that scale. John versus Francis.
Can we talk briefly about Francis? I mean,
I have said this multiple places, but I am compelled to reiterate it.
Please.
I feel like Francis Ngannou is too good a human for combat sports. Is that controversial to say, or is that not fair to say? Because
there's a lot of good people
humans
in combat sports. By the way, I want
There's
this
a lot of
segment
good
to go as long as possible, just so GC could be as uncomfortable as possible with that. That's what I'm hoping for here.
I'm trying to find the magic spot here
It's
to
the
where I can
ruffling.
stop holding my.
Yeah, no, it's.
I think I may have just gotten it now.
This is the longest Parlay Pals segment of all time for this
Should we
reason
get the
only.
gaff tape?
I think I got it. Yeah, you want to take me out?
In any event, no, he's a tremendous guy. I just the way he like brushes off,
the way he handles himself and comports himself. He has every reason. Look, Dana White is coming out and saying, "We're never going to do business again," right?
Which is
He has
such a silly thing to say.
be
There's
bitter.
actually no reason to ever say that, by the way.
Yeah, and I think Francis doesn't really take it seriously, as he said, right?
Sure.
Like he's like, Dana says one thing and then the wind blows and the next day he changes his mind. But with that in mind and all the things that have been said about him and all the efforts to kind of minimize him and erase him and all these things, he has every reason to be bitter. And publicly, he has done nothing but take a very objective and fair approach to everything in a way that I don't think most people would. I certainly wouldn't. I don't have that in me to be as humble and gracious as Francis Ngannou has been. Whether he has made a financial mistake or whether it's been successful and all these things are kind of irrelevant to that part of it, right? Like how he has handled himself as a person, I think is separate, very separate from kind of what this turns out to be for his fighting career. And as far as that, the grades are in, and that's an A+ for me. Like he is just handling this as great as you possibly could. And I'm in awe of it. I admire it because I know that inside I don't have that. I don't have what he has.
Level of interest, Deontay.
In Francis's boxing?
Deontay and Francis.
10.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is like I'm guaranteed to watch it. There's no doubt there. Like, there's no way that I miss it. A 10? Yeah, like that's the interest. I would, if Francis Ngannou boxes Deontay Wilder, I can guarantee you I will be in front of the TV when it happens.
Oh my God, what a scene!
I like that fight more than any. Like Fury and Ngannou, and especially when they started talking about the dumb like rule changes, never really got there on that. Like I'll watch it because of the spectacle. I'm compelled by Francis and Deontay. I'm very compelled.
What do you think the odds would be? Are there odds for that?
I have a feeling that Deontay Wilder would be
a big favorite.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And what about this? And correct me if I'm wrong, because I know he's done a few interviews over the last few days. Him saying it's down to PFL and 1, I thought was really.
I'd never heard that before.
I haven't seen anyone like really putting that out there. Like
even today.
I don't know why Ngannou.
We put it out.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, I don't follow.
Before that.
What do you mean before that? He said this prior to today?
No.
I'm saying he hasn't.
Oh, got it.
I had never even thought of 1. Francis going to 1. And they just canceled their heavyweight fight.
The Argent Buller one?
Yeah, the unification.
Maybe that's a little bit of fortune. Okay, where would you rather him go?
Reporting from MMA fighting.
What'd you say? Where would you rather him go? PFL or 1?
1.
1.
Wow. Why?
I think there's more opportunity for him to do more fun things, more fun fights. Doesn't have to be tied to an organization whose primary thing is the tournaments. I know that they're in this pay-per-view business, and that Jake Paul is kind of heading up. But that it feels more inflexible. I would rather see the doors opened a little bit. I feel like there's just more variables and opportunities with 1. If he was a tournament guy, if it was like he was like, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna win the tournament and all this stuff, I'd probably be more interested in it. But I don't think that's the case, right? I assume
no, it would be a one-off. How wild would it be if he ends up on PFL and he's back in the ESPN orbit? Like they're promoting him.
ESPN would be happy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. No, I like this. I actually, it's healthy. I've always said this, that it's great that ESPN is in the PFL and UFC business. It is so healthy, and we know the UFC doesn't love it, but it's so good that ESPN airs 2 different, MMA promotions. It's something we've never seen before, right? UFC, Fox, nothing else. Spike, nothing else. Showtime, Strikeforce, nothing else. Bellator, nothing else. This is so good for the sport, and I think it would be great. But I'm down for both. If he's on 1, great. I want to see Francis do MMA again. I don't want him to just be a boxer. He's got to have 1 more MMA fight. Like we need some sort of,
I think, but it has to be an opponent, right? Like I don't want to just see him do MMA for the sake of MMA.
How was Bellator?
I was about to say we gave them some praise for their champions on Monday. Did they blow it here?
I mean, okay. So let me break the fourth wall if I can. Bellator very mad at me because I dare to say after the championship that PFL was number 2, right? Or at least in consideration. So they're all upset. They're all upset about this. But listen, we tell it like it is over here. Now on Monday, when I said this, they're like, oh, there he was a few months ago saying that, now he's jumping on the back. No, that's not how this works. By the way, a lot of things have happened in the last few months. And number two, what did we say on Monday? We said the champions are all great and they all stack up. The problem is the drop-off after the champions, right? And there's nothing in place right now like the PFL Championship night, which feels important. And there's no stories being created like Olivier Aubin-Mercier getting a win of that stature, Larissa Pacheco getting a win of that stature, a Brendan Loughnane. They don't have that stuff right now. Also, I do like what they're doing in Europe. Let's see what happens. I mean, it's just like a concept right now. Let's see what happens. But that being said, of course, I put the Bellator champions above the PFLs and above ones and above anyone outside of the UFC. But if they're not at the seat, if they don't have a seat at the table for Francis Ngannou, I don't like what is going on. I don't know what's like.
Sounds like that's the case.
Yeah.
I mean, Francis was pretty open and transparent. I don't know why, but
now I did say a few months ago, they're on the market. Maybe that has something to do with it, and we'll see how that plays out. But man, a guy of Francis's stature is available, no strings attached. You got to figure that one out, right? And I don't think that was Francis playing games, right? I don't think that was Francis like negotiating in public by mentioning those two. I really appreciate him mentioning those two. But like, wow, that to me was shocking. I thought he was going to say PFL or Bellator.
I mean, when he said them, I was like, wow, I can't believe he just said those.
Yeah. Shout out.
One has this way. They just collect talent. They find ways. And it's not always MMA talent, right? There's a lot of jiu-jitsu players that are over there that are really, really high level. There's kickboxing and Muay Thai that they have that are really high level. I'd say arguably MMA is like one of their least developed sports that they have in terms of the roster, but they just find a way to have talent and put on big shows and do compelling fights. I think there's something that could be really beneficial to Francis Ngannou and one, but I wouldn't mind Francis on a pay-per-view for PFL fighting somebody they're willing to spend money. They can find him a good opponent. I'm game for either of those options, but I do feel like, man, if you're Bellator, how is this not a foregone conclusion? Like whatever he needs, that offer should have been made.
I'm very curious to see once PFL starts April 1st, like how involved Jake is going to be in all that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But that's the uncertainty of all of that, of like what this pay-per-view thing is, and the Jake Paul aspect is probably why I'm like leaning. I think one might be a more clean and smooth destination, but could be big, could also be huge.
All right. Okay, well, I can't wait. Shall we go back to the questions?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good stuff, gents. Let's go back to the questions.
Questions.
Yes. Frank, any thoughts?
Squarespace.
Oh, yes, Frank. I mean, it's been a long day, if I'm being honest. Yes, today's segment is sponsored by our good friends over at Squarespace. We love Squarespace. We love them a lot. Squarespace is the all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. If your favorite fighter wants to start his own website and sell merch, or create a newsletter, or get the word out about whatever he's doing, news, whatever. If you're trying to get your writing career, when I started, I had a WordPress site, and I posted my interviews there, and I wrote articles. If you're someone who's trying to get your content out there for any reason whatsoever, or your merch, basically what I'm trying to say, Squarespace.com is the place to be. Squarespace.com, the all-in-one platform for building your brand and growing your business online. And with Squarespace, you can take advantage of their powerful blogging tools, social media integration, and analytics to gain insights into what your audience wants. You want to do a mailbag, you want to answer questions, you want to interact with people, you want to do anything for your own pleasure, your brand, whatever. Go to squarespace.com and you can head over there right now. Squarespace.com/MMA Hour. That's very important for a free trial. Free! What's better than that? And when you're ready to launch, use offer code MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. So 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/MMA Hour. That's squarespace.com/MMA Hour. And again, use MMA Hour to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. So what's a good domain? I don't know. Something like Through the Frank Lens?
Sounds like a good one.
Yeah. I think that would be amazing. Or what about GC's No Bets Barred?
You're just
that sounds good.
Coming out with great ideas.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, by the way. Squarespace.com. Shout out to them. Please support them because they support us. Bobby Knuckles Boxing. Ariel, London events are known for the incredible atmosphere they produce each and every time the octagon lands this side of the Atlantic. On the topic of crowds and atmospheres, what do you think are the top 5 atmospheres across all sports? Or what 5 events have produced the best atmospheres in sport? Don't be limited in your answer. I'm talking everything from the Gold Cup in Cheltenham. I want to say something about that in a moment. I definitely butchered that. Cheltenham. The last day at Augusta, Six Nations game at Murray Field, when the Scots belt out their anthem, or when the Irish go crazy for the All-Ireland finals. Greetings and thanks from Ireland. Hope we could see you when Katie's Homecoming makes the top of the list. By the way, this is before.
Yeah.
Clutch. A very good friend of mine named Rob Armstrong, who works for BT Sport, told me that I need to get into the Gold Cup. And I was like, what's the Gold Cup? I thought the Gold Cup was like some sort of like North American, South American soccer tournament every few years. And then I saw a bunch of the UK people that I follow. Laura Woods was there from Talk Sport, DAZN, Sky. And I was like, what is this Gold Cup? How did I miss this Gold Cup action? Everyone's talking, like, this is like the Super Bowl of horse racing. Do you guys know about this? GC, you have to know about this.
No, but a bunch of people told me about it last year. The name that you just said.
Why are you so out of breath?
I was just sitting up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, everyone's all into it. Are there odds on it? Like, why is everyone talking about it?
There's definitely odds.
Why is this such a big deal?
I think it's just a big horse race. I think it's like the R Kentucky Derby. That's what
in
it
the
is
UK.
Yeah,
all right.
I think so.
Well, I can't say I've ever. I don't even know how to watch it.
Say the name of it again.
The Gold Cup.
Yeah, but where does it take place?
Yeah. Cheltenham. See, I've learned like it's Tottenham, it's Nottingham, so I'm gonna guess that the HAM is, so Cheltenham.
Yes.
In any event, it's called the Gold Cup. I mean, listen, when I watch those Nottingham Forest games, Nottingham Forest today. I mean, that's great. What are some, I have to say, like Cameron Crazies, right? Duke. That's great.
I was going to say college is probably where you're going to get it
college
in the US,
football.
right? Like it's
and
college.
it's what I watch the least of.
Oh yeah, college football.
Like, okay, but is there a great NBA crowd that's like insane? No, it's all kind of standard, right?
KSW show in Poland?
No, I'm talking like general sports. Is there a great football crowd that's, a Bills game is nuts. Bills games are nuts.
Raiders fans are pretty crazy.
But
there's definitely certain stadiums and fan bases that get the nod, but it's not on the level that we're talking here,
Packers
where it's like pandemonium.
It's not European soccer level.
Yeah.
It's not anything like this. I guess college football. I mean, GC,
college football.
You watch the most, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the fans are insane.
More than NFL.
Way, way, way more.
More than baseball, obviously.
When I was in college, I went to a game at Tennessee. Tennessee wasn't even that good. They sold it out. 110,000 people there. Checkerboarded the stadium where one section's orange, one section's white, all the way around, like going absolutely crazy. The city shut down for it. And we beat them 41-0.
That's crazy.
Maybe I'm going to get hated for calling this sports, but I feel like pro wrestling is up there in terms of just
yeah.
certain
like the scene
crowds,
that I saw in Montreal.
Locations.
The scene that I experienced in
I think
Montreal.
pro wrestling's probably one of the better traveling shows where that the crowds are always going to be pretty nutty.
I will continue to harp on college football. Biggest stadiums in the world.
College football for sure.
Like they got like 7 or 8 stadiums.
College basketball not bad.
100,000. Oh, college basketball is great.
UNC.
If you're going to a big one.
Yeah, it's crazy that the American sports, I don't know why, nothing compares to what I see on Premier League. Nothing. NBA, like
Apex.
I think college would be it.
You watch like a Laker game or even a Knick game. It's nothing. It's nothing like what we see over there. Yeah. So I guess college is the answer.
I went to a Montreal Canadiens game.
Pretty good.
I mean, this was like in the playoff hunt.
Yeah, it's loud. It's loud.
Yeah, it was hype.
It doesn't feel the same. There's no singing. There's no chanting. There's no, they react to certain things, but it's nowhere near the same. There was one, it does come out a lot in combat, I would say, right? Like a big Conor fight or a big, boxing match. It comes out there, like Tyson back in the day. But yeah, I would,
scenes for AJ in the UK were nuts. Like there's moments that can feel that big, but
I would give the nod to our European friends.
I think it's fair.
Yeah. We have seen some good, oh man, I mean, like the Irish crowds and all that. We've seen some good crowds in Canada. Canada's had some loud ones, but nothing compared to all this other stuff. Brandon Frankie, hello, Ariel and crew. My question for today is for GC. I'm wondering, if this cold streak he is on has only been in MMA or if it's been the same bad luck across other sports. Also, which other sports are his favorites to bet on? Thank you guys for all you do.
Yeah, I mean, with how much I've been betting on like MMA and how much I have to focus on it, I don't really bet on any other sports unless it's just strictly for fun. Like if I'm with my friends, like I went to the Devils game, I did bet on the Devils and I lost there. But yeah, I mean, I haven't really been betting other sports. So the cold streak is strictly to MMA. So it's just a cold streak period. Favorite sports to bet on? Anything if I'm like with people. Like that's my favorite thing to do is bet with people, like with my friends.
Mm-hmm. Even
hockey.
high level boxing?
What is it? What do you mean?
I mean, are you not betting on boxing or?
No, yeah, I bet on boxing. I've been pretty good in boxing, but that's like scarce. Every few weeks. Why, are you talking about your Jake Paul pick?
Maybe.
What's the most random sport or thing you've ever bet on?
Oh man.
Like the most obscure.
Didn't you try to do a line on the Nathan's hot dog contest?
Oh, no, I've been on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest many a times. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I have no shame. I'll bet on anything. If they put out a line for it, I will bet on it. I mean, during the pandemic, there were some days where it was Madden Sims.
That to me is crazy.
Dude, NBC put on a virtual Kentucky Derby with the greatest winners, and like
during the pandemic.
And like I hosted like people at my house, and we like had drinks and made it a big thing. And
social distancing.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, we were fine, and yeah, I mean, a book put out odds for it, and
you're kidding.
No, and we took Secretariat and won, and it was a crazy race.
Were you?
I'm shameless.
This was on NBC?
It was on NBC, yeah. Dude, when Bundesliga started back up, I would go over to my friend's house. We bought the glass boots because it was a German football league, and we would get up at like 8 a.m. and watch Bundesliga all day, betting on all these teams that we had never heard of 3 weeks before, and like we were drinking mimosas out of glass boots at 8:30 in the morning.
Didn't Erling Haaland score the first goal?
Yes. We became Dortmund fans because of Erling Haaland.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, Erling Haaland's so great. I'm like, did you even know him in his Dortmund days?
Don't you have his jersey?
Yeah. I had the 9 jersey. Yeah. Oh, like we became big Dortmund fans. We would play their song every time they scored. We were getting noise complaints on Saturday mornings at like 9 a.m. during the pandemic. It's a great time. It was a ton of fun.
In that month and a half or so before it came, because it came back in early May, right?
Yeah.
Were you did you feel like you were like...
Nah, not jonesing.
No?
I mean...
Did you feel empty that you couldn't do anything or no?
No, not empty. But I won't lie. Like I definitely got a nice little serotonin release when I saw the Bundesliga lines.
Wow. Did you bet on the first UFC back, even though you weren't?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
You watched it?
Oh, yeah. The Fight Island in the Usman Masvidal.
Yeah.
Big island luau themed party at TST's house. I mean, everyone wore Hawaiian shirts. Like we did the whole thing.
Oh, you guys all wore Hawaiian shirts for the event in a closed arena in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, but it was the whole.
That was the biggest scam of all time.
Yes,
I mean, it was brilliant marketing and promoting. I remember they would have me on the ESPN shows, like, tell us about this Fight Island. What is it going to look like? I'm like, it's going to be in a black arena. It won't look any different than the arena they were just in Jacksonville.
Yeah. And I think the Artist Series poster for it was like all of them parachuting into an island to fight. Yeah, I had
exactly right.
We had tiki torches and stuff. Like that's how serious we got. Yeah.
Wait, who got the tiki torches?
TST. Yeah, it was
indoors or outdoors.
No, it was outdoors.
Oh, okay. Wow.
great times, great memories. Honestly, this is just going back memory.
This is
lane.
not great memories. This is depressing memories. No, this is depressing. I feel like I appreciate sports and all the things we took for granted so much more. Like that feeling hasn't gone away just yet.
You should have seen me. I mean, that's where like my Usman fandom like really started up. I was like square dancing around the basement because he was doing the toe stomps. I was loving it.
There's some guys on TikTok. I don't know the specific account. It might be multiple, who like their whole thing is taking over-under lines on like random stuff. For example, order some fries from Chick-fil-A. They'll go, I think it's there's 17 fries in there, or there's 17 cuts in the lattice cut of it, or stick a piece of paper out the window over under 35 raindrops on the piece of paper, and then they'll sit there and count it. They'll judge how good the over under line was, and then winners, losers. It's some real like intense stuff. I can picture GC doing it, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
I don't like going against my boys. Like I like there's nothing better when it's like you and like 5 of your friends and everyone has the same bet and you just sit and you watch the entire game and it's just everyone's going.
I feel like more they celebrate the good lines though. More
okay, like when they get close
it's kind of just like what a line, like they set like a crazy good line on the over under. Like it'll be like 35 raindrops and it'll be 36 raindrops and they'll just be freaking out.
By the way, have you guys ever played that water game?
Which water game?
You know, got to be a little more specific.
Oh, I saw these guys doing it. Like there's a cup and you put it under the sink.
Yes,
and then you have to keep like you have to get water out of the sink, out of the faucet, but you can't let it go over. You can't let it spill over. So everyone's just adding, and then you get to the top, and then it's just like sitting up there, and you're adding like a little drop. It's actually quite riveting.
Whoever spills it over has to do something.
Yes,
in the pool, eat like hot sauce, something like that. Yeah.
Have you ever seen this near Craig?
I haven't seen that, but I've seen a lot of those types of things.
Right.
Those types of games.
You haven't seen it.
Yeah, not that specific one, but I've seen a 100 different versions of that.
Have you ever split the G's?
Oh, the greatest.
You guys know what that is?
Tried.
Split
Yeah,
the G?
The Guinness game.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
Oh yeah, I mean my friends have adopted it and they love it.
Oh yeah,
shout out to Pizzi.
Pizzi loves it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, PC's the man. Chris, hello, Mr. H. Two-parter, if I may. First question is: was DC versus Lesnar actually close to happening, or was that all for show to have Brock come in and shove him? Never really got close. Honestly, never really got close. Second, you rap Triumph a lot, so we know you like Wu-Tang. But for you, Frank, New York Rick, and GC, what are your top, let's say, 3 hip-hop albums of all time? By the way, I got my...
where did you get those?
That's for my friends from Stan Socks.
That's awesome.
Top 3 hip-hop albums of all time. I feel like Frank has a say in this.
Yeah, I would do 2001, Dr. Dre.
The Chronic.
Chronic. Yeah.
And then Music for Earthworms by A$AP Rock. And
Isn't it A$AP Rocky?
No.
Okay.
Different guy.
And then Paul's Boutique, I think, would be the one.
Okay. What is that?
Beastie Boys.
Oh. Like, what's the most famous song on that?
Like Shake Your Rump. But the entire album, like, I'm surprised you haven't heard it. The Dust Brothers produced it. It's got a lot of samples, even stuff from like the Beatles in it. It's just chef's kiss.
What, is that the one with Intergalactic Planetary?
No, that's called Hello Nasty. I can't believe you didn't know that.
How am I supposed to know that? I've never been like a big...
Because that was like your generation.
Like, oh, that's 1999 LP. Like, I just like the song. I don't like the song, I don't pay attention to that stuff. All that smugness is not good for your health. What about you, GC? You're going to give us something like Kendrick Lamar 2014.
What's wrong with that?
Good Kid,
Why
Mad
you hating
City?
on that?
No, I'm just
Pimp a Butterfly? Those are great albums.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't know if y'all are going to agree with mine. Astro World. These are just my 3 favorite. Astro World, Travis Scott. If you're reading this, it's too late. Drake.
Oh, yeah.
And 3, Savage Mode, 21 Savage.
Oh, I love
I can go through those 3 at any moment and just run them through, no problem.
Love it. Eric? Like, you're catching me and like I'm trying to do something, I'm on the screen.
Yeah, I'll fill some time by explaining that my hip hop knowledge like ends in the 2000s somewhere.
It's all your opinion, Rick. Everyone's
have,
gonna come at us and be like, "I can't believe you didn't name XYZ."
Yeah,
but I only got 3 choices, and these are my top 3.
The ones that were on the heaviest rotation in childhood were probably Enter the 36 Chambers.
Oh yeah,
classic.
The Blueprint, and Illmatic, probably some variation on that, but like it's that era of and then after that it kind of falls off. Like it transitioned to maybe Kanye, and then that was like the end of it. That was where it all stopped for me.
Yeah, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, great one.
I really liked the Fugees back in the day. The Wyclef.
Oh man,
what?
I mean,
bad.
Killing Me Softly is
the
one of
first
my favorite songs
Wyclef
of all
album
time.
was great. The solo album, whatever the hell it was called, Staying Alive. Was it Staying Alive, Frank?
No.
The first Kanye West album was great. I feel like I've said this before. I feel like we've had this question before. I feel like we've been asked this question 1,000 times.
That they knew your answers.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
fine.
so-
Great. I don't have
okay.
to answer. No, he said
he's good.
he said that. No, he said me because he said, "Oh, you rap Triumph." Machiavelli.
He just say
Great.
But For You. Okay.
Life After Death.
That's a good one.
Yeah, But For You. Yeah.
These are all good. I feel like there's no bad answers here. Like
It's just like food. It's all your own.
I do think asking what's an album that you like start to finish, it's kind of a specific question.
I'm a big Strokes fan. I know this is not hip hop, but I like the Strokes. Lovely Feathers.
Nice.
Yeah.
New York City
yeah.
Cops. Is that one of your favorite songs?
What?
From the Strokes. Anyway, moving on.
Do. Okay. Kelly Anderson. What's up, MMA Hour crew? You often express your love for the Tupac song "Hit 'Em Up." Wow, how about this?
There's a theme.
By the way, this is why you have moderator Lewis doing the thing. I was just wondering how you felt about the whole East Coast, West Coast beef during that time in hip hop. It created some of the best music at the time, but ultimately the tragedies that ensued were devastating. What are you and your crew's feelings on this topic? Oh, that's a great question.
Didn't we talk about this earlier as well?
Did we?
Yeah.
Are you trying to say Lewis isn't picking good questions anymore?
No. I think we naturally started talking about who shot Tupac.
Who shot you?
By the way, have you been to Quad Studios down the street where in the lobby is where he got shot the first time?
No way. That's down the street?
Yeah, I'll have to take you sometime.
How close?
I mean, it's in Times Square. So,
Oh, it's not really down the street. Times Square? Down the street to you?
I mean, it is Manhattan.
Listen, 1997, 98, I was 15, 16. I was very aware of what was going on, and I thought it was crazy that it had reached that point. Like, when it was just tension and beef, it was fun, right? If you want a producer that's all up in your videos, dancing, come to death row, that type of thing, like, that was great. That was fun. The back and forth was fun. But then when it got to, people being shot, like, then it was no fun. But wild time to live in. I remember finding out that Biggie was shot on the internet. I was in we had one computer. It was this massive computer. It was downstairs in our basement. I remember finding out on that computer that Biggie had been shot and that Phil Hartman was killed. I think, but was it by his wife or ex-wife?
Yeah, by his wife.
And that was shocking. I remember finding out on that computer too, because there was no other way to find out this stuff. It's not like we had phones. That Chris Farley died, right?
That was horrible. John Candy.
I don't think you're trying to tell me where I found out about these? I'm telling you.
I misunderstood.
John Candy, oh, what a time. I mean, what a legend. God, that was so sad. That was so sad. Uncle Buck, what a movie, right?
Oh, classic. I do have a question about this time period, though, and specifically this thing. So, do you remember when he was named Puff Daddy at the time, came out with his song after Biggie got shot, and he did a music video, and the music video starts with Puff Daddy driving a motorcycle and then crashing it, and then the song starts. Like, as a kid, I didn't understand the correlation between that and the message of the song or the life event that had just happened. What's your take on that?
I love the song.
What's the song? I'll Be Missing You?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just felt like it just didn't.
That video starts with him crashing a motorcycle?
Yeah, like the motorcycle, he dropped, like it crashes on the side of the road and he gets up and he starts singing.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not.
What are you?
I thought maybe I'm only remembering like the not the acoustic, but like the studio version or whatever it is with him and just Faith Evans on a stage.
It just seemed like
I don't
a flex,
remember this.
I have so much money.
Oh yeah, wow! I don't remember this at all.
Traumatized me because I'm like, look, this guy just died. There was a whole conspiracy about the ready to die and life after death thing, and then here's Puff Daddy's hit, and it's like, well, you're just flexing that you have money to trash a motorcycle. Is that what you're saying, or maybe Biggie never got to have a motorcycle?
I got to be honest with you. I'm watching this. This doesn't feel like a flex to me. This feels like him, struggling.
Struggling to... Okay, I got it, yeah. What kind of motorcycle is that, by the way? Is it like a Ducati or something?
Seems like a Yamaha 16,000. It's kind of hard.
The motorcycle
around. Yeah, what the hell? 73 million views, by the way, on YouTube.
And nobody questions the motorcycle.
Honestly, I have no recollection of this motorcycle.
I don't. It just when this got brought up, that was one of the memories I had. I just thought maybe you guys would remember as well. GC.
I think he was too young at that age.
What'd you say? No, I'm watching the music video right now.
All right.
You've never seen that before, right?
No.
Yeah.
73 million views, though.
Music videos on YouTube are just like big bang.
Yeah, because you just
insane.
Yeah, you just play them over and over again. I mean, I love watching music videos.
I was on a school trip in the 9th grade in Montreal. The school that I went to, they took all of us to Israel. That in your 9th going to 10th grade year, that summer, 2 months, and this song came out, and it's all we listened to, like on the bus and everything. All I listened to. I was such a Debbie Downer. I refused to go on any of the hikes or mountain climbing things, and we had 2 buses. And my wife was the same school as me, and she would always try to get me, like, I didn't really understand what she was trying to do. In retrospect, I understood what she was trying to do. She was trying to get me to do all these things. And I was like, no, I'm just going to sit here and, wallow in my self-pity for whatever.
And she would go out and do them without you?
No, she was like, come on. No, she would sit on the bus with me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's when I knew.
How old?
9th grade. So
wow.
So 97, 15.
Wow.
Yeah. Good
what
times.
A year.
What a year. What a time. Okay. Oh, I forgot. You know what album I listened to every day on repeat on that trip, and probably in my #1 album of all
Let's
time?
hear it.
Regulate. Warren G. Come on. You don't know that song?
I know the song. I was just surprised that that's...
Oh, Regulators, Mount Up. It was a cold black night, a clear white moon. Warren G was on the streets trying to consume.
Was this on your Discman? Or?
Not even Discman. Walkman.
Walkman, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. With the bass boost switch.
Just hit the east side on the LBC on a mission trying to find Mr.
Clean?
Warren G.
Just rhymed.
I actually at the time considered naming my son Warren because I loved him so much. Anyway, one last one. I think Andy has to go, so I need to wrap this up, don't I? Potato Man. What is your dream realistic sports documentary that hasn't been made yet? Realistic meaning it would be impossible to make, so basically nothing about the UFC or with footage owned by the UFC because they are no fun to work with / licensed footage from. That is true. Just ask a lot of their fighters. Not exclusive to MMA. Wow. What is your realistic dream sports documentary? I mean, I've always said that the 2016 year in the UFC was like tailor-made, but I guess we're not doing UFC for this question. I love pro wrestling. Have you guys watched the A&E biographies on the pro wrestlers?
I only saw the clip of...
They're so good.
Of John Cena and The Rock, the promo part. Is that from
Tremendous.
That?
Yes, that's Rivals. That's the show hosted by Freddie Prinze Jr., but also tremendous. The documentary series that they got, it's just biography. There's one on Jake the Snake. There's one that I'm currently watching. Now, I will admit, I'm currently in like my 10th viewing, and I'm only 10 minutes in. But the NWO one is great. You know who's featured all throughout it is our good friend Marundi. He's like the narrator of the damn thing.
Oh, nice.
Because he's writing the book. Did you know that?
I love that.
Yeah,
I did not know that. Shout out to Mark.
Sports documentary. I mean, I love the '90s Knicks, and I read Blood in the Garden by I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. It's been a long day. You know what I'm talking about, New York, Rick. You know Blood in the Garden? Oh, Blood in the Stool came up. Chris Herring. That's a great one. Loved Four Falls of Buffalo or from Buffalo. The 30 for 30 on the Bills. Shout out to Jordan Poyer re-signing. Shocked to see that. Probably the biggest news in the NFL today, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely the biggest news. Can't think of anything else. I would go like a Last Dance-esque, but it's Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods, huh?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
On what?
A specific thing? Like, is it the specific incident where on Thanksgiving?
No.
Around that? Or what is it?
Him winning 15 majors and almost 100 PGA tournaments.
But why is that Last Dance-esque?
Them making one where it's just like behind the
scenes. of that era?
Yeah.
I mean, they had
That's
to have
such a
followed
long
him.
span, though.
Yeah.
Just like, was Jordan's Last Dance documentary not a long span? I mean,
No,
give me
it was-
10 years.
But were they
It was one
following
season.
him? I mean, I guess
What?
a lot of
Literally one season.
No,
Last Dance?
no,
they covered his
the
entire run.
the last season was the
framework
thread,
of
but
it
then
was the last season, though.
Dude, but the entire documentary covered all of the championships.
no, he's right. By the way, could we just talk for a quick second about how amazing that was? Like, what a gift from God.
Oh, it was the greatest thing
During
ever.
the
It was-
pandemic.
Oh my God,
I'm
like,
wearing Jordans right now because of that documentary. I was like,
wait,
all
you
right,
didn't know who Michael Jordan was before that?
I mean, of course I knew who Michael Jordan was, but I was like, oh, well, I got my stimulus check. Let me go ahead and scoop some.
It was the light at the end of my tunnel.
Let me check Jay's.
The Sundays
Yes. I was actually
every
sad
week.
when it was over.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I don't
I
wanna
watched
do
it like 3 times over.
I feel like, though, for Tiger, there has to be a thing, and it would probably be that, like, Thanksgiving. Oh, no, that's kind of like not really sports realms.
You end
I don't know.
You end it with the 2008 U.S. Open. He wins on the broken leg. It's his last major before the car accident, all that, and then you have a little lull, and then you do the 2019 Masters.
Oh, you just skip it.
The 10-year lull into the 2019 Masters. No, I mean, if you did a full spectrum covering the 20 years, and it was like a 10-episode documentary, that'd be appointment viewing for me.
Yeah,
This is a little niche and specific, but I would really love to know the story of the decision. Like, really know.
You know,
what the
ESPN
hell
did a good one on that. You remember?
Oh, LeBron.
It's
ESPN
fine.
did one on that.
Yeah,
They did,
It was fine, but I need to know the real stories. I need
Like
LeBron.
who put it?
I need
up,
LeBron talking
Who put him
about
up to
this.
it? Like, there's no way he was like, I'm looking to go to Greenwich to the Boys and Girls Club.
that was so weird.
Yeah.
I love
need to know all of the
Who
details.
picked out the outfit too?
The
Like,
outfit.
why didn't he wear a suit?
How did Jim Gray get that job? You know,
That I think they have revealed. That I think was talked about. But I think the
Why did he get it?
premeditated part. There was something he was just comfortable with him. I forget the exact reasoning there. That I think has been discussed. Like the television aspect of it, I think has been kind of unpacked and seen. But I'm talking like the decision of the decision is what I'm very interested in.
The verbiage.
Maybe LeBron's saving that
Take
one.
my talents to South Beach.
Yeah, maybe LeBron's saving that for his own production company down the line.
man. 99 Knicks was a great one. The 8 seed that made it to the finals. 94 Knicks. I love them as well. Yeah, there's a lot.
Jordan's.
You know what's my number one? Of
retirement.
course. My number one is the 94 Expos. 94 Expos had the
What's
best
the story? Give me the
strike.
details. What's the
94 Expos had the best record in baseball, 64-40, first place as of August 12th. All the Braves fans out there, they love to talk about the decade of dominance, completely skipping over the fact that we were going to end in first place whenever the season ended.
Bounced in the second round.
Yeah, right in the second round. What are you talking about? We had the freaking greatest team of all time. Cliff Floyd rookie hitting a home run off of Greg Maddux. You know about this story in July? I mean, it's the stuff of legends. And then that essentially killed baseball in Montreal because the next season.
The 01 Mariners.
What? The Mariners?
116 and like
yeah.
46.
What, the ones who got
bounced in the first round?
Nah, this is not the same team. They didn't have anyone. Yeah, that would be my pick. 94 Expos. All right, listen. Frank, breaking news. We're going to sign off right now. But there's a very good chance that you are going to see me again in this chair by the time you go to bed tonight. Well, actually, you might be in Europe, so that might not happen. Point is, I'm staying here for a bit, and I hope everyone else is as well, unless they don't want to, and then I'm just going to do it all by myself. But as you know, there's someone out there in New York City of great stature and there's been some talk.
What's the line?
Minus 180, minus 200.
Oh my God.
We're staying here, and what we've been told is maybe in the 9-10 o'clock hour. So grab some dinner, take a shower, brush your teeth, and we might see you for a very special edition, or we may not. We're trying. As you can see, I haven't been locked in on the content. I've been trying to do things here. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we're trying to do things.
It has been noted.
Oh, thanks a lot, Frank. But that's just the way we roll. All right. Let me see. No, nothing. So stay tuned. Is that a good tease or what?
I think so.
Stay tuned. Could be one of the great moments. Could be one of the great non-moments. If not, we'll always have my comeback win over Joe Markowski. On that note, Frank? That's what I love about live, right? Live is live. It's like that great song. Life is life. La da 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 da. Ya da 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 life. You know that song, Frank?
I don't know that song.
You don't know that song? I think is it Depeche Mode? By the way, on Monday,
Is
I
it?
asked.
Now I feel. Oh man.
It's a great song. I asked Tom Aspinall what he thought of Gary Neville getting taken off match of the day, and everyone clowned me and said that I screwed that up, which I did. It's Gary Lineker. I was going to say, would it have been better if I would have said Phil Neville? Would that have been cooler? I don't know. But yeah, apologies for that one. Yeah, we may see you later. We may not. How do you feel about that, Frank? Do you have any plans?
No.
We could go out for dinner.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Promises kept, promises delivered.
Nice.
But it has been a great day, nonetheless, and nevertheless, and in addition to all of that, thank you very much to all our guests. Congratulations to Dan Hardy. Really great story. I'm very happy for him, and I think he's going to do great things for not only the PFL, but DAZN as well, so that is really cool. Good luck to Veronica Hardy on her big comeback, and I wish her the best on Saturday at the O2. How about Francis dropping all kinds of bombs? Tremendous stuff as always. Appreciate him very much, and thank you very much to Joe Markowski for coming in, talking about the business. I love that stuff and more. Back next week or back tonight. Stay tuned. Until then, I say peace.